History of the Labor Movement in the United States. Volume 10. The T.U.E.L. 1925–1929. By Philip S. Foner. Contents. Preface 1. Enter William Green 2. The Miners 3. Machinists and Carpenters 4. The Ladies Garment Workers 5. The Ladies Garment Workers 2-6. The Fur Workers 7. The Fur Workers 2-8. The Men's Clothing and Millinery Workers 9. The Auto Workers 10. The Textile Workers 11. The Textile Workers 2-12. Labor and Fascism 13. The Black Workers 14. Sacco Vanzetti 15. Maritime and Agricultural Workers 16. A New Trade Union Policy 17. Revolt of the Southern Textile Workers 18. American T.U.E.L. Delegation to the Soviet Union 1927. Notes. Index. Preface. This is the 10th volume of my history of the labor movement in the United States. It is also the second volume dealing with the Trade Union Educational League. The preceding volume covered the T.U.E.L from its founding in 1920 to the end of the Gompers era in 1924. The present volume carries the history of the Trade Union Educational League from 1924 to its end in 1929 and its replacement by the Trade Union Unity League, whose history we will deal with in the next volume. In the previous volume, one criticized most labor historians for virtually ignoring the activities of the Trade Union Educational League during the early years of its existence. Nearly all labor historians view the T.U.E.L as virtually dead by 1925. But, as we shall see in the present volume, the Trade Union Educational League continued to hold aloft the banner of labor militancy, of industrial unionism, of labor solidarity, and other progressive issues in the years that followed the inauguration of William Green as the successor to Samuel Gompers as president of the American Federation of Labor. Moreover, this in a period that the standard interpretation sees as deprived of labor militancy, a period of lean years not only for organized labor, but also for the radical movement in general. The Trade Union Educational League waged some of the most militant labor struggles in American history. During a time of unabashed class collaboration by the established trade union leadership, the T.U.E.L kept alive militant working-class traditions and an active core of the left in the labor movement. As in the case of previous volumes of the history of the labor movement in the United States, in writing Volume 10 I have received help from many institutions and people. I am again grateful for the cooperation of libraries, librarians, and archivists. I particularly thank Dorothy Swanson of the Tamiment Institute Library of New York University, who has been so helpful in this and previous volumes. I wish also to thank the University of Pennsylvania Library, especially its splendid Interlibrary Loan Department, the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, the Library of Congress, New York Public Library, the Chicago Historical Society, YIVO Institute for Jewish Study Archives, New York City, the libraries of the University of Wisconsin, Indiana University, Princeton University, Columbia University, Temple University, Harvard University, Rutgers University, University of California, Los Angeles, University of California, Berkeley, State University of New York at Binghamton, Syracuse v. The Trade Union Educational League 1925–1929. Univers 1 Thai, University of Oregon, University of Rochester, Pennsylvania State University, Ohio State University. I am, as in the past, grateful to my brother Henry Foner, who read the entire manuscript and made valuable suggestions. Philip S. Volume 10. The T.U.E.L. 1925–1929. Chapter 1. Enter William Green. At the 1924 convention of the American Federation of Labor, a few weeks before the death of Samuel Gompers, its longtime president, Morris Sigmund, socialist president of the International Garment Workers Union, presented the old man with a bust of himself. At the 1925 convention, Socialist Max Zaritsky, on behalf of the needle trade's right-wing officials, presented a bust of Gompers as a gift to the convention. President William Green, formerly Secretary-Treasurer of the United Mine Workers, who had assumed the AFL presidency after Gompers' death in 1924, announced that the bust would be turned over to a leading museum, and that a memorial fund had been launched to honor the name of the AFL leader. But 2 years after Gompers' death, J. Louis Engdahl wrote in the Workers' Monthly, when the 46th Convention of the American Federation of Labor met at Detroit, Michigan, October 4–14, 1926, the memory of Samuel Gompers, so fresh the year before at Atlantic City, had become faint indeed. It was not until the afternoon of the third day that the name of Gompers was even mentioned. Noting that after nearly 2 years' effort, only $98.50 had been collected by the Gompers Memorial Fund, Engdahl concluded that Gompers is gone, even as a memory. Yet, he went on, the loosening of Gompers' dead hand upon the American labor movement has unleashed no latent force of progress. Instead, reaction still sits in the saddle and drives toward even greater conservatism. Class collabora * all except the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, which was kept out of the American Federation of Labor until 1932. Even if the Amalgamated had been part of the AFL, it would probably not have joined in the tribute. 1. T.U.E.L offers an opportunity to surrender much, with the flag of truce raised high by the labor officialdom in the industrial class struggle. 2. The position of president of the American Federation of Labor gave William Green a full opportunity to carry out his religiously inspired dream of labor management cooperation. Craig Phelan. Green's biographer points out that, by the 1920s and 1930s, as industrial relations became increasingly complex and depersonalized and as society became more secular, the ideal of Christian cooperation waned. Yet Green was so strongly wedded to these values that he proved incapable of abandoning them even after years of failure. Under his guidance, the evangelical labor tradition became a hindrance to working-class organization, a handmaiden to craft unionists, and a contributor to the division of the labor movement. 3. At the time Green became AFL president, the Federation was in decline, and the opposition to it by open-shop employers was increasing week by week. Under Green, the AFL reacted to these developments by endeavoring to sell itself to industry. In the hope that employers voluntarily could allow their workers to organize and bargain collectively, the AFL's high command abandoned whatever vestigial militancy it retained and advertised all the virtues of trade unionism. 4. So Craig Phelan puts it. The AFL's high command received considerable aid in selling the virtues of trade unionism from Ralph M. Easley, founder of the T.U.E.L, for the emergence of such religious influences in the labor movement, especially of the Catholic Church. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Label Junior Movement in the United States. 3, New York, 1960, 113–36. In a previous volume we described the formation of the National Civic Federation at the turn of the 20th century, the active participation of the AFL leaders, headed by Samuel Gompers, in the work of the NCF, and how this was used by a section of the most important industrial and financial leaders in the United States, most of whom were open-shop employers who bitterly fought unionism in their own industries, joined in promoting the concept of harmony between capital and labor through the Civic Federation. They were willing to sit down with labor leaders at sumptuous dinners and other gatherings and deal with them, but not in their own industries, as long as the union leaders rejected socialism, independent political action, industrial unionism, and any form of radicalism. From the beginning, militant trade unionists and socialists condemned the labor bureaucrats for associating with Morgan, Rockefeller, Harriman, and other wealthy monopoly capitalists, while these men were viciously exploiting their own workers and maintaining the open shop in their industries. Gradually, large sections of the rank and file joined in this criticism, so that by the end of World War I, the NCF was dormant. In the 1920s, some AFL leaders tried to inject new life into the National Civic Federation, particularly Matthew Wall, a member of the AFL Executive Council and president of the Photo Engravers Union. Wall was elected NCF vice president in January 1926, and in June of that year, became acting president. James Chapter 0. Morris points out that in the AFL-NCF alliance of the 1920s, many of the employing group, in the T.U.E.L Civic Federation and chairman of its executive council. What Easley, Green and most of the top AFL leaders had in mind when they spoke of the virtues of trade unionism, was spelled out by Easley in a pamphlet mailed to businessmen in 1924. Easley pointed out that the labor movement of every industrial country except the United States was in the hands of communists or radical socialists who were harassing their governments. In contrast, at its convention at El Paso in 1924, the AFL had discussed a working arrangement with the citizens' military training camps, had voted overwhelmingly against the diplomatic recognition of Soviet Russia by the United States, against the formation of a labor political party, and had reaffirmed its traditional opposition to government interference in industry. In the light of such a record, Easley asked, why should any good American be opposed to the trade union movement? Easley noted, however, that a number of employers did not appreciate the AFL's worthy record, or what the Federation was doing in keeping radical unionism in check, and unfortunately, oblivious to their own interests, were extremely anti-union in outlook. This at a time when labor and capital should be working together against common foes whose philosophy spells the taking over of all their property and the government as well. He finally asked, can a modus vivendi be established? 5. The AFL under William Greene's leadership was eager to achieve this RRWDUS vivendi by any means possible. This was made clear by the proceedings of the 1926 AFL convention in Detroit. In his opening address, Greene took the occasion to notify open shop employers, especially those in Detroit, that the AFL delegates were not dangerous men and women. He said, perhaps they still entertain the idea that the representatives of labor are vicious backwoods men who know little about cultured life, but as a refutation of that impression, I invite them to come here. I invite them to come among us during the deliberations of this convention, sit with us, look and listen, and when they depart I will leave it to their judgment and National Civic Federation, were representatives of open shop or company union industries. These included Nicholas F. Brady, president of the New York Edison Company, Samuel Insull, president of the Commonwealth Edison Company, Nathan M. Miller, general counsel for United States Steel, and E.K. Hall, vice president of American Telephone and Telegraph, James Chapter 0. Morris, the AFL in the 1920s, A Strategy of Defense, Industrial and Labor Relations Review 11 Uli, 1958, 578-79. For the formation and ideology of the National Civic Federation, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 3, New York, 1960, 78-111. To their conscience as to whether or not the representative men and women of labor assembled here in this city do not compare favorably with any other group in society. But, my friends, I am sure that much of this apprehension expressed is due to a lack of understanding of the motives, the principles and the policies of our great American labor movement. Point 6. As if further to assure the open shoppers that they had nothing to fear from the AFL, Greene continued Gomper's bitter anti-Soviet policy. At the first convention over which he had presided, he made this clear. The International Labor News Service reported, in order that his own personal position might be thoroughly understood by all. President Greene took the floor of the American Federation of Labor Convention and discussed the committee report on the resolution asking recognition of the Soviets. He came emphatically to the support of the committee which reported against the resolution. He said in part, this subject seems to come before each succeeding convention of the American Federation of Labor, and, for some reason or other, those who are behind this propaganda that has for its purpose the recognition of Soviet Russia by the American government refuse to accept the decisions of the convention from time to time as final. And I suppose, like Banquo's ghost, it will not down, it will always be here at the convention of the American Federation of Labor. But I sincerely hope that the vote of the delegates at this convention will be so decisive and overwhelming as to leave no doubt as to the attitude of this great economic force in America's life. We have a little evidence of Russian propaganda here in America now. Through their agencies here they are carrying on that propaganda. They publish dirty, filthy sheets, and anyone who has read these sheets must form their own opinion of a government that would stand for such publications. And we know from a mass of data and information gathered, and I have it in my personal possession, that those who are circulating this propaganda receive their instructions from the very roots of the Moscow * government. We are not going to embrace this destructive force, and for that reason you are going, I believe, to register your opposition to this government that would use the opportunity, if it is given it through recognition, to undermine our free institutions and destroy all the traditions of America. 7 *. Although Greene did not spell it out, the delegates knew he was referring to the Trade Union Educational League and the Communist Party. Greene's hope that the vote at the 1925 AFL convention would bury the issue of recognition of Soviet Russia was doomed to disappointment. It appeared again at the 1926 convention, and once again Greene spoke out against recognition and any other form of relations between the United States and the Soviet Union. Speaking in reply to the fraternal greetings of the British delegates, Greene said, at the moment there stands an impregnable barrier between the working people of the government of that country, the Soviet Union, and the American Federation of Labor. There must be a psychological change, a change in the viewpoint of those who embrace the philosophy followed by the peoples in that great country before we can ever think of establishing cooperative relations between them and the American Federation of Labor. When they, the workers of the Soviet Union, embrace a philosophy that is so antagonistic to the philosophy embraced and followed by the American Federation of Labor, then it would be a waste of time and effort to reconcile our conditions. Point 8. The rebuff to the Soviet workers was not the only effort made by Greene to prove to the open shop employers they had nothing to fear from the AFL. Although graciously greeting the fraternal delegates from the British Trade Union Congress, Greene assured American industrialists that the AFL would give no support to the British general strike of that year, and, under no circumstances, would ever consider breaking a trade agreement once it had been concluded. We realize, of course, that the trade union movement in each country must be governed by circumstances and conditions prevailing within their own respective jurisdictions. They know what is best for them. And so we say to our British brethren that what you think is best for you, you may inaugurate and put into effect. We have confidence in your judgment, in your intelligence and in your experience. We are committed here, in the United States, irrevocably to the principles of collective bargaining and trade agreements. As we believe in collective bargaining, in the making of wage agreements, so we here in America are religiously committed to the observance of any contract we make anywhere in any place. 9. At the 1925 AFL convention, the issue of wages caused an unusual stir. A fair day's pay for a fair day's work had always been the AFL slogan, and the initial report on wages by the Executive Council revealed no intention to change it. The report dealt exclusively with wage reductions in the textile industry, where repeated slashes in the pay envelope had taken place since the last convention. The report pleaded with the employers that wage reductions diminish purchasing power of the group of workers in the textile industry, which is reflected in the business of the whole community and extends out into the industrial fabric of the whole nation. Instead of wage reductions, the Executive Council offered as their solution to the problem the elimination of waste through more efficient management to be achieved through intelligent cooperation between the employer and the wage worker. At this point, John P. Frey, who, as editor of the Molders Journal, had fashioned a reputation as the ideologist of the AFL, offered an amendment to the Executive Council report, declaring that social inequality, industrial instability, and injustice must increase unless the workers' real wages, the purchasing power of their wages, is increased in proportion to man's increasing power of production. Frey declared that, "We never could discover what the fair wage was or what the fair day's work might be, because we differed with our employers. Only within recent years many of our representatives adopted a still more unsound statement of the basis on which wages should be computed, a living wage. I don't know what a living wage is. It is unfair that we should base our wages on our own conception of our cost of living rather than upon the value of what we are creating." 10. Frey boasted that he had had Karl Marx's Capital in his library for the last 25 years, and his point about the value labor created indicated that even if incompletely, some of it had rubbed off on him. Delegate Lynch of the printers supported Frey in part. The productive power in this super age in which we live, this abundance which we are enjoying, is due to a very great extent to labor-saving machinery, and the effect of labor-saving machinery will not be regulated entirely by the wage. This definition should include not only increases in wages, but also be accompanied by further reduction in the hours that wage earners work. The Resolutions Committee, headed by T.U.E.L and James Duncan, suggested that the question of wages be referred back to it. This was endorsed by the delegates, and the committee returned with a revised report accepting the Frey-Lynch modification, which was then unanimously adopted by the delegates. 11. T.U.E.L with his productivity and his efficiency. 12. Just how to achieve even this was not discussed. The 1926 convention met just as Henry Ford announced that the 5-day week would go into effect in his plants. It came on the heels of the strike of the New York fur workers, in which, as we shall see, labor in the fur industry of that city, through its own power, won the 5-day, 40-hour week. At the AFL convention, one of the printers' delegates urged adoption of the 4-day week in American industry to give time for recuperation from the heavy exactions of human energy by modern industry. But all the convention came up with was for the progressive shortening of the work week, with no mention of any specific number of hours as the immediate goal, nor of any way which, the shortening of the work week, was to be achieved. 13. The only reference at the convention to organizing the unorganized came in the speech by Rabbi Drive. Stephen S. Wise, who had become deeply involved in the strike of the Passaic textile workers, which we will discuss below. He told the delegates, "Remember this. Organize the textile industry of America, basic and fundamental to the life of America. Give your help to the Passaic strikers. Organize the textile industry of America, and may you always bear yourself with the courage and dignity with which the strikers of Passaic have borne themselves." Sarah Conboy, Secretary of the United Textile Workers of America, took up a collection among the delegates which netted more than $1,000. The international officials of the major unions met and pledged $25,000 for the immediate relief of the Passaic strikers. With this, the issue of organizing the unorganized was laid to rest. 14. The resolution adopted on company unions exuded Greene's philosophy. It read, "To accomplish the substitution of union management cooperation for company unions and to substitute voluntary trade unions for employer-controlled unions will be a service not only to American workers, but to American industry in all its branches and to the American public in general." 15. However, James Chapter 0. Morris has noted that while publicly, in its official pronouncements in the 1920s, the AFL took a firm stand against company unions and considered union management, cooperation, to be the substitute for and not the complement to company unions, at the same time not so publicly. Greene and other top AFL leaders sought to achieve a compromise between company unions and trade unionism. 16. Much time was devoted at the convention to prove that the AFL should be known and accepted as a loyal, patriotic organization. A resolution was adopted approving in superlative terms of the militarist centers known as the Citizens Military Training Camps. From 1919 until his death in 1924, Samuel Gompers lectured annually at the Army War College in Washington and the Naval War College in Newport. For many years after 1924, John P. Frey was also a frequent lecturer at the Army War College and the Army Industrial College. 17. William Greene contributed to this jingoistic tradition, addressing the Army War College in 1925. He fervently assured his listeners that labor is intensely patriotic and conscientiously devoted to American ideals, to American institutions and to the American form of government. I can say with certainty that labor will offer itself when the Republic is assailed in defense of the homeland, our glorious flag and the United States of America is. In 1926, the AFL endorsed the Citizens Military Training Camps, which had been set up as a result of the post-war National Defense Act. In August 1926, the AFL Executive Council, headed by Greene, journeyed to Plattsburgh for a 3-day inspection tour of the camp there. They were feted by local Elks and Rotary clubs during their stay and, after winding up their visit with a colorful review of the 1,600 infantrymen, announced approval of what they had seen. Greene was convinced that there was a wrong impression in some quarters as to the work, training, purposes and objectives of the military training camps. 19. The Executive Council reported to the October 1926 convention of the AFL that military training occupied the small part of the day at Plattsburgh, and that athletic events took up most of the trainees' time. This kind of training, the council continued, is building up the mind and the body of the American youth. It stimulates the patriotic spirit of the youth. He is taught citizenship. We believe it would be advantageous to all the boys in our country to take advantage of the opportunities afforded to them in the camps. The Cloth Hat, Cap and Millinery Workers International Union, the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, and the Pennsylvania Federation of Labor sharply condemned the Executive Council's bid for endorsement of the CMTC, and contended that the camps not only encouraged the cult of militarism but also that the National Defense Act became law in 1920, and in 1921 the first citizens' military training camps were established. By 1926 there were 47 of such camps. The Military Training Camps Association of the United States, the Military Training Camps, Chicago, 1925, page 34. Military Training Camp Association, the directing agency of the camps, derived its chief support from open shop employers who were using it to inculcate anti-unionism among the trainees and to turning out scabs. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers, still outside of the AFL, also vigorously condemned CMTC. 20. Speaking as secretary of the Resolutions Committee, Matthew Wall emphatically denied the interpretation that the AFL wished to encourage militarism, but, on the other hand, he boasted that the AFL had never opposed the building up of strong bodies, healthy minds and patriotic souls. The convention voted to concur in the council's report and the AFL endorsed the citizens' military training camps. Not even the Cloth Hat, Cap and Millinery Workers and International Ladies Garment Workers delegates, or those of the Pennsylvania State Federation of Labor, voted in the negative. 21. This unanimity of opinion at the convention was not surprising. There were no communist delegates at the convention. That had been settled to the satisfaction of the AFL and industrial leaders at the Portland Convention in 1924, when William F. Dunn, the delegate from Montana, was refused accreditation on the sole ground that he was a member of the Communist Party. Delegate Max S. Hayes, a longtime member of the International Typographical Union and editor of the Socialist Court Evelyn Citizen, was farthest to the left of any delegate. He was on the floor repeatedly speaking for a Labor Party, recognition of Soviet Russia, and support for the Passaic strikers. But when it came to voting, Hayes voted with the rest of the delegates, enabling President Greene to declare Hayes' proposals defeated, unanimously. When the Committee on Resolutions reported against recognition of Soviet Russia, Greene called for such a decisive vote that there will be no doubt in the minds of the American people and the people throughout the world where the American Federation of Labor stands. The vote was unanimous for the resolution. Not even Max Hayes dared to vote against it. 22. Thus Greene adjourned the 1926 convention glorying in the declaration. It is significant that in this convention no point of order was raised by any delegate or upon any question, and no roll call was demanded by the convention except the one just taken upon the convention city. 23. In short, no new ideas or debate over pressing. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Lab _TR Movement in the United States. 9, New York, 1990, 167-68. Problems facing the labor movement disturbed this gathering of the American Federation of Labor. All of labor's problems could be solved through the magic of labor management cooperation. In his biography of William Greene, an expansion of his essay we have referred to and quoted from, Craig Phelan concludes that Greene did not address realistically the issues confronting organized labor in the 1930s, and that his conservative moralism led him to become a hindrance to working-class organization and a contributor to the division of the labor movement. This shorn of Green's conservative moralism and religiosity, could be applied to nearly the entire leadership of the AFL. Indeed, Green's view that capital and labor were equal partners, and should work together to achieve capital-labor accord and to jointly oppose rank-and-file insurgencies pervaded the entire American Federation of Labor top leadership from the Executive Council to the international unions and many of the state and local federations. Perhaps the most glaring example of this policy was the action of the Detroit Federation of Labor, an umbrella organization of AFL unions in that city, in asking the Detroit auto employers to make regular financial contributions to the federation. In 1926, a general manager of the Maxwell Motor Company asked advice of Hudson's Ray Chapin about the visit of a representative of the Detroit Federation of Labor, and represented that all of the leading motor manufacturers of Detroit made annual contributions to the federation and that the money was used, in part at least, to combat radicalism in union ranks. 24. Thus it appears that labor radicalism, as represented by the Trade Union Educational League, which was in the midst of trying to organize the auto industry of Detroit, united the open shop employers and the AFL of that city at the expense of both the organized and unorganized workers. Chapter 2. The Miners. In Political Affairs of August 1980, Dandel Mason asked the question, John L. Lewis hero or villain? 1. In the period covered by the previous and present volume, it is easy to answer that question in one word. Villain. Lewis' lifestyle separated him completely from the members of the United Mine Workers, who were forced to struggle continuously for a bare living. He began to live like a millionaire. His departure for a 6-week vacation in Great Britain on the SS Celtic in 1925 was reported in the Society column of the New York Times. On his passport, he described himself not as a labor leader but as an executive. According to Melvin Dubofsky and Warren Van Tyne in their biography of Lewis, he followed his own rules of social etiquette religiously. He kept fellow officers of the UMW at a distance, practiced regal aloofness and acted in the Union as a king to his court. Lewis reserved his friendship for business executives, high public officials, and members of the hereditary American elite. They dined with Lewis on a reciprocal basis, and he charmed them with well-told stories and stimulating conversation. The Herbert Hoovers, the Gardner Jacksons, the Harrimans, the Cyrus Chings, corporation executives in general, they were the type of people John L. Lewis cultivated. 2. Kisling's Survey, a business newsletter, reported that Lewis was one of the wisest small traders that ever takes a flyer in the stock market. His success shows that he knows economics far better than the biography is the most complete record of John L. Lewis' life, but it is marred by a bitter anti-communism which belittles and distorts the communists' role in the United Mine Workers, especially during the decade of the 1920s. 11. 9 out of 10 coal operators. And he is making more money for himself today than are 95 out of 100 operators. 3. By 1920, Lewis had already taken the step toward an alliance with the coal mine operators, against the interests of the workers he supposedly represented. By 1924 this had become a regular pattern of his leadership, along with his having become either the foremost, or next to William L. Hutchison of the Carpenters, the leading union tyrant in the American labor movement. As we have made clear in the preceding volume, Lewis consolidated his power by fraud, bribery, and corruption. He took from the districts the right to elect their officers and appointed his henchmen as officers. He created an army of gunmen and gangsters as well as a spy system designed to finger his opponents, especially communists. The 1920 National Convention put the finishing touches on his dictatorship. The convention gave him authority to expel union members, revoke charters of subdistricts and local unions and set up his own organizations in their place. But Lewis' brutal consolidation of power and his indifference to the interests of the UMW membership met with resistance. The rank and file tried again and again after 1920 to repudiate his leadership and policies. Although not the only one to protest, the Trade Union Educational League was in the forefront of the struggle. An indication of this resistance was the UMW election of 1924 when George Voisey, a little-known communist and T.U.E.L activist, received 1/3 of the vote for president in opposition to Lewis, in a count supervised by Lewis henchmen. Reviewing the 1924 UMW convention for the dairy worker, Scott Nearing noted that there was no issue more important to the American labor movement than the disorganization of the American mine workers, citing the report of the U.S. Coal Commission of September 22, 1923, Nearing pointed out that in Alabama, Colorado, and New Mexico, the Union had been practically wiped out. In Washington, it had been reduced to 1/5 of its 1921 strength. In Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, cut in half, and in Illinois and Ohio, severely reduced. Out of the 17 districts, only 3 show gains. He concluded, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 9, New York, 1990, 268. This is a matter of vital concern to every man who mines coal, and to every man and woman who is working to build up the American labor movement. The miners must gain back their lost membership. They must organize the outlying non-union fields. The health and strength of the American labor movement are both seriously involved. Point 4. Unfortunately, the situation only grew worse. Jacksonville Agreement. The agreement concluded after the strike of 1922 was due to expire in the bituminous industry on April 1, 1924. In January 1924, the UMW convention authorized Lewis to secure the best agreement obtainable from the operators in the Central Competitive Field on the basis of no reduction in wages, for a 4-year period, April 1924, to March 31, 1928. On February 19, 1924, the so-called Jacksonville Agreement, to last until 1927, was drawn up between the operators and miners of the Central Competitive Field. The operators agreed to continue paying $7.50 per day, the same rate as that OFL 922.5. This wage was considerably above the prevailing one in the non-union fields, and inroads on the union operators by those who were producing coal in non-union mines grew rapidly. When the Jacksonville Agreement was signed, the output of the organized fields was 60% of the total. During the following year, however, they produced only 40% of the coal tonnage, and their position was becoming increasingly unfavorable. This was precisely what Lewis had anticipated. The Jacksonville Agreement, he believed, would drive 200,000 miners out of the industry, since they would become surplus as hundreds of mines closed down, unable to compete with the non-union mines. Point 6. On September 7, 1923, after a strike that lasted only 5.5 days, a new 2-year anthracite agreement was reached, which included a 10% wage increase for day and tonnage miners and a voluntary system of dues checkoff in which union delegates, not management, collected the money. Despite the 10% wage increase, anthracite miners earned less than those in the bituminous fields. Moreover, the operators still rejected the idea of a closed shop and continued to run many of their mines as non-union. New York Times, September 8, 1923. Lewis personally preferred a total reorganization of the soft coal industry. Throughout the 20s, he and his economic advisor, W. Jet Lanka, corresponded about and discussed privately their plans to stabilize the coal industry by consolidating production into fewer, more efficient units, restricting competition in marketing and pricing, and liberating the coal industry from the antitrust laws. Melvin Dubofsky and Warren. When the operators in the union mines asked the UMW for a renegotiation of the Jacksonville scale, Lewis refused on the ground that the industry was undergoing a needed adjustment which, when completed, would result in many fewer miners, fewer mines, and a stable, more prosperous industry. The response of the operators was varied. Union operators in West Virginia simply repudiated the Jacksonville scale and returned to the one in force in 1919. In many cases, they set out to destroy the Union. Although the struggle, which began in 1925, raged throughout most of the nation's coalfields, its most serious impact was in western Pennsylvania, especially in the Pittsburgh district. It was there that Lewis' refusal to support the drive for including the non-union fields was most severely felt. In August 1925, the Pittsburgh Coal Company, largest in the district and the world's largest commercial producer of bituminous coal, rejected the Jacksonville Agreement and reopened on a non-union basis. It was soon joined by other big coal corporations, including the Pittsburgh Terminal Coal Corporation, the second largest producer in western Pennsylvania, and the Bethlehem Steel Corporation, third largest producer in the Pittsburgh district. In all, some 110 mines in Pennsylvania changed from union to non-union operations during 1925. Nor was this all. The largest mines in the tri-state area of western Pennsylvania, eastern Ohio, and northern West Virginia were all operating non-union. 8 months after the Jacksonville Agreement was signed, a drop of 118,017 had taken place in the paid-up membership of the UMW in the bituminous districts. 7. As the union losses multiplied, the opposition to Lewis within the UMW rallied its forces. In the spring of 1925, the Miners' Progressive Committee of the UMWA, headed by George Voisey, proposed the following program to meet the immediate needs of the miners and halt the collapse of the union. A fight against wage cuts for a wage increase. A 6-hour day and a 5-day week. Unemployment insurance to be taken out of the entire profits of the industry and administered by a committee of miners. Van Tyne, John L. Lewis, New York, 1977, page 106. John Brophy considered this Pollock simply an application of the businessman's laissez-faire philosophy, which ignored the plight of the individual miner and the real need for reforming the whole economic order. Sister M. Camilla Malloy, 0. P. John Brophy, militant labor leader and reformer. The CIO Years, unpublished Ph.D. dissertation, Catholic University of America, 1966, page 30. A national agreement to cover the entire industry. Nationalization of the mines, to be administered by the miners' union. Since it was clear that unless all miners were unionized and received the same scale, low-wage mines would continue to threaten the viability of operators with union contracts, the program called for a major unionizing campaign. It demanded that all paid officials, organizers, etc., be taken out of organized districts and placed in non-union fields, that each district be instructed to elect a specified corps of organizers to be sent into non-union fields, that an intensive organizational campaign be immediately started, and that our international officers be instructed to negotiate with the railroad unions for the purpose of forming a strike alliance. 8. Lewis' response came in his book, The Miners' Fight for American Standards, published in the early summer of 1925. In it he declared that the union would take no backward step, and would refuse to revise downward the wage rates set by the Jacksonville Agreement as many of the operators had demanded. He assured businessmen of the UMW's conservatism, writing, "The policy of the United Mine Workers of America is neither new nor revolutionary. It does not command the admiration of visionaries and utopians. It ought to have the support of every thinking businessman in the United States, because it proposes to allow natural economic laws free play in the production and distribution of coal." 9. To achieve total unionization of the industry so that the same scale would prevail everywhere, Lewis appealed to the federal government to help the United Mine Workers organize the non-union operators, especially in West Virginia, Kentucky, Alabama, and western Pennsylvania, and thus guarantee the integrity of the Jacksonville Agreement. Nothing, however, came of this plea. 10. On September 1925, the two-year agreement with the operators in the anthracite industry expired. 150,000 miners in anthracite struck for a 10% increase in wages for tonnage miners and a $1 per day increase for draymen, plus the checkoff of union dues at the company offices. As a result of the strike, 828 mines belonging to 135 companies were shut down. 11. The operators locked out the strikers and obtained state and federal injunctions to prevent the union from picketing companies that had violated the Jacksonville Agreement. 12. On November 22, Lewis publicly requested that President Coolidge support the union and compel the mine owners to abide by the Jacksonville Agreement. In his reply, drafted by Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover and Secretary of Labor James J. Davis, Coolidge deplored any breach of contract by operators but noted that the Coolidge administration had not signed the Jacksonville Agreement and that, the government not being a party to contracts has no status in enforcement. Lewis was advised to take his grievance to the courts. 13. In short, Lewis' belief that the Republican administration, for which he had rendered such faithful service, would save the Union before the Jacksonville Agreement went down the drain proved to be an illusion. Meanwhile, the Miners' Progressive Committee, led by the Communists and others in the anti-Lewis coalition, condemned the policy of relying on the Republican administration to solve the miners' problems. The committee called for a general strike of all the coal miners, unity of the railroad workers with the anthracite strikers, and no settlement without an increase in wages. 14. Save the Union movement. With the support of Lewis and his agents, meetings of the Miners' Progressive Committee in the anthracite districts were broken up and their speakers arrested. Patrick T.U.E.L and Alex Reed, two leading communists and activists in the committee, were sent to prison for 6 months as vagrants. Members of the Lewis machine actually appeared in court and testified against the radical miners and urged that they be jailed as agents of a foreign power seeking to disrupt the UMW. After T.U.E.L and Reed were sent to prison, Rinaldo Capellini, president of District 1, the largest district of the UMW in anthracite, and as we have seen, a former militant who had sold out to Lewis in return for a lucrative union appointment, wrote to the Scranton chief of police, congratulating him on having arrested the progressive miners. 15. On February 12, 1926, Lewis signed a new contract with the anthracite operators. It said nothing about any of the demands that had led to the strike, offering the strikers only a promise of 5 years of fixed wages for the anthracite miners. The Miners' Progressive Committee published an open letter to the miners criticizing the agreement and urging them to carry on the struggle to victory. We, the rank and file miners, were ready to fight to the end to victory. We put up the longest battle in the history of the anthracite. We are fighting to save our union and prevent our becoming virtual slaves. 16. The miners went back to work on February 18, 1926, without gaining any concessions from the operators. The union managed to fight off compulsory arbitration during the 170-day strike, and the American Federationists declared that as a result, unionism was more firmly rooted in the anthracite industry than ever before. 17. But the strike settlement did not halt the loss of Union territory and the breakdown of the Jacksonville Agreement. Anthracite production steadily declined, replaced more and more by oil, gas, and electricity, while bituminous coal was increasingly being produced in non-union mines. By the end of 1926, 61.3% of all miners were working without a union contract. 18. Wage reductions on top of union losses caused a wave of indignation among the union membership, and created a large group of dissidents ready to do battle with the Lewis administration. In the summer of 1926, Brophy met with communists and others who opposed the Lewis machine. Among those who attended were Powers Hapgood, Albert Coyle, left-wing editor of the Locomotive Engineers Journal, and Art Shields, a communist journalist. They discussed a plan to defeat Lewis in the December UMW election. 19. In a meeting with communist leaders, including William Z. Foster, Hapgood obtained agreement for the withdrawal of communist candidates if Brophy were to seek the UMW presidency. In August, Brophy issued an open letter announcing his candidacy, criticizing Lewis' administration of the UMW and promising to organize the non-union fields. A Save the Union committee was organized to nominate candidates in the international and district elections of 1926, with Brophy as its candidate for international president. 20 The Save the Union movement, an alliance of progressive non-communists and communists opposed to Lewis' rule and policies, had an official publication, The Coal Miner, published in Springfield, Illinois, with Frank Keeney of West Virginia as editor. One of the movement's asterisk in a review of Howard Closer's The American Communist Party in 1958, Foster wrote, in reference to the Save the Union Committee, this movement was organized completely by the T.U.E.L with the full support of the Communist Party, and it operated on this basis throughout its several years of existence. The Worker, Sunday, December 14, 1958. The records of the Central Executive Committee of the Trade Union Educational League for February 17, 1926, read, Foster moved that the Save the Union slogan not be put out at this time, and that the CP first organize a committee of the progressives and let them to put up the slogan. If the committee does not then put up the slogan, the CP should do so itself. Daniel Bell Papers, Tamiment Institute Library. New York University. Leading spokespersons was Alex Howard, the deposed president of the Kansas District. Howard toured the mining fields on behalf of the anti-Lewis forces. 21. In a Save the Union pamphlet distributed among the miners, Brophy discussed the loss in membership suffered by the UMW, analyzed the causes for the decline and presented a program for remedying the situation. He pointed out that since the 1922 strike, the union had lost more than 200,000 members and that entire districts were dead and dying because of the mistaken policies of the union's leadership. Brophy pointed to Lewis' failure to uphold the rule that no operator could sign with the union for only part of the mines under his control. Had he adhered rigidly to this rule, Brophy insisted, the union would not be in so precarious a position. 22. Brophy further contended that Lewis' policies could not solve the basic problem of overdevelopment and unemployment. The proud slogan, No Backward Step, was nothing but an inducement for operators to transfer production from their union to their non-union mines. While the policy prevailed on paper, miners were working for next to nothing, and the union was collapsing. 23. Brophy proposed a concrete program to restore the UMW to its former prosperity and influence. 1. No wage cuts. 2. Organization of the non-union fields. 3. An active campaign of education among the membership for nationalization of the mines, and establishment of the 6-hour day and 5-day week. 4. Formation of a labor party in an effort to establish a government sympathetic to the miner. 5. Reinstatement of all members of the union unjustly expelled. 6. Expiration of the bituminous and anthracite agreements at the same time. 7. Honest elections. 8. Democracy in the union. 24. Lewis' response was typical. He refused to meet Brophy on the issues. Instead, he resorted to time-tested tactics. He had the Union Journal make no mention of the Brophy campaign. Union officials appointed by Lewis and paid from the International Treasury campaigned for the incumbent president. Above all, he red-baited. Lewis pointed out that Brophy's program was almost identical to that adopted by the Pittsburgh Conference called by William Z. Foster in 1923. At the AFL convention in October 1926, Lewis read from correspondence between Albert Coyle and Powers Hapgood, stolen by one of Lewis' agents, which discussed several prominent communists. Lewis pointed his finger at the convention gallery where William Z. Foster was seated and called him the archpriest of communism in the United States, who made annual visits to Russia to make his reports and receive his orders. 25. The New York Times was jubilant. Never has a convention of the American Federation of Labor, it reported on its front page, witnessed such an excoriating attack on communist policy to bore from within and seize, control, and wreck the American labor movement, as marked today's session. But when Brophy denied that he and Hapgood had ever received the Coyle letter and stated that Lewis was using immoral methods, the Times buried the statement on page 7, under a microscopic headline. 26. On November 14, 1926, the anti-Lewis forces held a mass meeting at the Imperial Theater in New Kensington, Pennsylvania to secure the endorsement of Brophy's candidacy for the office of international president. Lewis supporters at the meeting made a determined attack upon Powers Hapgood, the main speaker, charging him with being an ally of large West Virginia non-union coal interests in a campaign to destroy the United Mine Workers. When Hapgood denied the charge and challenged his accusers to offer proof, Lewis supporters proceeded to break up the meeting. 27. On the eve of the election, William Z. Foster issued a public appeal on behalf of Brophy's candidacy. It began, "The United Mine Workers of America is falling to pieces. The whole organization is in serious danger of destruction. It is collapsing under the attacks of the coal operators and through the misleadership of the corrupt Lewis administration. The entire American labor movement is passing through a crisis, but in no section of it is the crisis so intense as amongst the miners. Their union actually faces destruction unless there is a radical change in policy by the leadership. The loss of the miners' union would break the backbone of the American labor movement, reducing it almost entirely to skilled workers and enormously accelerating the present disastrous drift into intensified class collaboration. The reverberations would be felt throughout the trade union movement of the world. The most important struggle now in the labor organizations of this country is to save the miners' union." Foster listed a number of demands which the UMW had to champion, such as higher wages and shorter hours, and for the organization of the unorganized, the nationalization of the coal mines, establishment of a labor party, for an offensive and defensive alliance with the railroad workers. Yet still more was needed. It must set up an inner democracy, permit free expression of opinion, and abolish the unparalleled terrorism against the left-wing and progressive fighters in the Union. This is a program which will save the Union and put it again in a fighting position. Foster continued. The accomplishment of this vitally necessary program requires the sweeping away of the corrupt Lewis administration. Fortunately, an opportunity to do this presents itself in the Union elections now approaching. In the present elections, John Brophy, president of District No. 2, a man long associated with various progressive movements in the miners' union, has announced himself as a candidate against Lewis. The struggle between the Brophy forces and Lewis will be a fight between the forces of progress and those of destruction in the Union. Upon the outcome depends the very existence of the organization. Notwithstanding differences of opinion upon many subjects, the body of progressives, radicals, and revolutionaries in the Union must make common cause against the corrupt Lewis machine in this election. The victory of Lewis would be the death of the miners' union. The great masses of honest rank and filers will support the slate headed by Brophy. 28. In an election that was said to have been the most corrupt in the history of the Union, Lewis again triumphed. Soon after the balloting for officers took place, it was announced that the slate headed by Lewis had triumphed by 173,323 votes to 60,661.29. The outcome was announced, but the details were suppressed, and a breakdown of the vote cast by each local was withheld. Brophy and his supporters claimed that, as in the past, Lewis' triumph was stolen at the ballot box. 30. In 1926, Lewis also eliminated Frank Farrington as a Union rival, although in this case, it was no loss to the cause of progressive trade unionism. While Farrington was in Europe, Lewis discovered a secret contract his rival had signed with the Peabody Coal Company, under which Farrington was to be paid $25,000 a year for 3 years as the company's labor relations expert, while serving as an officer of District 12 in Illinois. On August 25, 1926, Lewis revealed this information to District 12's executive board and demanded that either Farrington resign as district president or the board dismiss him. Farrington resigned his district presidency and went to work for the Peabody Coal Company as a labor consultant. 31. Shortly after the 1926 elections, Powers Hapgood observed that Lewis' anti-communist drive was ruining the United Mine Workers. He asked a pertinent question. Must they, the communists, always be told to go to hell and their cooperation refused in certain things in which every honest progressive believes merely because we differ from them in ultimate revolutionary ideology? 32. To Lewis, the answer was simple. The communists, in alliance with Brophy, had seriously threatened to replace him as president. To maintain his domination, the communists had to be expelled. When the National Committee of the Trade Union Educational League met on January 17, 1927, Foster reported that left-wing delegates are being removed in all parts of the coal districts and replaced by reactionaries. He added that Oak, Johnston and others are going to the convention to organize the left wing and put our program into effect. 33. But so effective was the purge that few of Lewis' opponents attended the convention, and any hope the left wing had of putting our program into effect quickly faded. In fact, Lewis had eliminated so many opponents through expulsions that the opposition was not able to muster the numbers needed to obtain roll call votes on crucial resolutions. 34. The convention lasted only a week, but in those 7 days, the Lewis machine raised the president's salary from $8,000 to $12,000 annually, amended the Constitution to provide for the expulsion of any member who espoused communist tendencies, eliminated from the Constitution's preamble the phrase that miners were entitled to the full social value of their product, substituting instead the words, an equitable share of the fruits of their labor, ceded to the International Executive Board the right to levy assessments on union members without a time limit, repudiated the policy of supporting the nationalization of the coal mines, voted against recognition of the Soviet Union because of its desire to subvert American trade unions and the American government, endorsed the AFL's nonpartisan policy of rewarding labor's friends and punishing its enemies, and passed a rule denying delegates the right to amend a report or resolution until after it had been voted on. 35. Lewis' arrogance reached new heights at the 1927 convention. To delegates who dared to question him about Howitt, he replied, "It does not make any difference what you think. The chair has ruled." When Howitt himself asked for the right to speak, Lewis responded, "You will not, and you will sit down." When several delegates asked why the Union had never released the complete tabulation in the 1926 election, Lewis simply answered that he did not feel like spending $10,000 just to please one communist con what. In the same speech, he referred to John Brophy and all his slimy friends. Lewis accused Brophy of having committed treason by providing the operators with information detrimental to the coal miners, all because Brophy had dared to challenge Lewis for the Union presidency and to declare publicly that as a result of Lewis' policies, the Union had lost power and members. Brophy, Lewis' charge, was nothing more nor less than a traitor. To Brophy's demand for a full tabulation of the 1926 election results, Lewis responded that in making this request, Brophy was simply pursuing the policy set by William Z. Foster and the Communists. 36. Powers Hapgo 0D was sent as a delegate by his local union, but he was not even reported on by the Credentials Committee because, it was alleged, he was not a member of the union. His name appeared neither on the list of delegates nor on the list of those contested before the committee. When Hapgood asserted his right to be seated and speak as a delegate, Lewis ruled that he was not a member of the union. He added, "Anyone who thinks he can abuse the privilege of the convention and come here and defy the chairman, or the convention rules is merely a fool." Then turning directly to Hapgood, Lewis shouted, "If I hear another word from you, you will be ejected from the convention and conducted to the streets." Later, Hapgood was waylaid by Lewis goons, who entered his hotel room and beat him severely. 37. Following the convention, which he called the most reactionary in the history of the UMWA, Foster reported to the Executive Committee of the T.U.E.L on the immediate tasks of the left wing in the coal mining industry. He concluded that the "Save the Union" slogan is basically correct, and that the slogan must be maintained and all our work in the coal industry must be carried on with a keen realization that the UMWA is in great danger. He also insisted that our election campaign proved a success. The left wing gained invaluable experience, it improved its organization. It demonstrated the effectiveness of the United Front policy and set up valuable contacts with progressives, and the left-wing progressive ticket undoubtedly pulled a majority of the votes cast in the election. Lewis could hide this majority only by a steal of more than 100,000 votes. In District 5 and in various sub-districts, the left progressive ticket undoubtedly pulled a majority of the votes cast in the respective elections. Foster, however, conceded that the fight of the Save the Union progressivism at the UMW convention was not so successful. Apart from the arbitrary undemocratic conduct of the Lewis machine, the lack of a strong organ for the opposition movement was a tremendous handicap at all stages of the fight. At the same time, Foster accused the left delegates at the convention, 37 communists and a group of progressives varying from 1/5 to 1/3 of the total delegates, of lacking in aggressiveness. They failed to make an effective reply to Lewis' tactics by a sustained and scathing criticism of his disruptive policies and a militant insistence on the Save the Union program. They failed to bring the program squarely before the convention and to make it the central issue of struggle. But this was no time to lament past mistakes. The Jackson Agreement in the bituminous fields expired on March 31st. In addition to fighting the Lewis machine, the left wing must take the lead in mobilizing ideologically and organizationally the great mass of miners, in spite of official sabotage, for open conflict with the coal operators. Throughout the entire coal industry, organized and unorganized districts included, we must popularize the demands of the Save the Union program. No wage reductions, wage increases for unorganized miners, one agreement for all bituminous miners, 6-hour day, high week, all agreements to include all mines of a given company, organize the unorganized, etc. Far and wide we must raise the slogan, miners, get ready to strike. Together with these economic slogans shall be advocated inter-union slogans leading directly to the building, democratizing, cleansing and educating of the union, and for the mobilization of the masses against the Lewis machine, including democratization of the union, tabulated returns of the election vote, condemnation of fraudulent convention practices, repudiation of restrictions against foreign-born workers, holding union offices, against the unrestricted power of the International Board to levy assessments, against the appointive power for a Labor Party, nationalization of coal mines. The whole left-wing press shall take up the miners' situation and strive to impress its importance upon the entire labor movement and to rally the organized masses behind the miners. This agitation shall be carried on in the general sense of Save the Miners' Union, with appropriate solidarity slogans. 38192728 strike. On April 1, 1927, 175,000 miners in the bituminous fields of 8 states, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Arkansas, Kansas, Iowa and West Virginia, went on strike protesting wage cuts and demanding the continuation, unchange, of the Jacksonville Agreement. Anthracite miners who were operating under an agreement signed the year before were prevented from walking off their jobs in support of the bituminous strikers. 39. Meeting on April 12, 1927, the Central Executive Committee of the Workers' Party discussed the miners' strike and made it clear that communists were expected to do all in their power to aid the strike, and that hostility to Lewis did not mean abandoning the rank-and-file miners in their battle. Foster urged that all our comrades in these districts who are striking miners should be categorically instructed not to leave the districts, but to remain in the places where they are on strike. That wires shall be sent to our language bureaus immediately urging them to put men in the field in the Pittsburgh district. That wherever we pull masses of miners out on strike, they shall immediately enter into negotiations with the UMWA so as to set up a situation where these officials cannot attack the strike successfully, but our comrades to retain a firm grasp over the situation. That we instruct our comrades generally throughout the mining section to carry on mass picketing wherever any attempts are made to scab, and that they stimulate the development of marches of the miners to pull out these scabbing men. They shall also strive to have left-wing speakers at all possible mass meetings of miners. Foster also proposed that, on the question of settlements, our comrades shall express an active opposition and fight against all individual settlements as well as district settlements. Finally, Foster proposed that, in the anthracite district we begin to lay the basis for agitation for the eventual calling out of the anthracite miners in support of the bituminous miners. All of these proposals were carried unanimously. After this, Pat T.U.E.L was instructed to devote his major attention to field strike work, and the daily worker staff was instructed to devote more space and more prominent space for the miners' strike, and to feature on its front page facts in the mining struggle, particularly the question of organizing the unorganized. A special committee was then appointed to take up the problem of relief in the miners' strike, and to seek international assistance to help the miners. 40. While supporting the union's struggle in the strike, the communists did not abandon the battle against the corrupt and dictatorial Lewis administration. At a meeting of the mining subcommittee of the party's Central Executive Committee, held on May 25, 1927, major attention was paid to mapping out details for an investigation of the corrupt elections in the last general election of the UMWA. The communist leaders proposed establishing a new miners' paper, to be called the Coal Digger, although they did not insist on any particular name, to be edited by John Brophy, and with Alex Howard as business manager. They also proposed that the paper be launched under the auspices of a voluntary association to investigate the corruption shown in the last general election of the UMWA and to prove the claims of Brophy, that he was duly elected to promote the Save the Union program to build and revive the old fighting traditions of the miners' union. It was also proposed that the paper, while contesting the election and claiming the presidency for Brophy, shall carry on a vigorous campaign for a militant strike struggle, linking up the anthracite grievances with the demands of the bituminous miners, for intensifying the campaign to organize the non-union territory, the setting up of relief committees with the UMWA as a basis, thus laying the basis for the calling of a general strike throughout the coal industry and for a national agreement. The paper shall also carry on a propaganda campaign for the nationalization of the mines and the other planks of the Save the Union program. 41. From the outset, the striking miners endured intense hardships. In addition to using strikebreakers, including blacks from Tennessee and Alabama, private police, and injunctions to break the strike, the operators evicted striking miners from their company homes and cut off credit at the company's stores. In Pennsylvania alone, some 8,000 to 10,000 families were housed in crude, union-built barracks. Relief was minimal. Few families received as much as $5 per week, with the average well below that amount. Lowell Limpus, a reporter for the New York Daily News, wrote, "I have just returned from a visit to T.U.E.L in Pennsylvania. I have seen horrible things there, things which I almost hesitate to enumerate and describe. I can scarcely expect my story to be believed. I did not believe it myself when the situation was first outlined to me. Then I went into the coal camps of western and central Pennsylvania and saw for myself. Many times it seemed impossible to think that we were in modern, civilized America. We saw thousands of women and children, literally starving to death. We found hundreds of destitute families living in crudely constructed bare board shacks. They had been evicted from their homes by the coal companies. We unearthed a system of despotic tyranny reminiscent of Tsar-ridden Siberia at its worst. We found police brutality and industrial slavery. We discovered the weirdest flock of injunctions that ever emanated from American temples of justice. 42. At Lewis' urging, a special convention was convened in Pittsburgh by President William Greene to assist the UMW. Attended by over 300 AFL representatives, it adopted resolutions calling upon all international unions to send money, materials and organizers to assist the strikers. The conference also urged the AFL Executive Council to confer with President Coolidge about the intolerable situation in Pennsylvania. The delegates pleaded with the mine operators to observe the law and to pay no heed to power assumed by those who are unauthorized under the law to limit, circumscribe, or repress their rights as citizens. 43. While the UMW and AFL leaders were begging the coal operators to obey the law, the Ohio and Pennsylvania Miners Relief Committees sponsored by the T.U.E.L called for a wide fundraising campaign to help the strikers defeat the unprecedented opposition of the coal operators. IZED and UMW women's auxiliaries were conducting relief activities and joining their male relatives in mass picketing, braving the coal and iron police, the state troopers and the company thugs. One reporter wrote from the coalfields, "The women are right in the front line of the struggle in many places, coming out on the picket line, battling with the coal and iron police and the troopers, daring merciless clubbing and coming back to the fight with cool courage again and again after they have been beaten up." 44. Black coal miners were special targets of coal and iron police brutality. A report of a committee appointed by black workers of the non-union Pittsburgh Coal Company told a gruesome story, noting that men employed by the coal company and known as coal and iron police have terrorized and intimidated the colored people and have transgressed upon their rights to such a degree that great concern is felt in some quarters for their future welfare, and it is quite possible in the very near future they will be compelled to band together for mutual protection. During the course of our investigation, we found numerous instances of ferocious brutality, too numerous to mention, but well known to the coal miners who live in these communities. However, we are glad to know that there is still some spirit left which we hope will eventually bring about a change for the better, which can only be accomplished by the combined effort of all colored coal miners. 45. There was no point complaining to the company or to the coal and iron police whom they hired. As Peter Gottlieb points out, the coal and iron police supplanted local law enforcement authorities to become the sole power in and around open shop mines. To their rules and harsh actions, there was no appeal for strikers or strikebreakers. 46. It is understandable that even the black strikebreakers turned to the UMW for protection. The Pittsburgh Courier, the national circulation black newspaper, reported that black miners were joining the UMW in significant numbers. 47. In September 1927, Lewis gave up the battle and instructed each district to sign up a separate agreement, making the best deal it could, and return to work. 48. With this capitulation, the Save the Union movement again became active. It denounced the sellout and called upon the miners to continue the struggle for a centralized wage policy. 49. In January 1928, a Save the Union conference adopted the slogan, "Lewis must go." 50. On February 18, 1928, Foster reported to the T.U.E.L National Committee. The left wing, not officially known as T.U.E.L but the Save the Union Committee, is waging war against the Lewis machine under the slogan, "Lewis must go." This has been adopted and used in Ohio effectively. Conferences held in Illinois were very good, although little preliminary organization work was done. Conferences were being held in Kansas, Wyoming, Ohio and Pennsylvania. The coal digger is being received enthusiastically in all parts of the industry. Supplementing Foster's report, William F. Dunn informed the National Committee that the anthracite situation is almost one of civil war, particularly in District 22. Pressure of unemployment, speed up and violation of contract are bringing things to a head. Our organization is not keeping pace with the sentiment of the rank and file. 51. In March 1928, the women of District 5 met in conference in Pittsburgh. The delegates, coming from all coal centers of the district, voted to organize a Mine Women's Progressive Committee, adopted resolutions in favor of the Save the Union program, and urged all women to support the continuing miners' struggles. They also elected representatives to the National Miners Save the Union conference to be held in Pittsburgh on April J.52. The call for the April conference, issued from Pittsburgh on March L. 1928, was signed by John Brophy, Pat T.U.E.L, and Powers Hapgood, and was addressed to all local unions and members of the United Mine Workers of America and the miners of the unorganized districts. It read in part, "The purpose of this conference will be to work out a program to meet the deep crisis which has been brought upon the Union by the incompetence and corruption of the Lewis machine. The Save the Union Committee calls upon the members of the United Mine Workers and the miners in the unorganized districts to unite to smash the conspiracy against the miners' union and living and working conditions in the mining industry. The miners must unite. The strike can and must be won. We must mobilize our full forces to spread the strike and to beat back the open shop attacks of the employers." On March 17, 1928, Foster predicted that the coal digger organ of the Save the Union Committee should have 100,000 circulation soon. National Committee. Trade Union Educational League, Daniel Bell Papers, Tamiment Library, New York University. The Lewis machine and its ruinous policies must go. Miners, take control of the local unions. Take the union into your own hands. The National Save the Union Conference will take definite steps. 2. To mobilize the full forces of the miners organized and unorganized to win the Pennsylvania and Ohio strike. 3. To organize the great mass of unorganized miners and to weld them into one powerful union. 4. To advance the general program of the Save the Union Committee, for a 6-hour day and 5-day week, for nationalization of the mines, for a labor party, for state insurance and relief of unemployment and for equal division of work, a national agreement for all coal miners, against arbitration and speed-up agreements, no wage cuts, for the Jacksonville scale, for an honest and aggressive leadership, the re-establishment of democracy in the union and abolition of company control. Miners everywhere, come to the National Conference of the Save the Union Committee. If your local union does not elect delegates, then form groups to send representatives. Disregard all intimidation and ignore all rumors of postponement of the conference. The National Save the Union Conference will put a halt to the offensive of the operators and will mark the beginning of a new period of growth and success for the miners' union. 53. On April 1, 1928, delegates representing 100,000 miners from all over the country met in conference in Pittsburgh. They passed resolutions for continuation of the strike, organization of the unorganized, equal jobs and equal pay for black miners, nationalization of the coal industry, and for the extension of the strike to the anthracite miners. The conference also issued a call to the wives and daughters of miners to organize their forces and stand shoulder to shoulder with the men in the fight to win the strike. 54. On April 16, 1928, the Save the Union Committee formally issued a call for continuation of the strike until victory. Thereupon, several thousand additional miners joined the walkout. In May 1928, a U.S. Senate committee appointed to investigate the situation in the coal industry in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio submitted its report. Senator Frank Gooding of Idaho reported that conditions which exist in the strike-torn regions of the Pittsburgh district are a blotch upon American civilization. The committee found men, women and children living in hovels which are more unsanitary than a modern swine pen. Another senator observed this is the enumeration in the original. In the Hocking and Sunday Creek valleys of southeastern Ohio, the miners' conditions were so terrible during the strike that the Cleveland News sent Dan Gallagher, a reporter, to tour the area. Gallagher traveled into the hills and visited small mining towns where he saw many homes with children and adults who were so lacking in clothing that they could not even get to the relief stations to secure aid. The response served that, had I not seen it myself, I would not have believed that in the United States there are areas where civil government was supplanted by a system that can only be compared with ancient feudalism. The investigation confirmed that there was a reign of terror incited by the operators, that private police were beating defenseless people, that miners' families were being evicted from their homes, and that the courts were issuing injunctions wholesale and violating civil liberties. 55. Decline of the UMW. On July 18, 1928, the 15-month-old strike came to an end. The operators succeeded in rolling back wages and working conditions that it had taken over 3 decades to win. The UMW was virtually eliminated from western Pennsylvania, eastern Ohio, and northern West Virginia. 56. In 1921, when John L. Lewis was elected president of the United Mine Workers, the union was the largest and most powerful industrial union in the United States. Within 7 years of Lewis' election, the UMW was prostrate and with only its leadership and administration intact. The Central Executive Committee of the Trade Union Educational League viewed the settlements of the 1927 strike as constituting a direct betrayal of the miners, and as confirming that our analysis of the mining situation is correct, that the union is being gradually disintegrated and is in danger of destruction. The Save the Union slogan is basically correct. 57. The Communists were the most active and influential group of the Save the Union campaign, which rallied around Brophy after the disastrous end of the coal strike. They were not, however, the only ones to feel the wrath of the Lewis machine. Any union members sympathetic to Brophy or the Save the Union campaign found themselves labeled as red and expelled from the UMW as dual unionists. John Brophy and Pat T.U.E.L, president and secretary-treasurer respectively of the Save the Union Committee, were exto. His articles produced contributions from Cleveland of goods for the miners, and the Ohio National Guard was called out solely to aid in the collection and distribution of relief donations. The Guard established kitchens that fed children 1 meal a day. Richard Straw, An Act of Faith. Southeastern Ohio miners in the coal strike of 1927, Lab less than year history 21, Spring, 1980, 234-35. Held from the Union as dual Unionists by presidential order. William Boyce, black leader of the committee, was suspended from the Union for a period of 99 years. Powers Hapgood was deprived of the opportunity to work as a Union miner. Unwilling to work in a non-Union mine, he was denied, at Lewis' order, a Union card wherever he went. 59. Wherever the Save the Union committee went, its members came under physical attack from Lewis goons. In Pittsburgh, in September 1928, committee members were denied access to their meeting hall as 200 UMW goons attacked them in the streets. One committee member was killed and 5 injured. The police then arrested over 122 men, nearly all committee members. Every Union member who failed to follow the Lewis line faced expulsion. One local after another was placed under presidential jurisdiction, giving Lewis control of the entire organization and subjecting it to one-man dictatorship. And while all this was occurring, UMW membership kept declining, dropping from 600,000 in the mid-1920s to between 60,000 and 150,000 in mid-1928.60. The Save the Union movement of the miners wrote significant pages in the history of the American labor movement. It represented a coalition of communists and non-communists united in a common objective to defeat the Lewis rule or ruin policy and restore the United Mine Workers to the status of the vanguard of working-class militancy in the United States. The miners faced physical attacks, expulsion and other reprisals. But they knew that they were not fighting just for themselves. As the Trade Union Educational League pointed out, the struggle of the miners to save their union, to organize the unorganized, to beat back the attempts to destroy the living standards built up after decades, is the struggle of the entire labor movement. The issue of the fight against class collaboration, against cringingly accepting lower wages and longer hours, vitally concerns every craft and every section of America's Army of Labor. The outcome of the struggle conducted by the Save the Union Committee, backed up by the overwhelming mass of the rank and file, will affect the course of the future development of the labor movement. 61. CHAPTER 3. Machinists and Carpenters. In the years before 1924, as we have seen in our previous volume, the entrenched, reactionary leadership of the International Association of Machinists, headed by President William A. Johnston, launched continuous attacks on the Trade Union Educational League. These intensified after 1924, as Johnston initiated an expulsion policy against groups of local unionists accused of belonging to the T.U.E.L and the Workers' Communist Party. In this situation, William Z. Foster was forced to explore ways of attuning the League to the more moderate opposition to Johnston, gathered around J.F. Anderson. 1. This had not been an easy decision for Foster since Anderson, though reluctantly, had supported the settlement of the 1922 railroad shopmen's strike. 2 ***. For Foster, the agreements arising out of the strike had symbolized the beginning of the decline of unionism during the 1920s into class collaboration. 3. While Anderson, like Foster, had deplored the lack of unity exhibited by the shopcrafts during the 1922 strike, he, unlike Foster, saw industrial unionism as a matter of gradual evolution, with its achievement in the far distant future. On the issue of amalgamation, Anderson was skeptical. In late 1923, he noted that there are plenty of examples of trades banded together in amalgamated units having the same hard struggle to advance the interests of their members as so-called independent unions. As an example, he cited the United Mine Workers, an industrial union that had almost complete control of their industry. Still, they are obliged to strike, and their * see Philip S. Foner History of the Labor Movement in the United States 9, New York, 1990, pp. 194-200 * see Ibid. pp. 174-182-31. Strikes are not always successful, for he said nothing about the corrupt Lewis machine and Lewis' continual concessions to the operators. Despite all this, the T.U.E.L, as we saw in the last volume, supported Anderson and his ticket, at the same time making it clear that this was not so much an endorsement of all he stood for, as it was a determination to eliminate the Johnston leadership. 5. After one of the bitterest campaigns in the history of the Union, during which Anderson predicted that all the votes might not be counted, the results were published in June 1925. According to the official announcement, Johnston received 18,021 votes and Anderson 17,076. William Hannon, the only candidate on Anderson's ticket to defeat his opponent, was elected vice president, having received 17,338 votes. 6. In the situation in the Machinists' Union and the immediate tasks of the left wing, Foster boldly declared that the T.U.E.L campaign in supporting Anderson was a success. It gave the party and the T.U.E.L new contacts in the Union and tended to break the isolation generally of the left wing in the labor movement. It resulted in an overwhelming defeat of the expulsion policy and enabled the left wing to work openly in the Machinists' organization. It brought forward the communists as practical and effective leaders. It caused the elimination of that outstanding symbol of class collaboration, WM. H. Johnston. It gave the left wing extensive experience in the application of the United Front policy in American trade unions. The campaign, Foster observed, had also revealed many outstanding weaknesses. There had been no systematic recruitment of party members, and the T.U.E.L did not work diligently enough to establish left-wing and progressive groupings or party fractions within the I.A.M. Foster then proposed a minimum program to build the party and left-wing forces in the I.A.M. This included launching a campaign to recruit party members among organized and unorganized machinists, concentration of party forces in the I.A.M. around the campaign to organize the unorganized, condemnation of the B&O plan, immediate amalgamation of all MEL trades, immediate campaign for a labor party, a fight against company unionism, and a special campaign for the RE-CIMD, pp. 200. For a discussion of the B&O plan in the Machinists' Union, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 9, New York, 1990, pp. 183-86, 197-98. Removal of the radical bar in the Constitution and for the organization of Negroes into the Union. Point 7. As Foster was making his assessment, the situation in the Machinists' Union was developing rapidly. After the election, Anderson published and sent to all I.A.M. lodges, and to officers of other unions, a circular entitled, The Story of the Big Steal, in which he accused Johnston of fraud in the ballot counting. Anderson was suspended from membership in the Union by President Johnston for having committed a subversive act. He would remain suspended until such time as he would file a satisfactory apology and retraction with the General Executive Council, together with his pledge and promise that he would never thereafter violate its constitution or be disloyal to its principles and to the purpose for which it was organized. Anderson appealed his suspension to the General Executive Council, which sustained the order of suspension. After negotiating with a special committee established to reconcile the opposing Johnston and Anderson factions, the latter withdrew his appeal from the decision of the Executive Council suspending him from membership. Thereupon the Executive Council by unanimous vote restored him to full membership. An appeal, signed by the Executive Council and Anderson, was sent to the Union membership, urging them to forget all partisan differences. 3. In the midst of the factional Johnston-Anderson fight, Johnston essentially outlawed communists by ukase, as Mark Perlman, an authority on the Union, puts it. Point 9. In July 1925, the General Executive Council issued an order to the effect that members of the Union must quit the Workers' Communist Party and the Trade Union Educational League by October 15, 1925, or be expelled from the I.A.M. Moreover, the logic employed in the expulsion campaign was broad enough so that every I.A.M. member who endorsed progressive measures was subject to the action of the International. This was made explicit in an article in the Machinists' Journal entitled, The Communist Plague in Our Union, which stated, Each communist, whether he belongs officially to the T.I.E.L. or not, is bound by party discipline to act in all union matters by party discipline, to act in all union matters, not as the interests of the organization would dictate, but in accordance with the order of the secret communist Sen** for a discussion of the constitutional ban against black workers in the I.A.M. See Ibid. Page 368. Trial Committee. It is clear, therefore, that anyone who openly supports in any manner communist activity aids thereby our bitterest enemy in fighting our union, and must therefore be regarded as an enemy of the Union. After lengthy extracts from the theses of the Communist International and other communist sources which, it concluded, conclusively proved that the destructive activity of the Workers' Party and the Trade Union Educational League had but one objective: to destroy the entire American labor movement if it could not control it. Hence, our local unions must not permit any member of this so-called Workers' Party, or any of its followers to hold any paid or unpaid offices in our organization. Our organization must not allow any of its officers, elected by our members, to receive orders from an outside enemy organization, from a political clique which constantly engages in conspiring against our organization. We must have discipline in our ranks. No organization can exist without discipline, and any one of our members who places the discipline of the Workers' Party above the discipline of his own union and aids thereby our enemies to plot against and injure our organization, is himself an enemy of the union and must not be permitted to hold membership in it. I.O. At the same time that this ukase was issued, a change appeared in the Machinists' Monthly Journal from 1914 on a statement of aims appearing at the front of each issue of the journal, had put the Union on record in favoring amalgamation. In 1925, following the expulsion of T.U.E.L and other progressive members, the statement of aims on the journal favoring amalgamation was modified. A codicil was added which held that, this shall not be construed to favor the theory of industrial unionism. 11 After all, who but communists and, or Toolers and their dupes, would favor industrial unionism? Thus, espousal of industrial unionism risked immediate expulsion. In response to the expulsion edict, the National Committee of the T.U.E.L met on September 10, 1925 to develop a policy on this critical matter. A letter was drawn up, signed by William Z. Foster, and sent to district organizers which urged the necessity of developing a skillful and intransigent resistance to the order issued by President Johnston of the Machinists' Union. The following is our general line of policy. You should make all comrades acquainted with it, but do not let this communication get out of your hands. The first phase of the fight against the expulsion order was to prevent the local unions from putting it into effect. Every device had to be used to this end. When the order came before the locals, T.U.E.L members should move to table it or to file it or to find other ways to bury it and keep the locals from acting upon it. In the event Johnston should instruct local secretaries to refuse to accept dues from specified members, it was necessary to do everything possible to get them to ignore those instructions. Threatened members in certain cases can stave off expulsion by paying dues in advance for several months, by which time the expulsion order may be defeated. In the event we cannot block the enforcement of the expulsion order, we must fight militantly in the local unions for regular trials and oppose the policy of expulsion without trial. The securing of trials will open up a whole vista of possibilities of delaying and preventing the expulsion order from going into effect. We should insist upon the application of the 2/3 rule in the question of expulsions. In all these maneuvers against the application of the expulsion policy, we should carry on the most militant campaign to win the support of the rank and file. Our fight against expulsion should be linked up with the general fight against the reactionary policies of the Johnston machine. An important aspect of the fight against the expulsion policy, Foster stressed, would be to line up the Anderson group against it, and enlist them as far as possible in our general fight against the expulsion policy. When actually confronted with certainty of expulsion, the policy should be: A. Members who are not definitely known as party members shall deny their membership in the party and the T.U.E.L. B. Members who have been quite definitely known as party members shall state that they were no longer members. C. Outstanding leaders who are widely known as party members shall refuse to obey Johnston's order and shall fight against expulsion on the basis of their right to belong to the party and the League. In all cases, however, where comrades deny their party membership, they shall, nevertheless, continue to maintain their membership and to carry on all party activities. Recognizing that this policy was fraught with danger, the letter to the district organizers added: The necessity of denying membership shall be explained to our membership and to the rank and file of the unions so that our militants may not be discredited. 12. At the same time that this letter was dispatched to district organizers, the Central Committee of the Workers' Communist Party distributed a resolution to all party members in the Machinists' Union. Basically, it repeated what had been set forth in the letter, but it added the following. Under present conditions, in order to mobilize the widest possible support of non-party workers in carrying on the fight in the trade unions against the expulsion of the communists, the basis of this fight shall not be the right of the union members to be members of the Communist Party only, but the struggle must be carried on the broader basis for the right of members of the trade unions to hold membership in any political organization they see fit. The fight against the expulsion policy must be tied up with the general fight of progressives against the reactionaries. 13. The letter to the district organizers had concluded with the assurance that if the program outlined in it was applied with judgment according to the various situations throughout the Union, Johnston's attack on the left wing can be broken up and very few of our militants will be victimized. 14. This seems to have been whistling in the dark, since it most certainly did not happen. The hope of rallying the supporters of Anderson against the expulsion policy proved to be just that, only a hope. In early 1926, Anderson's membership was restored, and the Anderson and Johnston factions in the JAM reached an understanding which isolated the members of the Trade Union Educational League. Both sides agreed to support a compromise president for the International Machinists' Union, Arthur G. Worden, who was elected in 1927 without opposition. 15. Foster acknowledged that the election of Worden posed many difficulties in opposing the expulsion policy. Worden is a powerful leader, he wrote. He has many warm friends in the Union, including outstanding leaders in the fight against Johnston, and because of the tradition that he was a progressive a dozen years ago, and because of his minority role in the hated Railroad Labor Board. ***, the fight against him will be difficult, especially in the early stages. 16. Just how difficult soon became clear. In an introductory circular, the new president of the JAM wrote, "If we are coarse, sick, we will be ***. In his doctoral dissertation, William Z. Foster, labor organizer and communist, 1910 to 1926, Edward P. Johanningsmeyer puts part of the blame for the failure to win Anderson and his followers on Foster. While Foster had been willing to compromise on a number of issues in order to build this coalition, he argues, Foster was compromising on the B&O plan. This, in fact, Johanningsmeyer insists, made it difficult for the T.U.E.L to establish united fronts in the unions during the 1920s. For Foster's unalterable opposition to the B&O plan created significant dissension among progressive unionists, many of whom favored the plan as a way to save their weakened unions. University of Pennsylvania, 1988, page 625. This may have been true at first, But soon enough even those who fervently supported the B&O plan in the hope it would halt the decline of the union movement learned the truth of the prediction Foster had made of the havoc the plan would create among unions which adopted it. In fact, both Foster's and the T.U.E.L's prestige mounted when these predictions were, unfortunately, realized. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 9, New York, 1990, 14, 174-75, 184. Less visionary and more practical in continuing our efforts in the direction of securing immediate and material benefits. 17. Following an ardent campaign to end the expulsion policy, T.U.E.L members who had been suspended or expelled by Johnston were reinstated only under the condition that they swear that they had given up membership in the Workers' Communist Party and the Trade Union Educational League. So as to make certain that they did not swear falsely, they were also forced to swear that they would never publicly espouse any of the principles of either organization. 18. Forced to keep silent on the pressing issues facing the IAM and the entire labor movement, they could do little to advance their cause. David M. Schneider observed in 1927 that, at present they, the Workers' Communist Party and the Trade Union Educational League, exert little influence in the International Association of Machinists. 19. The same conclusion could have been reached about the influence of the Workers' Communist Party and the Trade Union Educational League in the United Brotherhood of the Carpenters and Joiners, headed by John L. Lewis' rival as a corrupt, despotic union leader William L. Hutchison. When Hutchison won re-election in 1924, protests arose throughout the entire union over the counting of the vote. The most important protests came into union headquarters from Pittsburgh, Peoria, and St. Paul. Hutchison thereupon launched a new policy to handle these protests. He established a procedure of allowing dissenters to voice their outrage, and then either expelling them outright from the union, or demanding contrite and self-debasing apologies which permitted them to remain in the union only on tenure of good behavior. Hutchison was the final arbiter of what did and did not constitute good behavior. 28. T.U.E.L act of contrition was that of L. F. Kringle, the St. Paul dissenter, who had charged that in Hutchison's re-election, the ballots of 900 local unions had been arbitrarily thrown out. Faced with expulsion from the union, he said, "I am more than willing to admit that the protest, was an error of mine for which I owe you an apology, and am glad to do so, hoping that you may be able to overlook an error on my part." He was then reprimanded, and forced to promise never again to protest any action by the leadership. 21. For the earlier activities of the T.U.E.L in the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, see Foner, of CIT. 9. pp. 201-207. Hutchison then appointed a series of executive board committees and subcommittees which traveled from local to investigate communist and T.U.E.L influence. He sent them out with the notice that, "There are two isms that should enter our organization, that is unionism and Americanism, and all other isms or advocates should be kicked out and kicked out quickly." 22. Morris Rosen, a T.U.E.L activist in New York, who had dared to run against Hutchison for president, had to answer the following questions. First Vice President Cosgrove, "Do you believe in industrial unionism?" Morris Rosen, "I believe in amalgamation." Cosgrove repeats the above question several times and Rosen gives the same answer. Cosgrove then gets angry and says, "That means yes." W. T. Allen, "Are you a communist?" Rosen, "I refuse to answer that question. I believe it is unconstitutional to ask it." Rosen was expelled from the union. 23. The battle in Detroit began on January 9, 1925 when Hutchison ordered William Bud Reynolds expelled. The ostensible crime, notes Robert A. Christie, was membership in the Trade Union Educational League. The real crime. Detroit went for Rosen by 41 votes in the election. 24. Despite the fact that Hutchison had campaigned vigorously against him, Reynolds had managed to capture the vice presidency of the district, the presidency of his own local Union 240, and strong rank and file support. 25. All this carried not the slightest weight with the Hutchison machine. On January 10, 1925, Frank Duffy, a Hutchison henchman, informed the members of Local 240 by mail that they were to expel Reynolds. When they refused, the union lawyer obtained an injunct. Christie makes clear the utter degradation of the Carpenters' leadership, but he does this as if he is writing about a lark, and treats the people who were victims of Hutchison's viciousness as men who deserved what they got. He describes the T.U.E.L as the Brotherhood's opera bouffe left wing, charging them with daring to infiltrate the Carpenters' Union. He completely forgets that they were bona fide members of the union. Robert A. Christie, Empire in Wood. A History of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America, Ph.D. dissertation, Cornell University, 1954, page 487. T.U.E.L against Reynolds' participation in union affairs. However, Reynolds defied the injunction, was attacked and beaten by Hutchison's goons, and was arrested by the police for disturbing the peace. Hutchison then led an investigating subcommittee out to Detroit. To no one's surprise, the committee recommended lifting local Union 240's charter if the members did not expel Reynolds and have Hutchison take over the district council. 26. On May 16, 1924, the National Committee of the Trade Union Educational League met to discuss the district situation. They had before them a letter from Reynolds reporting that a pledge had been submitted to Local 420 which every member was required to sign. It read, "I, the undersigned, do hereby promise and agree that I will observe and comply with all the laws, rules and regulations of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America, and that I will in no way affiliate with or give support, assistance or comfort to the trade union, educational league, or any similar or kindred organization. In subscribing to the above, I do so of my own free will and accord, and agree that if I should violate said agreement, or pledge, it is understood that my membership in the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America be forfeited without complaint by me." 27. Reynolds reported that about 50 members of Local 420 had signed the pledge, but many had refused. The two Mullen brothers, old and influential members, stated that they would not sign and would carry it to the Supreme Court if necessary. The members of the Jewish local and the local itself by a motion point blank refused to sign it. It is safe to assume that we can get anything from 600 to 1,000, in my local union, to refuse to sign this pledge. At least 3 prominent members of as many locals will carry the case to court if necessary and I will be powerless to stop it. A serious building slump is settling in Detroit and the town is flooded with carpenters from everywhere looking for work. This situation is bound to produce unrest and strengthen our position of opposition. 28. Foster proposed that the T.U.E.L National Committee endorse the policy advocated by Reynolds, not to sign the pledge, to work out detailed means to continue the fight within the scope of the Union Constitution, to fight against dual union tendencies among the workers, to give no support, direct or indirect, to those who wished to take the case to court, and to censure those who signed the pledge without consulting the T.U.E.L. 29. The proposals were immediately adopted, and immediately telegraphed to Reynolds. 30. Once aware that the T.U.E.L members in Detroit would not take the issue of the pledge to court, the Hutchison machine expelled every single member who refused to sign it. This ended the protest in Local 140 and eliminated Reynolds as a threat to the machine. 31. In this connection, Daniel Bell, who collected the record quoted above, commented, "One interesting aspect of this was this decision not to go into court. Actually, the union would have been most effective if it did go into court since it could probably stop Hutchison at this point, but the left-wing prejudice against using the capitalist courts was probably too strong at that time. This is an illustration, perhaps, of the weakness of the T.U.E.L, created by the nature of left-wing ideology." 32. Actually, it was an ideology that Foster and other leaders of the T.U.E.L inherited from their IWW and syndicalist years. The scene next shifted to Chicago. As we have seen in our previous volume, the arbitration award handed down in 1920 by Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis to settle a building trades strike in Chicago was widely regarded as an open shop instrument which stripped the unions of many of their gains and much of their power. Although the other building trades unions signed the award and agreed to abide by it, the carpenters refused. Harry Jensen, president of the Carpenters Chicago District Council, asked permission of the membership to sign with the employers on the best terms possible. They refused him, fearing that he would capitulate and sign the Landis award. Jensen then called on Hutchison to negotiate with the employers. The morning after the negotiations ended, the Chicago papers headlined the news that the carpenters had thrown aside the Landis plan and obtained the closed shop. A day later, Jensen was elected to head the district council for another term. A month later, the terms of the contract Hutchison had negotiated leaked out. In all important respects, it was a repetition of the Landis award. 33. The T.U.E.L militants denounced Jensen and Hutchison for having pulled off a sellout. Winning control of Local 181, they sent a resolution, replete with anger and rage, to the 1924 convention. It was pigeonholed in the usual Hutchison manner. Then after the asterisk see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 4, New York, 1965. And EIMD. 9, New York, 1990, 201. Convention adjourned. Hutchison immediately informed the leaders of Local 181 that the signers of the resolution must be expelled. The 5 dissidents were tried by local leaders who were members of the Hutchison machine, and the trial was denounced as a Star Chamber affair. The expulsion charge was dissemination of scurrilous literature. The men on trial provided the photostat of a notarized affidavit of one of the members of the local trial board in which he swore that the report of the trial was tampered with after it left the local, so as to make the recommended penalty more severe. It was ignored, and the signers of the resolution were expelled while the other members of the local were warned that they would receive the same treatment if they protested the action. 34. In the end, the expulsion of the 5 men was lifted, after each had signed a statement pledging to sever connections with the trade union educational league and after they had apologizing publicly for insulting Hutchison. They were reinstated on probation with the understanding that they would again be expelled if they uttered or published any statements advocating principles and issues associated with the Trade Union Educational League. 35. In early 1926, Hutchison took on the New York Carpenters led by Morris Rosen, T.U.E.L activist. In 1923, Rosen had entered the Brotherhood and within a year, led a progressive slate in Local 376, which wrested control of the Union from the old gang that was loyal to Hutchison. When Rosen engaged accountants to look into the records of the previous treasurer, Meyer Rudinsky, it became evident that at least $1,200 was missing and had been stolen. After the local expelled him, Rudinsky went to Hutchison, who sent a henchman to take possession of the local's books. Rosen refused to turn them over, fearing, as had often happened before under Hutchison, that they would disappear and with them the evidence. He based his action on a clause in the Brotherhood's constitution which allowed the international officers to examine local unions' books, but only within the local's jurisdiction. Rosen interpreted this to mean that the books had to be examined in the local offices, and Hutchison's agent received no books. In June 1926, a committee appointed by Hutchison and headed by Frank Duffy reported that Rosen refused to surrender the books to conceal the fact that the local's funds had been given to the Trade Union Educational League. Although no evidence was produced to back up the charge, Rosen and a number of his followers were expelled, and Local 376 was suspended, all subject to convention appeal. 36. A few members of Local 376 were reinstated before the convention met, but they had first to sign the pledge not to associate in any shape or form with the T.U.E.L, not to support in speech or writing any issue associated with the League, and they were barred from any office in the Union for 5 years. 37. As a grand gesture, Hutchison allowed Rosen to appear at the 1928 convention, even inviting him to the platform to state his case. "Please come here," he told Rosen, "and stand here beside the flag, the one you don't think so much of." When Rosen requested a fair chance to speak, Hutchison told him ominously, "I will take care of you afterwards. Go as far as you like." Rosen then proceeded to deliver a long attack on Hutchison, calling him a dictator and a traitor to the best interests of the carpenters. Thereupon Duffy, who was presiding, pointed an accusing finger at Rosen, and told the delegates, "There are two of us here on the platform today, Morris Rosen and myself. The organization is not big enough for both of us. Either he goes out or I go out, and I'm not going out." Only by the narrowest of margins was Rosen able to escape violence. This is made dear in the following dialogue. Hutchison: "Please get out of this building and off the Brotherhood's property as quickly as possible." A delegate: "Mr. President and delegates, as a member of the United Brotherhood, I would make one request on behalf of the man we have expelled, and that is that we grant him a safe conduct until he has left the city of Lakeland." Hutchison: "That will be done. I am going to ask every member of the Brotherhood in this room to do this. Just show that you are real men and do not lay your hands on the likes of him until he gets out of our sight." 38. Then a mass purge followed. Delegate Flynn: "That is the only one, Mr. Chairman." Hutchison: "Let us deal with the rest of them tomorrow morning." Delegate Flynn: "Are the names of the destructionists available, those who are seated in the hall? If they are, let's deal with them the same as we have with Rosen." Hutchison: "It is in order, and the secretary will give the names of the members you refer to." Duffy: "Robert Golden, 1164. Hutchison: "Please rise, you are accused of being a communist." A delegate: "I move that Robert Golden be expelled from the Brotherhood." The motion was seconded and carried unanimously. When Golden attempted to resist, President Hutchison shouted, "Get out, and do not make it necessary to put you out." Duffy: "Nathan Rosen, 1164. Hutchison: "He is not present, but we can take the same action." Duffy: "Thomas Schneider, 2090. Hutchison: "He is present as a delegate. What is your pleasure?" A delegate: "I move that Thomas Schneider be expelled from the Brotherhood." By this time it was late in the afternoon, and the delegates adjourned for dinner. A special committee was given the rest of the alleged communists to handle as it saw fit. The committee heard from 11 men in all, 3 of whom were ousted as communists. 8 of them supplied affidavits of non-communism. Of these, 2 were given a clean bill of health, and 6 were put on probation because a disturbing element has been active lately in Chicago. One of the men put on probation, pleading against the action, said, "We have been trying to put new blood in the organization. 4. Without opposition the United Brotherhood, would be stagnant and dead," to which Hutchison's spokesperson, John Halkett, replied, "That is fine up to a certain point, but when the majority has spoken you must desist from opposition to the organization." In short, dissenters would not be tolerated, and the men being expelled, suspended, or put on probation were being so treated, primarily because they were dissenters, whatever else they may or may not have done. N39. As the letter of the National Executive Committee of the Trade Union Educational League, in the case of the expulsion of its members from the International Association of Machinists, had predicted, once the communists were expelled or suspended, it would not be long before any member who opposed the leadership would share the same fate. And since any expelled or suspended member in a closed shop local lost any opportunity to work at his trade, the purge was very effective. Even in the case where a closed shop did not exist, collusion between the employers and the dictatorial union leaders produced the same result. In the case of the Carpenters' Union, Hutchison made it clear that anyone who was suspected of left leanings, or even just opposition to the leadership, had to take an oath similar to the one used in Detroit or face expulsion and loss of a job. In a closed shop, only union members in good standing can work in the place of employment. For all practical purposes, the activity of the Trade Union Educational League in the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners was at an end. On August 5, 1926, Foster reported to the T.U.E.L. Executive Committee. He conceded that great difficulties stood in the way of making any headway in the battle for progressive trade unionism in the Carpenters' Union. But he insisted that the proper way to deal with the situation was to start an organization to build the union, pointing out that membership in the union had either stood still or declined since 1920. The report continued. Foster proposed that the organization committee be used as an instrument to build the Carpenters' Union and eventually to capture the district council, and that a left-wing bloc be built within the organization. But the advice proved to be impossible to carry out, at least for the time being. T.U.E.L. Minutes, Daniel Bell Collection. Chapter 4. The Ladies' Garment. Workers. The expulsion policy practiced in the miners, machinists, and carpenters' unions was also present in the needle trades unions. But basically the expulsion strategy in the garment trades backfired. In the Ladies' Garment Workers' Union, despite the aggressive campaign of expulsions that began early in 1923, the Trade Union Educational League was able to score a number of sensational victories. The 1924 ILGWU convention was a complete rout for the left. The convention rejected all official appeals against expulsions, suspensions, and reorganizations that had taken place since the previous convention. The membership learned just how little democracy there was in the ILGWU under right-wing, socialist, leadership, and what they learned made them more sympathetic to the left wing. At the same time, conditions in the trade were also deteriorating. The union had recently lost a long general strike in Philadelphia, and the left wing charged sabotage. The attempt to organize Chicago's dress market involved a very costly strike that ended in failure in June of 1924. In New York, things were ripe for a major strike, but the administration settled on the appointment of a governor's commission to study the situation, feeling that a strike was too costly. Here, too, the left wing found willing ears for its charges of collaboration with the employers. 1. Up to this point, the Trade Union Educational League was still mainly educational in nature, even though it engaged in election and E. Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 9, New York, 1990, 272-73, 278-8045. Campaigns. There was no way to continue along that path. The League had either to quit or fight for control of the union. There was little question as to which way the T.U.E.L. would go. Foster made it official in September 1924, when he proclaimed in the Labor Herald. The next task of the Trade Union Educational League is to crack the hard shell of official opposition against the progressive movements now surging amongst the rank and file. The usurping bureaucrats must not be allowed to get away with the present outrageous flouting of the workers' interests. The League must bring direct pressure to bear against them and, whenever possible, drive them from office, or where this is not achieved, teach them obedience. The era of passing resolutions only to have them thrown into the wastebasket by sneering and stupid officials is past. The era for action is at hand. 2. With the local ILGWU elections in the fall of 1924 and spring of 1925, the left wing was ready, and turned them into referenda on union democracy. They ran on a platform that stressed militancy, but their main demands were reinstatement of expelled members, and the end of barring candidates from the ballot. The new constitution required all candidates to sign an anti-T.U.E.L. loyalty pledge to get on the ballot, and the candidates of the left went ahead and signed. The left was allowed on the ballot, and the result was that the left wing won control of the executive boards of Locals 2, 9, and 22 in New York, with some 70% of the membership, and made major gains in Boston, Chicago, and Philadelphia. Through this series of stunning victories, the radicals gained control of the executive board of Local 2, which had only recently been created by joining together Local L, one of the focal points of radical opposition, with Local 17, a major conservative bulwark. The union administration had expected that the conservatives would dominate the merged organization. Then the conservative executive board of Local 22 lost to an insurgent slate, and Local 9, the finishers, re-elected Louis Hyman in a left-wing executive board. The radicals also succeeded in defeating a referendum proposal drawn up by the New York Joint Board to raise the weekly dues from 35 to 50 cents. The National Committee of the Needle Trades section of the Trade Union Educational League campaigned against the proposal and was so successful that even the conservative-controlled Locals 12 and 35 defeated the board's recommendation. Point 3. The administration looked around desperately for an excuse to step in and soon found it. As the 1925 May Day demonstrations approached, the administration suggested that this May Day in particular should be utilized as a great protest against the contemporary autocrats in Russia who had squelched every trace of independent thought and crowded their jails with thousands of socialists, trade unionists and anarchists. The large locals rejected this advice and included Moise J. Oljan, editor of the Yiddish-language communist daily, Freiheit, in their speakers list for a joint May Day meeting of Locals 2, 9 and 22. The meeting endorsed a wide-ranging resolution to fight the open shop and the use of child labor and to work toward the amalgamation of craft unions. It also demanded that the United States establish diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union. Point 4. More expulsions. Using the May Day meeting as a justification, the New York Joint Board suspended and placed on trial 77 members of the Executive Board of the left-wing Locals 2, 9 and 22, which, taken together, constituted more than half of the union's membership. The suspension of the majority of the executive board simply because these locals had been addressed by a communist speaker was an indication of how dictatorial the conservative leadership had become. One night, right-wing emissaries seized the headquarters of Locals 2 and 9, but when they attempted to gain control of Local 22's property, they were beaten off, the New York Times reported, by 200 young women. Indeed, the Times reported that most of the expelled members of the executive boards were women and that they were replaced by men. Point 5. At a mass meeting held on June 15, 1925, the three locals established a joint action committee to fight the expulsions and reinstate those on trial. The committee drew up a program suggested by however, to make the action appear less arbitrary, a further charge was added that the executive board of Local 22 had acted improperly in allowing bonds owned by the local to be used as security for a loan for a left-wing summer camp near New York City. Thus, the legal basis for the suspension was made to appear as mise force offense, but the financial aspect is scarcely mentioned in the pro-administration accounts of the actions, or even in the JEB report itself. Repent of the General Executive Board to the 18th Convention of the International Dies Garment Workers Union, 1925, pp. 45-46, Stanley. Nadel, The Communists and the Needle Trades, from 1920 to 1928, M.A. Thesis. Columbia University, 1973, page 28. The JEB noted that the simple act of inviting a communist to address the meeting amounted in itself to little, but that the circumstances under which it was done were significant since they showed clearly the trend of their minds. Proceedings of the ILGWU Convention, 1925, page 45. The formal name was the Joint Committee of Action, but it became known as the Joint Action Committee. T.U.E.L, condemning all dual union tendencies and warning that a split would prove ultimately disastrous and cause the return of sweatshop conditions. The JAC pressed for militant defense of the workers in their day-to-day grievances by demanding higher wages, shorter hours, better working conditions, greater union democracy, more open accounting procedures and a strengthening of the union's ideological and organizational base. Point 6. The left wing set out to forge a united front among all workers opposed to the ILGWU leadership. As William Z. Foster explained, "It will be possible for us, by the systematic and intelligent application of our united front slogans and tactics, to unite masses of workers into struggles against the powerful and firmly entrenched reactionaries." 7. In order to achieve this goal, the JAC drew up a program that dealt with the most important issues for the rank and file workers. The program was not only the result of the influence of the communists and the T.U.E.L members in the JAC, but was proposed by workers of varying political beliefs. It was not, despite the conservatives' claim, in any way a communist program. As David Gurowski points out, unlike the entrenched union officialdom, the Joint Action Committee did not isolate itself from the masses, but operated as working members of the union themselves, to attract those garment workers unhappy with the incumbent leadership, for whatever reason, to its side. 3. Not surprisingly, the Joint Board Trial Committee found all 77 defendants guilty and suspended them for 3 years, despite the fact that the only specific act the trial committee mentioned was the May Day meeting. 9. While the administration went through the formalities of a trial, the JAC took its fight into the shops and streets. The radicals held their first demonstration on July 9, 1925, when about 30,000 cloakmakers and dressmakers poured into Yankee Stadium. The organizers allowed only those workers with up-to-date union cards inside, and thousands were turned away. Characterized by the left wing as the largest mass meeting ever held by members of the International, the rally adopted a resolution supporting the demands for a 40-hour week, a guaranteed 36-week work year and control of the sub-manufacturers. It also condemned the recent increases in the dues rate, claiming that the receipts were being wasted on useless projects. In addition, the left wing demanded the resignation of Sigmund, Israel Feinberg and Perlstein. The JAC declared that it would not recognize any agreements made by the conservatives with the employers during the dispute. Finally, the JAC set up a defense fund to help those workers who needed legal aid because of their struggle for progressive unionism. 9. The Joint Action Committee decided next to hold a 2-hour work stoppage on the afternoon of August 20th, to demonstrate once more that the vast membership of the union stands with us in this fight. President Sigmund issued an appeal and a warning to the membership, and the cloak manufacturers announced that, in the event of employees leaving their work, it will practically be optional with the employers whether the employees shall be allowed to return to work. Thus, the manufacturers lined up with a union leadership in opposition to its own membership. Despite these pleas and warnings, 20 to 30,000 garment workers walked off their jobs on August 20th. It is clear, even to scholars who are bitterly anti-communist and totally uncritical of the ILGWU administration, that in the struggle against the Sigmund administration, the T.U.E.L enjoyed the support of most of New York's garment workers. 12. With the members supporting the Joint Action Committee, the administration came under increasing pressure to compromise. Morris Hillquit, chairman of the Socialist Party, strongly urged a settlement, and even the Forward Association, a center for anti-communist agitation, favored one. Unable to hold out, the administration agreed to a truce with the Joint Action Committee. I am aware of the danger lurking in the peace settlement, Sigmund lamented, but what can I do? The Forward is threatening to cut off my support. Besides, I do not want people to accuse me later of being the cause of the ruin of the ILGWU. 13. The agreement was called Peace Without Victors or Vanquished by the administration. 14, but it was in reality a victory for the left wing. In addition to winning reinstatement, the left now had an opportunity to gain reforms that might well result in their winning control of the union. The settlement included acceptance by the JEB of the right of all members to express their political beliefs freely, the lifting of all the suspensions imposed in July, and the establishment of committees, open to all members of the 3 locals, to supervise new elections. The troublesome issue of proportional representation was resolved by the agreement to hold a special Harmony convention 5 months early on November 23, 1925 to deal with the question and submit its proposals on the subject to a membership referendum, with both majority and minority viewpoints to be submitted for consideration. 15. 1925 ILGWU Convention. The new elections, which were held in Locals 2, 9 and 22 and in the New York Joint Board, resulted in sweeping victories for the left wing. The left also did very well in the elections for convention delegates in the big locals across the country. The administration won the support of all the small locals, which would lose their power in the union if the convention went in favor of proportional representation. 16. The left went to Philadelphia, seat of the convention, with the votes of nearly 70% of the membership, mostly from the large locals. But because of the inequitable representation system, the smaller right-wing locals were able to control over half the delegates. For example, 8 small locals, with a total dues-paying membership of 197, were represented by 17 delegates, while locals 2, 9, 22 and 35, with 39,000 workers, received only 49 seats. The 114 delegates supporting the left wing at the convention represented 44,762 workers, while the 148 delegates supporting the administration represented only 15,832 workers. 17 Because each of the small locals, some of which existed mainly on paper, was guaranteed at least 2 votes by the Constitution, the right wing was able to control a majority of the delegates. 18. The key debate at the convention occurred when the Committee on Offices reports endorsed the administration's policies. The left wing submitted a counter-report, pointing to the decline in union membership and insisting that the employers, taking advantage of the ILGWU's preoccupation with internal disputes, had been able to undermine working conditions and drive the union out of many shops. The administration defended the expulsions and blamed communism and communist tactics for many of the union's difficulties. By a roll call vote of 150 to 112, the convention upheld the expulsion policy. 19. The recommendation in the report presented by the Constitution Committee fell far short of proportional representation and, more important, made no mention of any membership referendum. As Louis Hyman came to realize that the administration had no intention of allowing a referendum on proportional representation, he called for a walkout of everybody, in sympathy with the people who have been fighting with the Joint Action Committee. Hyman thereupon left, followed by most of the other left-wing delegates. 20. William F. Dunn, a member of the Central Executive Committee of the Communist Party, who was in Philadelphia as an observer for the Daily Worker, met with the left-wing delegates at a nearby hotel, convinced them that a secessionist policy would bring disaster for the entire left wing, and urged them to return to the convention. The next morning the left-wing delegates were back, and the right wing agreed to seek a solution to the problem. Finally, it was agreed that a referendum would be held on the representation issue and that the Radicals would be granted 4 or 5 seats on the General Executive Board. The Conservatives assured themselves of overall control of the Union by holding 11 of the 15 seats on the JEB.21. On the final day of the convention, the Appeals Committee recommended that all members who had been deprived of the right to hold office because of membership in the T.U.E.L, but who had not been charged with any overt acts against the Union, should have their rights restored. The committee further recommended that all other disciplined members have their Union membership restored, but that any further return of rights, such as the right to hold office, be left to the local Union. Over the objection of the left wing, which demanded the return of all rights to its members, the convention approved it. In the elections, however, Hyman and 3 other left-wingers were elected to the new JEB, over the objection of many conservatives. 22. With the end of the Harmony Convention, the focus of the struggle shifted back to New York City. New elections held in locals 2, 9, 22 and 35 resulted in sweeping victories for the left wing. The Radicals won a majority on the New York Joint Board. Louis Hyman was elected general manager and Charles Sasha Zimmerman manager of the dress division. Especially important was the victory of the radical, progressive cloak and dressmakers, Slade in the election for business agents. The business agent, the direct link between the shop worker and the union hierarchy, was responsible to see that the employers complied with the union contract. He visited shops, listened to workers' complaints, and met with the owners to resolve grievances. The left wing charged, however, that the agent and the employer often maintained a collusive relationship detrimental to the interests of the membership, because the business agent frequently overlooked contract violations in return for bribes from the owners. This was known by so many workers from their own experience that they overwhelmingly elected all candidates of the progressive cloak and dressmakers, Slade to office. 23. 1926 strike in New York. Once in control of the New York Joint Board, the left wing set out on an organizing drive in the dress industry. While wages had dropped for nearly all workers since 1924, the decline had been most severe for the women in the dress industry. 24. The new organizing campaign, launched in January 1926, quickly brought many additional members into the Union. Local 22, for example, grew from 7,000 to 11,000 members. The dressmakers rallied enthusiastically to the Joint Board, and the Union brought many former Union shops back into the fold, with wage increases for the workers. 25. But the Joint Board's main interest was in signing an effective new cloak contract with the employers following the expiration of the existing agreement at the end of June 1926. In 1924, Governor Alfred E. Smith had appointed a commission to study the garment industry. While the Union awaited its report, expected in the spring of 1926, the Joint Board held a referendum on a special strike fund under which every worker was assessed $20. The assessment was approved by the membership. 26. On May 20, 1926, the Governor's Advisory Commission issued its final recommendations. The report proposed that the jobbers be limited in the number of contractors with whom they could do business, but it failed to recommend, as the Union had demanded, that they be held responsible for conditions in their contractors' shops. It suggested pay raises ranging from $2.50 to $6 a week for the inside shops, improvements in the unemployment insurance fund and the establishment of an employment office. However, it ignored the Union's demand for 36 weeks guaranteed employment and a 40-hour week. Worst of all from the workers' point of view was the recommendation that the larger employers, shops with 35 or more workers, be allowed to replace up to 10% of their workers once a year. This right of reorganization would allow employers to fire the most militant workers in the shops without regard to seniority and without cause. In its desire to avoid a strike, the ILGWU leadership had hoped that the Commission's report would recommend measures to curb the power of the jobbers in the industry and a shorter workweek. When the report was made public, however, the Sigmund administration did not dare to support it openly. Mendations. A week later, 2,000 shop chairmen did the same, unanimously. 27. On June 29, 1926, 25,000 cloakmakers gathered in Madison Square Garden and unanimously voted to strike. Speakers at the meeting included Morris Sigmund, Hugh Frayne of the AFL, Ben Gold, left-wing leader of the Furriers, Sidney Hillman, president of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, and Louis Hyman, general manager of the New York Joint Board. All spoke in favor of a strike, and Sigmund urged, "In order to win this fight, it is imperative that, without exception, we should all, no matter what social ideas and theories we may cherish in this general strike, be united wholeheartedly and inspired by one central objective, to secure as speedily and as completely as possible the winning of the vital demands for which it is fought." A 9-point program was adopted, demanding a limitation on jobbers, higher wages, a 36-week year based on the 40-hour week, the right of union representatives to examine employers' books to check for compliance with the contract, the unionization of designers and examiners, the establishment of a labor bureau that would try to equalize work among the contractors' shops, a limit to the use of labor-saving machines, and no reorganization rights for the employers. In an unprecedented move, the cloakmakers defeated Sigmund for the post of chairman of the General Strike Committee and elected Louis Hyman the first time someone other than the international president assumed that position. 29. Hyman told the press, "The strike is inevitable. The jobbers who control most of the trade, and the manufacturers who are half-jobbers, have made it unavoidable. The misery of the cloakmakers, their inability to make a living in the shops, their intolerably long periods of unemployment, and the general demoralization in the industry fostered by the jobber system of production, have left for the cloakmakers no other avenue of relief but to strike for their demands." 30. On July 1st, the strike of 40,000 cloakmakers began, almost one-quarter of them women, and it completely closed down the industry. On July 7th, headlines in a New York newspaper read, "Garment Walkout 100% Perfect." The article went on, "In past strikes, strike leaders of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union point out, it was necessary to send out committees to cover weak spots here and there, but this time such a procedure is unnecessary." Both of the trade dailies, the Daily News Record and Women's Wear Daily, reported a 100% strike. 31. The strikers showed their militancy by mass picketing demonstrations, and their morale remained high. On July 16th, the International reported that the strike was in excellent shape, with as many as 20,000 workers engaged in mass picketing. The New York Police Department's industrial squad began arresting thousands of strikers on charges of blocking traffic. In addition, the strikers had to fight gunmen hired by the employers. Citing the fact that many of those injured by the gangsters were women, the Daily Worker declared that the women strikers are proving their determination to drive out the terrorism of the gangsters and continue the struggle to victory. 32. In mid-September, the employers secured an injunction against the union that banned all picketing. The union, with Hyman and Sigmund in agreement, ignored the injunction, and the number of arrests soared, reaching 600 on a single day. 70% of those arrested were women strikers. 33. On October 8, in response to an appeal from the cloakmakers union, a trade union conference was held that brought together representatives of 800,000 workers in virtually every union throughout the metropolitan area. The appeal declared that the industry was again threatened with the return of the sweatshop system. It cited the wholesale arrests of pickets and the use of gangsters by employers against strikers, and an injunction against the union, so sweeping in scope, drastic in effect and reckless in its provisions as to make it unique in the history of labor jurisprudence. It urged labor solidarity in support of the strikers, noting that the employers pinned their whole hope on their ability to starve the workers into submission. 34. The Unionists adopted a program to help the striking garment workers, condemned the injunction, pledged $1 a week from each union member as long as the strike continued. Funds for the strike came in from other sources as well. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers donated over $250,000, while the Workmen's Circle contributed $50,000 and the American Fund for Public Service presented the strikers with a 6-month loan of $100,000. The American labor movement is rallying like one person to the support of the strikers from one end of the country to the other, exulted Justice. The strike also won international support in the form of messages from the Bureau of Amsterdam International Alliance of Clothing Workers Unions and the All-Union Needle Trades Workers Union of the Soviet Union. 35. Tie-ons refused to budge. According to Benjamin Gitlow, then a leading communist, the manufacturers were ready to settle the strike in September on the basis of a 40-hour week, an increase in wages, and a modified form of reorganization, but the strike leaders could not accept the settlement because the Communist Party leaders, William Z. Foster and J. Lovestone, opposed it as inadequate. 36. Most historians have accepted Gitlow's accusation as true, and anti-communist historians have used it to accuse the Communist Party leadership of having forced the garment workers to suffer for years to come. However, the evidence for Gitlow's statement that such an offer was made is not at all clear-cut, and there is no reference to it in the contemporary press. On November 13, an agreement was reached with the Inside Manufacturers Protective Association, covering about one-third of the workers. The contract was for 3 years, and in it the union conceded the employer's main demand 10% reorganization rights for the manufacturers who employed a minimum of 35 workers, raised to 40 in June 1928, for 32 weeks a year. In return, the employers agreed to reduce the workweek to 42 hours immediately and to 40 in June 1928, to raise wages by 10% over the amounts proposed by the Governor's Commission, and to limit the number of submanufacturers per jobber. 38. No one was happy with the agreement, especially with the reorganization clause. But both the left-wing officials and the membership realized that, while a better agreement might have been reached, the long strike had depleted their treasury, exhausted them, and left them to face a bleak winter. 39. The shop chairman voted to accept the agreement by almost 4 to 1.40. The settlement left the radicals in a weakened position within the union, and Women's Wear predicted that the right wing would provoke a bitter internal fight. 41. In Reds versus Pinks. A civil war in the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. New Oral History 66 Uanuary, 1985, 66-67. Stanley Nadel does not go this far, but he accepts Sasha Zimmerman's conclusion, in an interview with him, that there can be no more striking example of what party domination means to a union. Nadel calls the comment apt, but he offers no evidence for this statement apart from Zimmerman's remark, and fails to note how hostile to the Communist Party Zimmerman had become at the time he was interviewed. Left-wing conduct of 1926 strike attacked. It was an accurate prediction. The administration followed a two-pronged approach. After the strike failed, the right wing claimed to have opposed it from the beginning, even though Sigmund had rejected the Governor's Advisory Commission report, and right-wing leaders Salvatore Ninfo and David Dubinsky led the crucial strike settlement committee. Only after the poor settlement in November did the right wing begin to criticize the strike publicly. As Stanley Nadel points out, there was nearly unanimous public support for a strike call, and the cloakmakers would have been very displeased with any group that had opposed the strike. 42 The second and more immediate approach of the right-wing leadership was revealed in a statement issued by the administration on December 1. It accused the strike leaders of allowing the Communist Party to direct the strike, of allowing possible opportunities for a good settlement to pass unexplored, and of mismanaging strike funds. The General Executive Board further charged that the settlement agreed to was a disaster for the workers and that the few gains could have been won without a strike. The statement concluded, "It is the sacred duty of the labor movement to rid itself of this pestilence. The communist leadership of the Cloakmakers Union has all but ruined the organization. The great task before the cloakmakers of the New York Joint Board at this time is to rid themselves of their irresponsible and ruinous leadership." 43. At a rally called by the right wing the following day, Sigmund and Dubinsky demanded that the incumbent General Strike Committee resign. The demand was rejected, and the committee chairperson denounced Sigmund and Dubinsky for conspiring to break the strike. The Daily Worker declared angrily, "Never in the history of the American labor movement has such a treacherous and dastardly move been undertaken against thousands of militant and courageous workers." 44. The split in the union leadership did not go unnoticed by the employers. Those who had settled earlier on the union's terms now demanded new terms equivalent to those won by the protective ASO**. After a careful study of the issue of strike finances, Gurowski concludes that there was no evidence of widespread misuse of funds. David Gurowski, Factional Disputes within the ILG, 191-1928, Ph.D. dissertation, SUNY at Binghamton, 1978, page 76. Seeing their chance, the independent manufacturers and the members of the Sub-Manufacturers Association pressed for a similar agreement. Then, on December 9, the sub-manufacturers locked out their workers. The same day, representatives of 35 unions met at the Rand School of Social Science, the educational institution of the Socialist Party, and formed the Committee for the Preservation of the Trade Unions in order to wage war on the Communists. 45. On December 11, President Sigmund published a scathing denunciation of the left wing in the Forward and promised that the JEB would intervene in the strike. The next day he called an emergency meeting of the board, which accused the left-wing strike leaders of wrongly permitting the sub-manufacturers to enjoy the same reorganization rights granted the inside manufacturers and of improper use of union funds. The left-wing representatives denied these charges, but the conservatives voted, with only 3 left-wing members dissenting, to assume control of the strike. The JEB then issued a statement proclaiming its direction of the strike and the lockout. 46. Once back in power, the conservative strike leaders immediately agreed to arbitrate the differences with the contractors. Within 3 days, the arbitrators rendered a decision granting the sub-manufacturers the right to reorganize their shops if they employed a minimum of 35 workers, to become 40 in June 1928, for at least 32 weeks a year, provided that they had been in business for at least 2 years. The settlement brought wage scales and hours into line with those agreed to by employers in the rest of the cloak industry. 47. The left wing responded with street demonstrations and called a mass meeting at Madison Square Garden for December 18. The Committee to Save the Trade Unions, headed by Abraham Beckerman of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, who had a reputation for strong-arm methods, threatened to take over or break up the meeting. In an atmosphere of tight security, 18,000 workers entered the garden and encouraged the left-wing leadership to carry on the fight. In order to raise money for the struggle, they decided to sell bonds with the slogan, "Save the Cloakmakers Union." The meeting passed resolutions condemning President Sigmund and demanding his resignation. 48. Purge of the left wing. The General Executive Board retaliated the next day by revoking the charters of Cloakmakers Locals 2, 9 and 35 and ordering the members of these locals to re-register with the new committees set up by the JEB or be considered out of the union. 3 days later, the JEB did the same to Dressmakers Local 22. The purge of the left wing was extended to all the other cities where the ILGWU had branches, except Chicago, where the left wing controlled the joint board and was too strongly entrenched to be attacked immediately. 49. On January 18, 1927, the last of the three major agreements was signed. The new contract with the Merchant Ladies Garment Association, the Jobbers, ended the 28-week strike on the same terms as those that had been rejected in the original decision to walk out on July 1. It called for work to be done in union shops, made the jobber part of the impartial machinery, permitted the impartial chairman to investigate the owner's books, and established a joint committee to wipe out all substandard and non-union shops. President Sigmund defended the settlement as having been concluded under an emergency. 50 Sigmund also launched a bitter attack on the entire 1926 strike. He charged that the strike was illegal, had been called for political purposes by communists, was led by communists, and was thoroughly mismanaged. 51 The left wing replied with a detailed refutation of each of these charges. It quoted from an affidavit sworn to by Sigmund on September 20, 1926, in response to the attempts of the employers to obtain an injunction against picketing. To the employer's charge that the strike was illegal, Sigmund had then replied, "I hereby deny all allegations to the effect that the general strike now pending in the cloak and suit industry in the city of New York is an unlawful strike, or that the defendants are engaged in a conspiracy to injure or ruin the plaintiff corporation or any of the members of the same, or any illegitimate motives in the conduct of said strike. On the contrary, I aver that the said strike was forced upon the workers in the industry, that it is being conducted by them for the protection of their vital economic interests, and that their struggle is not only legitimate but highly meritorious, and one that should commend itself to the sympathies of all right-thinking men." Sigmund also refuted the charges of the employers that the strike was led by communists. He said in the affidavit, "The moving papers, to secure the injunction, seek to represent the present strike as something different from the ordinary labor struggle, as a sort of sinister movement against law and order led by communists for political purposes. I absolutely deny the said statements. The defendants are not, as alleged, communists recently from Russia. They are workers of many original races and nationalities, residents and citizens of the United States who are not concerned in this struggle about anything but an opportunity to earn an honest and modest living for themselves and their families. Whatever the individual political persuasions of any union official may be, they do not and cannot enter into the present controversy or influence the conduct of the workers in any way. The pending strike of the cloakmakers of the city of New York is solely and exclusively an economic trade union struggle. As for the strike having been mismanaged, the left wing noted that the settlements with the independent shops were negotiated by the Settlement Committee, which was headed by Salvador Ninfo, chairman, and David Dubinsky, secretary, both right-wingers, and received the approval of the General Strike Committee of which Sigmund was a member. The settlement with the Inside Manufacturers Association was worked out in conferences at which President Sigmund, Ninfo, Dubinsky, Morris Hillquit as well as Louis Hyman and other left-wingers acted as spokespersons for the union. The new agreement was signed by Sigmund and Hillquit for the International, and by Louis Hyman on behalf of the Joint Board. While the agreement fell short of what the strikers needed and wanted, it did obtain far better terms than those proposed by the Governor's Commission. The 40-hour week was won. Increases in wages of from $4 to $8 were won in every craft, while the Commission had recommended increases of from $2 to $3. Unionization of the examiners, which the Commission had denied, was won. Most important of all, the right of the employers to reorganize their shops up to 10% was greatly restricted. The Commission had restricted such reorganization to firms employing 35 workers, but the settlement further restricted it by the addition of clauses stipulating that employers must also guarantee 32 weeks of work a year and that they must pay an additional week's wages to workers discharged under its provisions. Thus, an employer could not take on extra workers he did not need for the last few weeks in the season so as to fraudulently claim the privilege of reorganization, but had to employ at least 35 workers for at least 32 weeks before he could qualify. 52. In February 1927, Joseph S. Zach, secretary of the National Needle Trades Committee, reported to the National Committee of the T.U.E.L on the situation in the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. This was accompanied by a resolution on the ILGWU strike. The resolution noted that the cloakmakers' strike began under exceedingly difficult circumstances. There existed something of a crisis on all sides. The position of the union in the industry was poor because of the growth of the jobber evil, the spread of the out-of-town shops, the loss in membership, and the compromising of the union's demands by the Governor's Commission. The internal situation of the union was also critical. The organization had just passed through the great battle led by the Joint Action Committee. The morale of the membership was low. The discredited leaders still held many powerful positions in the union, which they used effectively to demoralize the rank and file and to injure the strike. Finally, in the party fraction itself, considerable friction existed because of the long struggle of the party to eliminate rightist tendencies from the leadership of the fraction. Because of all this, the strike needed a powerful, militant, fighting communist strike leadership which could have cut the Gordian knot of all these troubles by throwing the union with maximum force against the employers, smash the power of the sabotaging reactionary officials and unite the party fraction solidly behind our strike leaders. But the strike especially lacked the communist militancy it so badly needed. It lacked dynamic fighting spirit. It has been properly called a soulless strike. Then followed an analysis of wrong policies by the left-wing leaders, which contributed to deprive the strike of its needed militancy and effectiveness. One was the failure to fight the right wing. The report attributed this to the prevalence of an incorrect theory, that the left wing cannot fight on two fronts simultaneously, that is, against the bosses and the bureaucrats at the same time. The false notion existed that in the name of unity in the strike it was necessary to stop the open fight against Sigmund and company. The effect was to give these misleaders a free hand. Failure to fight the right wing, despite the party's insistence that it be done, did much to weaken the strikers' fighting capacities and morale. The report went on to note that the united front relations between the party leaders and Louis Hyman were seriously deficient. Hyman was against the strike. He was forced into it. All through it his attitude was pessimistic and defeatist. Hyman maintained himself much as the actual strike leader and largely inflicted his colorless and defeatist policies in the strike. Thus the left wing carried the full responsibility for the strike but did not have the real direction of it. The failure to take actual leadership in the hands of the left wing, as the party directed many times, weakened the strike substantially. The whole fight was kept on the defensive. A key reason for the outcome of the strike was the underestimation of the leading role of the party. This manifested itself in a variety of ways, including a failure to maintain close relations with leading party committees in critical situations, failure to build a thoroughgoing system of party fractions, and failure to execute party decisions promptly and fully. 53. So much for the right-wing charge that the strike was lost because the Communist Party completely directed it from beginning to end. Indeed, on several occasions during the strike, the records of the National Committee reveal anger on the committee's part over the refusal of the strike leaders to follow the advice of the party. 54. What about the future? It is interesting, in view of the fact that the formation a year later of the Trade Union Unity League, which abandoned the boring from within strategy in large measure to organizing independently, has been attributed solely to a change in the trade union line of the Communist International. However, on February 2, 1927, Joseph Zack, secretary of the Needle Trades Committee, wrote in his report to the T.U.E.L National Committee, "As to the prospects of maintaining a union under our control at this time outside the T.U.E.L, if there is such a possibility anywhere, it is in the needle trades. It can be done, but it will require a long, persistent struggle, and surely no guarantee can be given, the greatest drawback being the fact that we have not sufficient strength amongst the Italian workers whom the right wing can use with the support of the bosses as its mass base. The only way in the long run of maintaining a union outside the T.U.E.L is to force the bosses to recognize it, which cannot be done without strikes, and perhaps a general strike. 55. Chapters. The ladies' garment. Workers. 2. At this stage, two groups emerged which sought to halt the internal conflict and achieve peace between the right and left wings before the ILGWU was destroyed. One was the Tolerance Group, made up of rank-and-file members of conservative locals, and the other was the Committee of 50, established by 1,000 moderate and left-wing shop chairmen. Both groups worked for readmittance of the communists and other barred workers to the Union. They demanded the reinstatement of all expelled members of the ousted Joint Board officials and of the 4 reorganized locals to their former positions, which was to be followed by new, impartially supervised general elections. Their program also called for proportional representation, amalgamation of needle trades unions, tolerance of all political beliefs and the organization of the unorganized. 1. Meanwhile, many manufacturers, especially those with predominantly left-wing shops, continued to deal with the radical leadership. But the conservatives pressured the impartial chairman, Raymond V. Ingersoll, to declare that the employers must deal only with the Sigman-controlled organizations. 2. Following this victory, the conservative General Executive Board moved to entirely eliminate the left wing from the Union. On February 14, 1927, the JEB revoked the charters of the 4 left-wing locals, 2, 9, 22 and 35, declaring that they had not paid their per capita assessments. The board demanded that the radicals surrender all books, funds, assets and property. The insurgents refused to comply, and the JEB expelled the 4 locals. 3. The radicals disregarded the expulsion order, claiming that were the official union they had held elections on February 5, 62, which had been originally scheduled for December but had been postponed because of the strike, in which the left-wing managers of Locals 2, 9 and 35 Józef Borchowitz, Abe Zerlin, and Joseph Gorecki had been returned to office with almost unanimous support. 4. The left wing strengthened its ties with both the Committee of 50 and the Tolerance Group. It also forged an alliance with the radical fur workers who, as we shall see, were fighting a similar reactionary leadership in their union. Together the 2 left-wing needle trades groups founded the Joint Board of Cloak and Dressmakers and Furriers. In January 1927, the radical ladies garment workers and fur workers sponsored a left-wing needle trades conference. The delegates condemned the divisive policies of the incumbent leaders of both unions, called for the reinstatement of all those who had been expelled, demanded greater union democracy, and discussed the need to amalgamate the workers of the various needle trades unions. The conference voted to support the cloakmakers, with greatest enthusiasm. 2 months later, the radicals formed the Needle Trades Unity Committee devoted to fighting gangsterism and corruption in the ladies' garment and fur workers' unions, and to gather support for a united, industrially based Union. 5. In May 1927, the Committee of 50 started a drive to bring peace to the ILGWU and to seek new elections under the control of neutral observers. But the ILGWU leadership refused to work with the committee, calling it a communist subterfuge, set up to do the bidding of the Workers' Party. 6. Responding to a report that peace between International and its local unions with communist factions is near, Sigmund wrote, "I absolutely deny that such a movement exists. Furthermore, I state there is no possibility for peace. It will never take place. Our position and the position of the American Federation of Labor is very definite and clear, and no local union or international union can remain part of the organized American trade union movement if it will make up with communists or communism." 7. This approach angered Reverend John Haynes Holmes, liberal director of the American Civil Liberties Union. He, Sigmund, Holmes wrote, says that everyone who disagreed with him is a communist. He and his union have been brutal and cruel in their treatment of their opponents who disagree with their policies. 8. Holmes was referring not only to the expulsion policy but to the hiring of gangsters to force garment workers to register with the right-wing locals and joint boards. When the gangsters did not succeed, the aid of the employers was enlisted. The manufacturers refused to hire anyone who did not register with the JEB organized locals. In fact, the worker was required to sign a loyalty oath swearing that he or she was not a member of a dual union. As garment workers, dressmakers and cloakmakers alike explained, they were psychologically forced to go to the right wing because of their bread and butter. The bosses were a great help to the right-wingers, without whom they could never have had the union. 9. Nevertheless, while the right wing retained control of the ILGWU machinery, it never really won the support of the membership. On November 14, 1927, the Committee of 50 called a meeting at Mecca Temple which was attended by about 4,000 workers. In a report to the Joint Board of Locals 2, 3, 9, 22, 35 and 82, all expelled by the General Executive, Lewis Hyman, emphasized, the meeting was an indicator of the strong sentiment among the cloak and dressmakers in favor of making an end to the fight by giving the right to the members to decide on the issues involved in the struggle. In view of this sentiment, there may be a possibility for the Committee of 50 movement to develop into a real factor in the present struggle. 10. On December 18, 1927, the New York Yiddish paper The Day carried an editorial in which it called a blatant lie Sigmund's contention that the fight in the ILGWU was at an end, and that the International has control over the workers. The Day then made a proposal that the AFL should intervene for the purpose of ending the civil war in the Cloak and Dressmakers Union, and requested an answer from the contending factions. The Joint Board of the Cloak and Dressmakers Union immediately replied on behalf of the left wing. "We have not begun the struggle, it was forced upon us by Sigmund and his General Executive Board. The struggle which we are carrying on and have carried on in our union was aimed at the improvement of the conditions of the workers and at establishing and standardizing union conditions in the cloak and dress trade. We have struggled at all times as we are doing today for the elementary, democratic rights of our membership as guaranteed by the Constitution of the International. The policy of the Joint Board is that the union must include all workers of the trade, regardless of their political convictions. We were at all times opposed to discrimination against any members of the union. We have fought and are still fighting today against the policy of expulsion and persecution of members and locals for difference of opinion. The Joint Board has at all times welcomed and will welcome everyone who is earnestly interested in helping to bring the Civil War to an end on a basis that will help to unite the ranks in rebuilding the Union and will give the membership the right to choose its representatives. As for the proposed role of the American Federation of Labor, the Joint Board pointed out that the AFL had actively assisted Sigmund in the present conflict, and has thus helped to bring about the present chaotic conditions in the cloak and dress industry. Nevertheless, we say that if the AFL is ready to see to it that the civil war in the Cloak and Dressmakers Union shall come to an end on the basis that the cloak and dressmakers shall administer their own affairs in a democratic manner without any discrimination, we have no objection to the proposal. 11. Following the publication of the Joint Board statement, the editor of the Day sent a letter to the board, through Lewis Hyman, its chairman, asking for a short and concise answer to just one specific point, and that is whether you would welcome the coming in of the AFL to work out terms of peace, in a manner satisfactory to most of the members of the ILGWU. 12. Replying for the Joint Board, Hyman declared, "We are willing to have the Federation come into the present situation and begin negotiations at once with the object of bringing the internal struggle in our union to an end, in the interests of all the workers in the industry. Hyman spelled out the basis of a settlement: the abolition of all discrimination and the restoration of full constitutional rights to all the members of the Union. 7. He settlement arrived at is to be approved by the majority of the members of our Union. 13. Sigmund not only ignored the day's invitation, but he launched a bitter attack on the Joint Board in the foreword, repeating the familiar charge that it acted only as the Communist Party dictated. 14. At a meeting of the General Executive Board in January 1927, the committees representing both the Tolerance Group and the Committee of 50, who came with proposals for peace, were not admitted. Their communications, however, were read, and it was decided that no peace will be made with the Communists. 15. Thereafter, the slogan, "No peace with the Communists," was headlined day after day in the foreword. 16. The letter of the Joint Board to the Day also pointed out that the AFL has also been active in the Civil War in the Furriers Union, which has contributed to the complete demoralization of the entire needle industry. Statement of Joint Board O.L. Cloak and Dressmakers Union in answer to the editorial which appeared in The Day on Sunday, December 18, 1927, minutes of the Joint Board Cloak and Dressmakery Union, original in possession of Henry Foner, microfilm copy in Tamirnant Institute Library, New York University. On February 4, 1928, the Committee of 50, now composed entirely of non-communist cloak and dressmakers, wrote to AFL President William Green, deploring the situation in the ILGWU. It is enough to state that the horrors and chaos which existed in this industry prior to 1910 are gradually coming back. Unscrupulous employers, glad to take advantage of the situation, are pitting one faction of the workers against the other. Union standards are disappearing. The sweatshop is again thriving. The right-wing administration, the Committee of 50 informed Green, exists by virtue of the fact that the employers are discharging all workers who refuse to join the newly organized locals. It is conceded on all hands that the present administration cannot survive one day without that support. This means that the union has not become a labor organization, but an employers' organization. Such an employers' union can only breed corruption inside and chaos all around. Decline of the ILGWU. At the time this was written, the ILGWU's position in the industry had reached its lowest point. By mid-1928, the union was, in Fania Cohn's words, in a lamentable position. 17. The fully organized cloak shops had declined from over 80% in 1926 to 7%, with another 43% nominally organized by the union but, in effect, working in contravention of the union contract. The remaining 50% were completely non-union establishments. The Joint Board of Sanitary Control reported in March 1928 that there were 28 non-union shops in the industry, twice as many as in 1925. The dress industry, once 3/4 unionized, was now only 1/3 organized. The average workweek, for those who could find work, climbed to 6 and 7 days and more than 50 hours, while wage rates dropped by 30%. By 1928, the ILGWU reported a membership of only 30,300 workers, a far cry from the more than 90,000 members it had had in 1926. Most workers, disgusted by the right-wing policies and collusion with the employers, simply dropped out of the union. 18. The right wing had won control of the union machinery, but what it had really achieved was the wrecking of the union. The union had lost 2/3 of its membership, and most of the shops were organized only on paper. T.U.E.L, the unemployment fund had ceased operating and the jeweler Hers enjoyed free rein. 19. There was plenty of blame to be shared for this deplorable situation, and the left-wing leadership which had headed the strike in 1926 with such limited success certainly deserved a portion of it. But by far the most important contributing factor was the fact that the right-wing leadership of the International, supported by the AFL, the Socialist Party, the Jewish Daily Forward and the employers, was determined to eliminate the Trade Union Educational League by any and all means. It made no difference that the League's program for social and industrial change had attracted many garment workers. To most of these workers, the fact that communists held positions of importance in the League did not interfere with their belief that the T.U.E.L was a legitimate expression of workers' discontent. The Committee of 50 decided that the union's biennial convention scheduled for Boston in the spring of 1928 would provide an excellent opportunity to take steps to reverse the tragic situation of the union, and that the first step was to repudiate the expulsion policy. The committee recommended that the left wing send a delegation of 10 people to the convention to seek peace. A shop delegates conference, attended by 400 representatives, endorsed the recommendation. But Justice, the administration's official organ, called the proposal vain and futile, and predicted that no time would be wasted at Boston in galling and sterile debate over peace with the communists. 20. On May 7, 1928, the day the convention opened, 150 workers representing the locals of the New York and Chicago Joint Boards, the Cutters Welfare League, the Committee of 50, the Tolerance Group, Italian workers and the imprisoned cloakmakers, * marched to the convention hall, seeking admission as delegates. But the right-wing leadership, led by Sigmund, Schlesinger, Dubinsky and Ninfa, had called upon the Boston police to prevent the radicals from entering the hall. 100 policemen met the marchers and denied them entrance. The radicals thereupon left their credentials to be delivered to the Credentials Committee. 21 These were the cloakmakers who had been imprisoned during and after the strike for assault and causing damage to property. New York Times, January 30, 1927. In a letter to the convention, May 8, 1928, the Joint Board Cloak and Dressmakers Union of New York and the Joint Board of Cloak and Dressmakers Union of Chicago wrote angrily, "If there are any delegates or workers who harbored any illusions that this convention, controlled by Sigmund, Dubinsky, Breslau, Ninfo and Schlesinger cliques, will take any steps to make an end to the chaos and demoralization in our union, the action in unseating our delegates has deprived the so-called convention of every right to call itself a convention that has authority to speak in the name of the workers of our industry, and has converted it into an assembly of hand-picked delegates with whose aid the various cliques who have maintained themselves in power, and their acts will therefore be repudiated by the great mass of cloak and dressmakers." 22. The few center and left-wing delegates who had been allowed to enter the convention hall, mainly those from Los Angeles, Toronto, and locals 2 and 9 in New York, presented resolutions asking that all expelled locals and individuals be reinstated unconditionally, that no expulsions for political reasons shall again be practiced in our union, and that all political views be tolerated. Motions were introduced by some delegates calling for discussion with the left-wing workers outside the hall. 23. The chairman of the Credentials Committee reported that the committee refused to recognize the credentials of the men and women who had marched to the hall because they were no longer members of the ILGWU. In its report, the Resolutions Committee indicated that it did not find it necessary, at present, to give any time to the resolutions calling for peace and reconciliation. 24 In the police barricaded hall, William Green urged the ILGWU leadership to stand firm against any proposals for unity and warned that if the left and its allies gain control in spite of all we can do, then the last step will be taken. The charter of the union will be revoked. 25 In AFL Vice President T.U.E.L pledged the Federation's continued aid in the battle against the left. 26. Only one gesture was made toward a more flexible policy. After an agreement was reached, following many hours of negotiation, between the forces representing Morris Sigmund, made up primarily of out-of-town leaders, and those of Benjamin Schlesinger, composed mainly of those from New York, under which Sigmund remained as president and Schlesinger became vice president in charge of the New York City unions, the convention adopted a general executive board proposal to allow communists into the union but deny them the right to hold office. This was both an acknowledgement of the disastrous effects Sigmund's unyielding policies were having on the union and a concession to Schlesinger's desire for some sort of compromise. 27. The radicals, however, charged that the concession was meaningless, and the Daily Womer called it a fake. 28 Thereupon the joint boards of New York and Chicago called upon those who have been working for unity of all workers for the purpose of rebuilding the union and restoring union conditions, to meet at the Hotel Brewster in Boston on May 9 while the convention was proceeding. The call for the conference observed, "We are calling this conference for the purpose of uniting all honest and sincere workers in the great task of once more re-establishing our union as the standard-bearer of the militant workers of this country. At this conference we will work out plans and lay the basis for a big campaign to organize the thousands of workers who are today working in sweatshops throughout the entire country. We will take steps to re-establish the 40-hour week, the week work system, the minimum wage scales, etc. and work out plans to cope with the many other difficult problems such as the jobbing contracting system, unemployment, etc. These problems cannot be effectively solved by the workers of our trade alone, but only through the united efforts of all needle trade workers through a powerful amalgamated union in the needle industry. 29. Delegates from Boston, Philadelphia, Chicago, Cleveland, Los Angeles, and New York responded to the call and spent 2 days at the conference. They reported that the internal struggle has shattered the union everywhere, that union control and union standards have been lowered in all centers and that the workers everywhere are in revolt against the misleadership of the international clique. 30. The conference established the National Organization Committee of the Ladies' Garment Workers. The Committee of 50 officially affiliated with the NOC as a means of restoring unity to the ranks of the workers, but the Tolerance Group, while present, still remained aloof. 31. The National Organization Committee adopted a program committed to rebuilding the union, over the heads of the Sigmund Schlesinger clique. The committee planned to unionize the open shops, establish new shop chairmen's bodies and mount an offensive against the evils of the industry. Its main demands included implementation of the 40-hour week, worker control of the unemployment insurance fund, abolition of the contracting and sweating systems, an end to the speed-up and removal of the standards of production that reduce us to mere automatons. Louis Hyman was elected chairman and Rose Wirtis secretary of the NOC. 32. On May 28, 1928, the Tolerance Group announced its affiliation with the National Organization Committee. Disillusioned with the right-wing leadership's role at the convention, the group charged that the ILGWU was not truly independent, and while it accused the left of being controlled by outside forces, the organization was itself under the control of the Socialist Party and the Jewish Daily Forward. It charged that the 1926 expulsions had been ordered by the Socialist Party and that the right-wing leadership had been the agents of the party and of Abraham Cahen of the Forward. Therefore, the Tolerance Group decided that the only alternative was to T.U.E.L with those elements who are in agreement with our program and have made a sincere effort to bring it into being. 33. The National Organization Committee moved swiftly into action. It held mass meetings in all the major union centers, founded organizing committees in the largest cities to recruit new members, and established shop chairmen's bodies and shop delegates organizations in New York and Los Angeles to coordinate activity. The New York workers organized an open forum in which the rank and file discussed the union's problems, and then formed a volunteer committee of 500 to police the industry in order to force the employers into compliance with union standards. The committee set an initiation fee of $3.35, equal to that of the ILGWU in 1910.34. On October 25, 1928, Morris Sigmund, whose policies of no compromise with the left wing had reduced the ILGWU to a shell of the union, resigned as president. He was replaced by Benjamin Schlesinger, and in one of his first acts, he proposed an amnesty plan to bring all former members back into the union, regardless of past activities, upon payment of 9 months' back dues. The union would tolerate all political beliefs as long as the reinstated workers strictly adhered to the ILGWU Constitution and did not remain under the influence of any political party. The local elections, scheduled to be held in the next few weeks, would be postponed until February 1929, so that committees of impartial outsiders could be selected to supervise the voting. 35 The National Organization Committee called Schlesinger's proposals a fake, and on December 13, 1928, at a mass meeting of their followers, the radicals rejected the amnesty plan. The expulsion policy had not really been altered, they charged, because the union offices would still be controlled by the right wing, and expelled left-wing officials would not be restored to their rightful places. Moreover, it would be easy to charge that anything the left did in the future would be under the influence of the Communist Party. In addition, the maintenance of the unfair representational system by which small conservative locals gained disproportionate representation meant that the right-wing leadership would continue to control the union undemocratically and continue the disastrous policies that had weakened the organization and destroyed the working standards of its membership. 36. The truth is that the left wing was now in the process of forming their own organization, a process which was part of a general change in the trade union policy of the Communist Party. The change, as we shall see, was from boring from within to independent radical unionism. By the end of 1928 the transition was complete, and the Needle Trades Workers Industrial Union was created out of the remnants of the ILGWU left wing, about 2,500 strong, and the left-controlled Fur Workers Union. 37. The right wing of the ILGWU had regained control of the union, but only the wreck remained. The ILGWU was down to half or even one-third of its 1926 membership in New York City, and most of the ladies' garment industry was no longer unionized. Even then, most of the remaining union shops were only unionized on paper. The union was not only impoverished but heavily in debt. 38. Stanley Nadel draws an important conclusion from these developments in the ILGWU. He notes that, most striking in these events was the readiness of the socialist leaders of the ILGWU to sort of stay away from the demands of democratic rules. They barred left-wing candidates from elections and from office, then they suspended them from membership in the union. When the left-wingers were elected in sufficient numbers to control local executive boards, the administration suspended local self-government. In the final battle of 1927, the socialists allied themselves with employers, the police, even with gangsters to restore their control of the union. In the end, they were even prepared to destroy the ILGWU, all in order to save it. 3 Chapters. The Fur Workers. In late 1925 the New York Joint Board of the International Fur Workers Union began preparations for a strike which would show all the needle trades workers what a left-wing administration could do. The agreement with the New York Fur Manufacturers Association was due to expire on January 31, 1926. When the leadership of the Joint Board, under Ben Gold, began negotiations with the manufacturers, high on the list of their 14 demands were the issues of hours of labor and workers' control. Heading the list was a 5-day, 40-hour week, and it also included a 32-hour week in slack seasons, the right of union inspection of shops, a 25% wage increase, an unemployment insurance fund to which every manufacturer was to contribute 3% of his total wage costs, May Day as a paid holiday, and the equal division of work. 1. Events leading to the 1926 strike. Several conferences were held between the associated fur manufacturers and the union, but no agreement was reached. The association's representatives set down one condition and clung to it. If the union was willing to withdraw its 3 major demands, the 40-hour week, equal division of work and the 3% unemployment fund, the association would try to reach an understanding on the other points. However, if the union refused to withdraw these three demands, the association would withdraw from the negotiations. Point 2. When this position was maintained at a final conference, and the union again refused, Drive. Paul Abelson, the impartial chairman, intervened and asked the union's representatives to state the minimum terms upon which they would consent to sign a new agreement. The 72. Union's conference committee then retired to one room and the association representatives to another directly adjoining it. Point 3. At the union's conference committee caucus, Gold suggested that a final effort be made to break the deadlock and avoid a strike. He proposed that the manufacturers be informed that if they agreed on all other demands, the union would be ready to discuss how far the 3-month period of equal division of work then in effect should be extended. Point 4. Gold then asked each member of the conference committee for his opinion. After every member had voted in favor of the proposal, 5 International President Shachtman threw a bombshell into the proceedings by launching a vicious attack on the joint board leadership. He suddenly accused Gold and his associates of being agents of Moscow, and charged that the negotiations were being conducted at the command of the Communist Party. The conference committee sharply criticized Shachtman for echoing the employer's charges. Point 6. Gold conveyed to Dr. Abelson the union conference committee's compromise offer on the demand for equal division of work, but it was rejected by the association leaders. The union promptly submitted the issue to a referendum vote of the entire membership of the 4 locals. Shall the old agreement as offered by the manufacturers be accepted, or shall the joint board be authorized to call a general strike for the enforcement of the new demands presented to the Fur Manufacturers Association? On February 3, as the fur workers prepared to cast their ballots, Association President Samuel N. Samuels published an open letter to the members of the Furriers Union, in which he urged the workers to repudiate their leadership in the strike referendum. He was confident that the workers could still defeat the communist conspiracy by voting against a strike, but if they allowed themselves to continue to be misled by their revolutionary leaders, he warned, the manufacturers would fight the union to the bitter end. The fur workers' answer came swiftly. By a vote of 6,702 in favor and only 629 against, the secret ballot referendum authorized the general strike. 7. The association then brought matters to a head. Meeting behind closed doors on February 11, it declared a lockout to protect the workers, the bosses and the shops from these communist terrorists. Under no circumstances, said the manufacturers, would they deal with the Furriers Union, as long as its leaders insist upon becoming dictators in the fur industry, in order to force upon it new and radical changes in working conditions, which are not economical, are impossible, impractical, and which only oppress and destroy the individuality of the workers. Every association member would pay a sum equal to 1/2 of the yearly dues for a special emergency fund, for whatever purpose may be deemed necessary and proper. 8. The association also made public statements suggesting that it would welcome and be willing to negotiate with any group in the union that wishes to submit other demands to the manufacturers. Immediately, former members of the right-wing machine published a detailed denunciation of the union leadership and charged that the demands presented to the employers were deliberately utopian for the sole purpose of forcing a strike from which only the communists would benefit. Point 9. In truth, there was a conspiracy on foot, but it was not a communist conspiracy. Rather, it was a conspiracy between the leaders of the association and the men who had formerly led the union and had been repudiated by the fur workers. By forcing this battle upon the union, the employers hoped that with the aid of the underworld, the right-wingers and the Jewish Daily Forward, the discredited former leaders would come back into power. Once back, they would restore the policy of hardy cooperation, which had proved so profitable to the manufacturers and so disastrous to the fur workers. As the Fur Age Weekly, an employer's organ, predicted confidently, the strike cannot endure. The leaders cannot offer the workers anything but hopes. They cannot support their members during a strike. They cannot expect help from other unions because other unions are not in sympathy with the left-wing movement. If the cadres of the union do not make swift progress toward the promised goal, it will not be long before T.U.E.L are cast aside. 10. Organization of the 1926 strike. On February I, the union responded by calling out all its members in one of the most militant strikes New York has ever seen. Gold was authorized by the Joint Board to prepare all the details involved in the forthcoming battle. The plan he evolved, unanimously adopted by the General Strike Committee, was one of the most careful and thorough organizations of a strike machinery in American labor history. There was a committee for every phase of the strike, a general picketing committee of 1,000 fur workers, a law committee, a publicity committee, a control committee, a relief committee, a women's committee, a committee for the Greek strikers, *a grievance committee, a settlement committee, and an out-of-town committee. Even the older workers were organized into a special committee. These committees were staffed entirely by rank-and-file workers. The separate committees were part of the General Strike Committee, which was headed by Ben Gold and included, among others, Aaron Gross, Jack Schneider, Fanny Warshawski and Esther Polanski, as well as International President Shachtman. In addition to the committees, there was the powerful body of 1,500 shop chairmen who joined with the strike committee in formulating the strike policies. The union was organized in such a manner that nothing could happen in any shop, building or hall without the general strike committee being immediately informed. Gold received visits from Little Augie, Lepka, Gura, and other underworld characters who were looking for an opportunity to reap a harvest, as they had done in previous strikes, but they were told that there will be no gangsters and no hired men in this strike. 11. As soon as the strike machinery was organized, Gold announced the joint board's decision that no one would be paid for his work in the strike. Another decision was that for the entire duration of the struggle the officials of the union would not receive their salaries. And if relief would be distributed to the workers to enable them to live, it would be allotted on the basis of need rather than on personal connections with the top leaders. Confident that the union was thoroughly prepared, the workers waited for the union's answer to the lockout. It came on February 16, 1926. Early that morning the streets in the fur market were flooded with the red circular issued by the General Strike Committee. It called on all 12,000 members of the Furriers Union to leave their shops at 10 a.m. and begin the battle for bread, freedom and human living standards. 12. Mass picketing. The moment the strike began, mass picketing demonstrations of almost the entire membership were held through the fur district, fighting the police and the employers' goons. Hundreds of strikers at this time. 90% of the Greek fur workers did not understand English. It was necessary to have groups of Greek fur workers who understood English to speak to the Greek strikers. The Greek strikers met in a special hall, and had their own hall chairman, hall committee, finance committee, picket committee, etc. Were arrested during the first few weeks of the strike, and many more were beaten. 13 strikers arrested on the picket lines. Read a typical headline in the press. Before 2 weeks had passed, more than 200 strikers had been arrested while picketing. Many were arrested several times. Barely were they released from jail than they would be back on the picket line. Esteem for the women strikers, including Greek and black women, mounted by leaps and bounds as the fur workers saw them arrested, thrown in prison, and when released, back on the picket lines. A contemporary report noted, the women fur workers were seen in large numbers on the picket lines where many were arrested and beaten by police. During the 17 weeks of struggle, the women fur workers bravely resisted the clubbing of police and the jail sentences. They eagerly participated in the mass meetings called by the Joint Board and in all other strike activities led by the left wing. 13. On Monday, March 8, 10,000 strikers responded to Gold's call. The police plunged into the mass of workers and beat down hundreds of strikers, men and women alike. The workers fought back. Frail girls leapt up fearlessly and returned blows squarely in the policemen's faces. As the line of strikers continued to forge ahead, police in patrol cars drove with breakneck speed into large numbers of workers on the sidewalks. Still the mass of strikers did not budge. In spite of every new assault by mounted police and motorized squads, the line grew. In the face of this immovable force, the police were powerless. Finally, the great mass of pickets broke through completely and marched triumphantly to the strike halls. Beside, greater than the hundreds of strikers beaten up in that single demonstration, 100 men and 25 women were arrested. 14. Patrolling the fur districts 7 days and 7 nights a week, the strikers eliminated any scab work in New York City. The manufacturers began to rely more and more on getting work done in out-of-town shops. In overcoming this new problem, the strike committee faced a serious obstacle: the open cooperation between the right-wing leaders of the International and the out-of-town employers who were doing scab work. After Shachtman disappeared, Winnick took over as acting president, and to all demands that the International do something to stop out-of-town scab work, he replied that the strike in New York was a political maneuver by the communists. He added, "Therefore we shirk responsibility of any scab work that is being done outside of New York." 15. The Forward attacked the strike as communist and tried to organize a right-wing campaign against the leadership of the union. It sought to promote the takeover of the strike by the International, and proposed that Abe Beckerman, leader of the strong-arm men in the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, be brought in to run it. Beckerman's gunmen did intervene and tried to take over the strike halls, but they were overpowered by hundreds of strikers. 16. The solidarity of the strikers in the face of police brutality, arrests and attacks by the gangsters won the admiration and support of broad sections of the labor movement. On March 23, the Central Trades and Labor Council of New York City, composed of delegates from all AFL unions in the city, heartily endorsed the management and conduct of the Joint Board Furriers Union in their strike, and pledged its full support to the union. 17. Prospects for early settlement. By this time, many manufacturers were privately conceding that they could not defeat the union, and even though some scab work was being done in out-of-town shops with the connivance of leaders of the International, they knew that they would be forced into bankruptcy if a settlement did not come soon. As the weeks passed, more and more members of the association pressured their leaders to settle with the union and end the strike. There were two distinct groups on the association's board of directors. One group, headed by President Samuels, represented the most vociferous anti-union elements. Aggressive and arrogant, they were determined to smash the union as they had in 1920. The second group represented the richer, comparatively liberal, manufacturers and several of the skin dealers. Their financial losses during the strike were much greater than those of the group headed by Samuels, and they were eager for a settlement. Outstanding among them was Matti Eitingen of Eitingen Schild Company, the wealthiest fur importer in the trade. Eitingen, with a large investment in fur skins languishing, unused, negotiated with Gold, and after a series of careful discussions, he proposed a compromise on a nearly 50-50 basis on all outstanding issues. Gold agreed to a 10% wage increase and agreed to bargain on equal distribution of work, but he flatly rejected a 42-hour week. Aware of the importance of setting a precedent of 40 hours for the entire labor movement and sensitive to the religious sensibilities of Jewish workers regarding Saturday work, and recognizing the possibility of using shorter hours as a partial cure for seasonal unemployment and the special health hazards posed by prolonged work in the fur industry, Gold held firmly to the 40-hour standard. 2 months after the strike began, Eitingen and Gold shook hands on a settlement which led off with the provision for a 5-day, 40-hour week, and included equal division of work during 4 months of the year, no contracting and a 10% wage increase, with other points to be negotiated. 18. Alliance to break the strike and its defeat. But nothing came of this agreement. Socialist opponents of the union leadership, both inside and outside the International, joined New York AFL organizer Hugh Frain in persuading AFL President William Green to help settle the strike behind the strikers' backs. The agreement, which the New York fur workers had no part in negotiating, was drawn up in Washington by Green, Samuel Shachtman and Meyer London. It called for a 42-hour week, a 10% wage increase, and the renewal of most of the work rules in the old agreement. 19 inches The end of the left-wing rule is in sight, the Fur Age Weekly predicted happily when the news of the Washington Agreement was made public. 20. At this point the right-wing leaders of the International attempted to get blanket permission to authorize their settling the strike on unspecified terms at an April 15 mass meeting at Carnegie Hall. The fur workers received letters informing them that the terms of the settlement would be made public at the Carnegie Hall meeting. The letters enclosed a ballot to be returned, unsigned, to the international officers indicating if the workers wanted them to go into conference with the associated fur manufacturers for a settlement of the strike. Would be of great help to us if you would address our meeting. Shachtman wired William Green. We feel that your presence would save the situation. But Green decided it would be unwise for him to appear, and he confined himself to sending a message pledging the Federation's support to the International, in such action as may be taken in negotiating a settlement with the fur manufacturers upon a fair, just and satisfactory basis. 21. Contrary to the apparent expectations of the right wing, the left wing encouraged the membership to attend the meeting. The strikers turned out en masse, filling the hall and the streets outside. The police manned the doors and, under instructions from the right wing, kept out all known left-wingers who tried to attend the meeting, but could hardly keep out the rank and file. The meeting never got underway. Upon hearing that Gold and the others had been denied admission, the strikers began to chant, "We want Gold." Frain arose to call the meeting to order and to read William Green's telegram of greetings. The workers shouted that they wanted Gold. For more than a half-hour Frain stood there, unable to make himself heard. The workers outside picked up the cry until it reverberated through the packed streets. Gold. 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 We want Gold. The strikers kept up the cry until the meeting was finally called off. 22. The right-wing leaders of the International charged that the demonstration inside Carnegie Hall had been engineered by communist agitators under Gold's direct supervision. Women's Wear Daily promptly labeled this ridiculous. If the demonstration was engineered by the left wing, the trade journal declared, it was executed by a leaderless left wing. Those in charge of arrangements had taken steps to keep out every person whose presence was not welcome to them. 23. The AFL leaders were now in a dilemma. They either had to denounce the strikers who had so clearly demonstrated their support for the left-wing leaders, or to come to terms with the left-wing joint board. Faced with this choice, they gave in momentarily. Less than a week after the ill-conceived Carnegie Hall meeting, the fur workers attended another mass meeting at the 69th Regiment Armory. This meeting was addressed by both William Green and Ben Gold. At the Armory, Green endorsed the strike and agreed to assist in negotiations to help the strikers win their original demands. After the cheers and applause for Gold had died down, Gold told the workers that this meeting proves that the fur strikers are not fighting for themselves alone but for the cause of organized labor in America. He then contrasted the wealth of the employers to the conditions of the fur workers, and concluded, all this wealth we, the workers, created. We are not going to be cheated out of it. We are going to ask for all we can get, so that our lives may be more human and decent. 24. On May 17, the General Strike Committee issued an appeal to all labor organizations in New York City to join the drive for a 40-hour, 5-day week. Already, the New York section of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union had adopted the demand in principle. The cap makers endorsed it. The Amalgamated Clothing Workers had accepted it at their recent convention. AFL President Green had given the 40-hour week his endorsement. This, then, was the time for the workers of New York to come to the aid of the striking fur workers and make the demand for the 40-hour week the demand of New York's organized labor. The call closed with a stirring appeal. A new era is dawning upon the working class, new vistas open before the laboring masses. Let us all unite in raising the banner of the 40-hour week. Let us become the battle cry of labor all over New York, all over the country. Long live the 40HOUR Wiki. Long live the solidarity of the working class. Long live the workers' struggle for freedom. Onward to new struggles and new achievements. Along with the call went invitations to all branches of organized labor in New York City to participate in a giant rally at Madison Square Garden on May 22. President Green, Shachtman, John Coughlin of the State Federation of Labor, representatives of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, ILGWU, hat and cap makers, Teachers Union and other labor organizations were invited to address the meeting. 25. Madison Square Garden was jammed on the afternoon of May 22, 1926. It was the greatest indoor labor mass meeting ever held in New York City up to that time. Not Barnum's elephants nor Tex Rickards's leather pushers were the attraction that filled the monster New Madison Square Garden this time, wrote one reporter. The 40-hour week fight of the striking furriers did it. Cloak and dressmakers, shoe workers, food workers, bookkeepers, printers, teachers, building trades workers, waiters and others joined the striking fur workers in demanding a 40-hour week for all organized labor. Telegrams of support came from all over the nation. The state federations of Pennsylvania, Minnesota and California, the central labor bodies of Minneapolis, St. Paul, Milwaukee, and St. Louis and the needle trades unions of Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Boston and New York. The mound of AFL telegrams, commented a reporter, was spectacular proof that the furriers' strike was not the outlaw movement that certain groups have tried to represent it, but a bona fide trade union struggle that has inspired New York labor and the labor movement outside as have few strikes. 26. The packed garden and the pile of telegrams more than offset the failure of William Green, Louisa Shachtman, Sidney Hillman, and Morris Sigmund to come to the rally. Hillman and Sigmund sent telegrams declining to attend on the ground that one union alone should not have taken the initiative to call a mass meeting of this character. John Coughlin brought the official endorsement of the 40-hour campaign from the AFL unions in New York. John Sullivan, president of the New York State Federation of Labor, also heartily endorsed the demand of the fur workers. The manager of the cloak and dress makers unions and the president of the teachers union were among other AFL leaders of New York who endorsed the demand in broad greetings. But Gold in his speech sharply criticized Hillman and Sigmund for refusing to attend. He was particularly indignant at Hillman because the meeting had been planned in consultation with the president of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers who had promised to be one of the speakers at the garden mass meeting. The importance of the meeting, Gold assured the cheering audience, was not diminished in the slightest by the absence of timid labor leaders. The rally would help the fur workers win their strike. And this, in turn, would spur other workers in the United States to gain the 40-hour week. 27. On May 27 there was exactly $70 in the strike treasury. At least $50,000 was needed in 4 days for strike relief. A group of shop chairmen told the General Strike Committee, the union needs money. Some of us want to lend money to the union. We can get loans from other workers, too. The Strike Committee told them to do what they could. Thus a rank-and-file drive for 40-hour Liberty loans was born. When Gold announced at the strike halls that from this day on the strikers themselves had become the bankers and were building a strike fund through loans to the union, there were shouts from every side pledging to bring loans. One striker walked to the platform and announced, "I have paid 15 years on my insurance policy. Many times my wife and I have not eaten in order to have the money to make the next payment. But now I know that we have a union that the Amalgamated had given $25,000 to the fur strikers, and Hillman had promised another $25,000. Will take care of us. So tomorrow I am cashing in my policy and I will bring $1,000 to my union." At the meeting in Webster Hall alone, $19,000 was pledged as loans to the union. At the Manhattan Lyceum another $9,000 was pledged. The union issued bonds to donors to mature in 6 months. On June 1, strike relief was paid out as usual, 28. When over $100,000 of 40-hour Liberty loans was subscribed, the final hope of the employers vanished. Every attack, every maneuver, had failed to break the strike. Now, at the beginning of the 15th week, The workers were giving another remarkable demonstration of their determination to achieve victory no matter how many months it would take. And the mass picketing demonstrations were as large and enthusiastic as they had been during first week of the strike. 29. Victory for the fur workers. On June 11, 1926, the strike was finally settled, after 17 long weeks. The agreement provided for a 40-hour week, no overtime except from September through November, and then only in the form of an additional half-day on Saturday at extra pay, a 10% wage increase, which, in the words of the New York Times, meant a considerable wage increase for many workers, especially women fur workers, an end to subcontracting, 10 legal holidays, all but 3 of them paid, and the discharge of all scabs, with a union committee to rule on their future eligibility for employment in the industry. The collective agreement was to run for 3 years, retroactive to February 1, 1926, when the old agreement expired. The agreement applied also to the United Fur Manufacturers Association, made up largely of Greek manufacturers, and the Fur Trimming Manufacturers Association. 29. While the demand for unemployment insurance had been dropped, the agreement represented a major victory. On June 14, the strikers ratified the agreement by an almost unanimous vote. Only 40 workers out of all the thousands of strikers opposed the settlement. When the vote was announced, the workers decided to hold their last demonstration on the following day. They assembled in the strike halls in their best clothes. Many brought their wives and children with them. Banners and signs decorated the walls. With several bands on hand to furnish the music for the festivities, they marched through the streets. For 4 hours, the 12,000 furriers paraded feti from the windows and shouted, "Long live the Furriers Union! Long live the 40-hour week!" 30. The workers had won more than a 40-hour, 5-day week, wage increases and other important gains. The strike had erased the blot of the 1920 disaster from the union's history. It had given the 12,000 fur workers of New York a new confidence in themselves. A true unity of the rank and file had been created, and it was widely acknowledged that the women workers had played a prominent part in the victory. A magnificent tradition had been born among the fur workers, the tradition of 1926, that was to inspire them in later struggles and make possible new victories. For the American working class as a whole, the fur workers' general strike of 1926 was an event of the utmost significance. It stood out in a period of labor defeats, union management cooperation, wage cuts, blacklistings, company unionism, open shop drives and reactionary national, state and local politics. At a time when workers were suffering setbacks on all fronts, the fur workers proved that a militant rank and file led by a progressive leadership could win their demands against the most powerful opposition. They proved that conducting a labor struggle by involving the whole membership was infinitely more effective than relying on professional gangsters. As Bert Cochran, a historian generally critical of communist union activity, has put it, the socialist AFL leaders had attempted repeatedly to inject themselves into the strike leadership, to wean away the membership, but their maneuvers came to nothing. Their standing was poor with the ranks, and they were just running a campaign of obstruction. The result of the strike, Cochran continues, was a spectacular left-wing victory. The first 40-hour, 5-day week in the garment industry. 31 *, an utterly ridiculous statement appears in the biographical Dictionary of American Labor, edited by Gary M. Fink. In the biographical sketch of Ben Gold, there's the following: he was one of the leaders of a largely unsuccessful general strike of New York fur workers in 1926. Westport, Con. 1984, page 253. Chapter 7. The Fur Workers. 2. During the 1926 strike, James O'Leary, reporter for the New York World, asked Ben Gold whether the reports that he was a communist were true. "Sure, since 1919, came Gold's reply. One, this was sensational news, but when the right wing used it in the elections that followed the 1926 victory, it discovered that the outcome of the strike had only served to increase the respect the workers had for a communist trade union leader. The election of left-wingers to positions of leadership in many of the out-of-town locals made it clear that the days of the right-wing officials were numbered. The fur workers were now in a position to sweep the right-wing leaders of the International out of office at the convention scheduled for May 1927.2. In a letter to a right-wing fur union leader on August 23, 1929, William Green noted, "It is clearly evident that the American Federation of Labor saved your organization from the communists. At the time we took charge of the situation in New York, the membership of your international union was about to elect communists as officers of your international organization. The influence of communism and communist leaders was very great. They had practically captured your international union." 3. AFL intervenes to save right wing. The intervention of the American Federation of Labor began only a few weeks after the 1926 victory. On July 19, 1926, Ben Gold, manager of the New York Joint Board, received a notice from Green that the Executive Council of the AFL had authorized and instructed the President of the American Federation of Labor to appoint a committee representing the Executive Council for the 84. Purpose of making an investigation into the internal affairs of the International Fur Workers Union, the recent strike of the New York membership of that union, the developments which took place in the working out of a new wage agreement and the general policy pursued by the strike committee which directed the strike in New York City. The Executive Council desires to know, the communication continued, whether those in charge of the recent strike in New York City were conforming to the laws, usages and administrative policies of the American Federation of Labor in their management and conduct of the strike. The committee to investigate the conduct of the 1926 strike was chaired by T.U.E.L, vice president of the AFL, and consisted of Hugh Frain and Edward F. McGrady, general organizers of the Federation, John Sullivan, president of the New York State Federation of Labor, and Joseph Ryan, president of the New York City Central Trades and Labor Council. All of them were well known for their bitter opposition to communists and left-wingers in general. Point 4. Investigation of the 1926 strike. Please give the committee access to all books, records and accounts of the local strike committee of which you were chairman, and the books, records and accounts of any subcommittee created by the local strike committee. Green notified Gold. To give the investigation an air of impartiality, the AFL president sent a similar letter to Shachtman, asking him to give the committee access to all books, records and accounts of the International Union which the committee might consider pertinent to its investigation. But in a private letter to Shachtman on July 23, 1926, conspicuously marked, confidential, Hugh Frain secretly reassured Shachtman that the committee had already met and drawn up its plan of operation. It was essential that Shachtman be present when the committee met, he wrote, to enlighten us with such information as will be helpful in the work. 5. In the weeks to come, the investigation committee issued statement after statement to the press, announcing that it was conducting an impartial inquiry and that it was neutral in the conflict between the International and the Joint Board. 6. Nor is this surprising since it was clear that the AFL was anything but neutral. It all became evident months later. On March 14, 1927, Green wrote, the International Fur Workers Union appealed to the American Federation of Labor to make an investigation of the 1926 strike of the fur workers of New York City which was originated, directed and administered by the Joint Board of the International Union. What are we accused of? Gold asked. Green had neither stated the grounds upon which the investigation had been ordered, nor disclosed upon whose initiative it was being undertaken. He pointed out, this is an unusual procedure indeed. Gold continued. Is the AFL in the habit of ordering special investigations of strikes simply because it is generally interested in the welfare of the organizations concerned? We think not. On the contrary, the AFL policy has always been to grant the affiliated organizations great latitude in the conduct of their strikes. Such an investigation as the one proposed is almost, if not altogether, without parallel in American trade union practice. Our joint board requests from you a definite statement of the specific reasons for the proposed investigation. We are proud of our long, hard-fought and successful strike. Gold's letter concluded, we have no objection to its being investigated by a fair and properly authorized committee. The Joint Board is a loyal and disciplined section of the AFL. But we insist upon knowing why the investigation is being undertaken and upon whose initiative. We also propose that our Joint Board be allowed 3 members upon any such committee and that it conduct its hearings publicly in a hall which will permit the attendance of the largest possible number of trade unionists and the press. 6. But all requests for a specific statement of charges and for open hearings were denied. Protesting that the investigation was in violation of the international constitution and the laws of the AFL, the Joint Board nevertheless finally agreed to make its books and records available to the committee, so that the American labor movement might learn how to conduct a strike. 7. Throughout August and September, 1926, the investigating committee met in secret session. It inspected the books of the Joint Board and took personal testimony. The testimony of the witnesses was kept secret. Had it been made public, the record would have revealed very plainly the difference in treatment accorded to the spokespersons of the Joint Board and those of the International. The former were repeatedly asked if they were members of the Communist Party, if they supported and endorsed the Freiheit, and other questions intended to give the impression that the leaders of the strike were Moscow agents, and that the strike itself was a communist plot. On the other hand, spokespersons for the International were not asked if they were members of the Socialist Party, if they endorsed the forward, of if they had held any meetings with other right-wing trade union leaders during the strike to betray the strikers. The right-wing leaders of the International accused the strike leaders of squandering the union's money, of bribing the police, of forcing strikers to join the Communist Party, of terrorizing workers who refused to continue on strike, of prolonging the strike at the order of the Communist Party, and even of placing communist agents in the offices of New York newspapers including the New York Times to report the strike in a manner favorable to the communists. 8. These accusations were readily accepted without question by the investigation committee. All requests by representatives of the Joint Board for the right to cross-examine witnesses were rejected. Likewise rejected was the Joint Board's request for an opportunity to cross-examine some 58 signers of affidavits who claimed they had been victims of beatings during the strike. 9. On January 13, 1927, the committee reported to the AFL Executive Council that it had found the Joint Board guilty of bribery, debauchery, and flagrant dishonesty, and announced that a most serious state of affairs existed in the International Fur Workers Union, due to the fact that a communist leadership had gained the ascendancy in the New York locals. Unless drastic defense measures were resorted to at once, this same leadership would gain control of the whole of the International Fur Workers Union. This must not come to pass, the committee proclaimed, and it called for strong measures to end the communistic ascendancy in the New York locals. The International Fur Workers Union was therefore urged to expel from its membership all who admitted affiliation to the Communist or Workers' Party, or the Trade Union Educational League, or those who may be found to have such affiliation. Should this prove to be insufficient to meet the crisis, the International was asked to revoke the charter of the New York Joint Board and of all local unions which refused to comply with this directive. 10. On January 8, 1927, a week before the report was made public, Shachtman had already assured Green of the International's decision to reorganize the Joint Board. He appealed to the AFL's Executive Council to appoint a committee to give the International Union assistance and advice as well as active support in carrying through the expulsion of the Joint Board. The Executive Council approved the report of the Investigation Committee and authorized T.U.E.L Fur Workers Union to rid this organization of its Communist leadership. 11. Expulsion of the Joint Board. The AFL soon appointed a special committee to rid the Furless Union of its communist leadership and destructive influence. On February 8, 1927, the special committee met with the Committee for Preservation of the Trade Unions to discuss plans for expulsion of the New York Joint Board of the Furriers Union. The Committee for Preservation of Trade Unions had been organized in December 1926 by right-wing Socialist Union officials, including Morris Sigmund and Julius Hockman of the ILGWU, Abraham Beckerman of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, Morris Feinstone of the United Hebrew Trades, Abraham I. Shiplikoff of the International Pocketbook Workers, and Alex Rose of the Millinery Workers. The committee declared war on the left-wing forces in the needle trades unions, and called for the expulsion of all communists from the labor movement. The National Executive Committee of the Socialist Party hailed the organization of the committee and endorsed its program. 12. After the meeting with the Committee for Preservation of the Trade Unions, Wall, Frayne, and McGrady wrote to Green, "It was pointed out by everybody at this meeting that the communists in the fur industry were much better entrenched than they were in all of the other needle trades and that consequently the fight would be more bitter and costly. The International Fur Workers Union," they continued, "was not only bankrupt, but owed considerable money and could give no financial assistance. The money, then, would have to come from outside sources." Fortunately, the Committee for Preservation of the Trade Unions pledged to devote their time to raise money among the Hebrew trades, and had appointed the Socialist Party leader, Abraham Shiplikoff, treasurer of the fund to keep the bankrupt International alive. 13. On February 17, 1927, in response to a request from William Green, the New York City Central Trades and Labor Council expelled the Fur Workers Union Locals 1, 5, 10, and 15, and the International Ladies Garment Workers Union Locals 2, 9, 22, and 35.14. Ironically, the left wing in the ILGWU was denounced for having lost its 1926 strike led by the Joint Board, while the fur workers' left wing was expelled after having won the great 1926 strike in its industry. There was another irony. In late 1926, the AFL began a campaign for the 5-day, 40-hour week. This was just at the time the AFL pursued investigations which were designed to rid the Furriers Union, the best example of how mass labor action could bring about such a working week, of its communistic leadership and destructive influence. On March 2, 1927, the General Executive Board of the International Fur Workers Union expelled 37 officials of the New York Joint Board and of Locals L, 5, 10, and 15 from membership in the Union. Those expelled included Ben Gold, Jack Schneider, Joseph Winogradsky, Samuel Leibowitz, Lena Greenberg, Fanny Warshawski, Esther Polanski, Mary Cohen, Esther Gumberg, and Lena Rabinowitz. The JEB ordered the immediate dissolution of the Joint Board and the local unions and demanded the immediate delivery of all funds and properties of the board and locals to the AFL's Special Committee. The members of the expelled locals were ordered to stop paying dues to the illegal bodies and pay them instead to a new union, called the Joint Council, which was launched by the AFL's Special Committee. 15. In all, 30 charges were listed in the expulsion order, although not all of the 37 expelled were included in each one of the charges. Most of them were based upon the report of the AFL's Investigation Committee, and the seventh charge, directed only against Gold, charged a conspiracy to permit the Communist Party to shape the policies and the conduct of the strike. Several charges referred to the fostering of dissension among the fur workers, attending protest meetings against the union, and joining and organize the original resolution, submitted to the 1926 AFL convention by members of the Cloth, Hat, Cap and Millinery Workers Union, asked that the convention go on record as favoring the shortening of working hours in all industries to 40 hours a week, and that the Executive Council be instructed to inaugurate a vigorous campaign in every industry throughout the country for the introduction of the 5-day and 40-hour week. The substitute resolution, ultimately unanimously passed, made no reference to 40 hours except in its title, and merely placed the convention on record as favoring a progressive shortening of the hours of labor and the days per week, while requesting that the Executive Council inaugurate a campaign of education and organization on the issue. Proceedings, AFL Convention, 1926, pp. 197, 201-03. President William Greene, moreover, made it clear that the resolution meant that the AFL was only agitating for change in the mining industry, the building industry, and the automobile industry. Labar, December 18, 1926. T.U.E.L, the name of which was not mentioned, said to be hostile to the Union. 16. Response of the Joint Board. In his reply to the JEB in the name of the Joint Board, Gold branded the charges as a tissue of falsehoods and flagrant inventions, evidently not made in the expectation that they would be believed, but in an attempt to find some excuse for actions which are not only utterly illegal, but, if successful, would result in utter ruin of the Union itself. He challenged the accusers to present the charges to a convention of duly and honestly elected representatives of the rank and file of our international membership, as we stand ready to answer all charges before our own membership. 17. The Joint Board refused to recognize its expulsion, pointing out the unconstitutional nature of the proceedings, and it rapidly mobilized the workers around a defense committee organized to prevent the forcible takeover of the Union. The fighting that went on in the Fur District during the next few months was intense. The manufacturers and the police lined up with the Joint Council and its goons in an attempt to force the fur workers to register with the new union. The workers and their defense committee fought back with strikes and fists, the opposition with fists, blackjacks, and knives. 18. Another attack. On March 17, 1927, 11 active workers and leaders of the Joint Board, including Gold, were arrested and charged with felonious assault in connection with the picketing of a small scab shop in Rockville Center, Long Island, near Mineola, during the 1926 strike. A week later, Mayor James J. Walker announced an investigation of the AFL charge of police bribery during the 1926 strike. He was convinced that the allegations were sufficient to warrant a thorough inquiry. He did not mention the fact that he had become convinced during a conference with William Greene and T.U.E.L. Magistrate Joseph Corrigan was named to conduct the official court investigation. 19. The AFL reorganizers took steps to deprive the accused of adequate legal defense. Wall, Frayne and McGrady wrote to Greene. About April 1, your committee was informed that Clarence Darrow was coming to New York to confer with the communist leaders who desired to engage his services at a trial which was to be held at Mineola, New York, where they were the defendants on a felonious assault charge, and also to represent them at the investigation of the alleged police graft in New York City. Your committee met with Mr. Darrow, and as a result he promised not to handle their case. 20. George Z. Medali, a member of the National Committee of the Republican Party and former State Attorney General, agreed to serve as counsel for the Union and headed the group of lawyers for the defense. The Joint Board also appealed to Frank P. Walsh, former chairman of the Federal Commission on Industrial Relations and joint chairman of the War Labor Conference Board, to undertake the defense of its leaders. Walsh refused to accept the cases until he had an opportunity to make an exhaustive investigation of the charges and countercharges. For several weeks, Walsh and his entire staff of attorneys investigated the Mineola affair and the police bribery charges. They reached the conclusion that the charges against the leaders of the fur workers were of the flimsiest nature, most of them being based upon false accusations, and inspired by right-wing leaders of the International and the AFL, to eliminate the present Joint Board and their officers. 21. Walsh not only agreed to take the cases, he helped organize a committee of 100 to defend needle trades workers who were either in prison or were facing imprisonment as a result of their activities in the furriers and cloakmakers strikes of 1926. The committee, including leading writers, artists, playwrights, editors, ministers, and men and women prominent in humanitarian causes. The formation of the Committee of 100 enraged the AFL leaders and their socialist allies. McGrady charged that the liberals who were serving on the committee were being used as window dressing by the Communist Joint Board of the Furriers Union. There was no issue of civil or industrial rights involved, he insisted, since they were all communists. 22. Morris Sigmund of the ILGWU wrote personally to the directors of the American Civil Liberties Union, advising, the individual civil among them were Forrest Bailey, director of the American Civil Liberties Union and president of the Civic Club of New York. Susan Brandeis, lawyer and daughter of United States Supreme Court Justice Brandeis, Professor Henry W. Dana, W.E.B. Du Bois, outstanding black leader and editor of Crisis. James Weldon Johnson, leader of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Arthur Garfield Hayes, prominent lawyer and active in the American Civil Liberties Union. Rev. John Haynes Holmes, Upton Sinclair, famous novelist, and Rev. Harry F. Ward of the Union Theological Seminary. Liberties members participating in this so-called defense committee to keep their hands off. In reply, Arthur Garfield Hayes accused Sigmund of allowing your emotion to have destroyed your sense of honor as well as your sense of fairness. You even state that we who serve on the committee must be inextricably bound up with gangsterism, fraud and corruption employed by those former leaders. You must know that this sort of thing is preposterous and that statements of that kind merely reflect on your judgment in good faith. 23. Role of the employers. Originally it had been planned that the employers should remain in the background while the leaders of the International and the AFL carried the ball in smashing the joint board. In this way, it was hoped, the fur workers would not see how deeply their employers were involved in the scheme to destroy their union. But the continued resistance of the workers forced the conspirators to drop the mask. The employers came openly into the campaign to force the fur workers to register in the new union. As a result of these conferences, Wall, Frayne and McGrady wrote to William Green. The Associated Fur Manufacturers agreed to recognize the contract of the International Organization and the American Federation of Labor. It further agreed that it would instruct all members of the association to employ none but workers in good standing in the international organization affiliated with the American Federation of Labor. On April 2, fur workers entering the shops were informed by signs posted on the walls that anyone who did not bring a book from the Joint Council at the opening of the following week would not be allowed to work. The period of slavery in the United States has passed, the Joint Board warned the manufacturers. Should they continue their attempts to dictate to the fur workers what union they should belong to, the Joint Board would take steps to defend the workers' rights. 24. Rarely had a union faced attacks on so many fronts at one time. Every day more and more workers reported to the Joint Board that they had not been allowed to go to work because they had refused to register with the Joint Council. Meanwhile, with the aid of the police and gangsters, the council was trying desperately to fill the shops with scabs to replace workers who had refused to register. Wall. Oration of the Police Department. McLaughlin instructed Deputy Inspector McGrath and Captain Hanley of the 30th Street Precinct to devote their full time to assisting the council. Wall, Frayne and McGrady reported to Green that it was agreed to let the police handle the situation. This procedure has ever since been followed. 25. Under the threat of police intimidation and starvation, some workers did capitulate. The vast majority, however, held fast even though they were thrown out of their shops and deprived of their livelihood. Under pressure from the manufacturers whose fur garments were not being produced, the leaders of the association demanded action from the AFL. The Associated Fur Manufacturers called in your committee. Wall, Frayne and McGrady wrote to Green and said they were willing to go through with this fight provided your committee would pledge that the American Federation of Labor would stay until conditions were stabilized. This we promised to do. 26. In the Mineola trial, the defendants were supposedly on trial for having broken into a scab shop and attacking the owner. But a good deal of the trial was conducted as if the defendants were guilty of political crimes. They were asked if they read the Freiheit and endorsed its principles. Did they know Charles E. Ruthenberg, General Secretary of the American Communist Party? Did they oppose the capitalist form of government? Frank P. Walsh protested that these questions had nothing to do with the charge against the defendants and were asked only to prejudice the jury. Judge Smith overruled his objections. 2 defendants, Gold and Shapiro, were acquitted. 9 others were found guilty. They were sentenced to 2.5 to 5 years in prison. 27. Later, Supreme Court Justice Mitchell May in Brooklyn granted a certificate of reasonable doubt in the Mineola case on the grounds that even a superficial examination of the records of this trial revealed an atmosphere which would influence the jury against the accused. Justice May accused the presiding judge and the district attorney of going far out of their way in order to assure an unfavorable verdict against the accused. It is seriously questionable whether the defendants were able to secure the fair and impartial trial which the law ensures, he concluded. 28. After 2 years of legal appeals in the courts and continuous mass pressure, 7 of the 9 who were found guilty in the Mineola trial were acquitted. The other 2 were imprisoned for 2.5 years. Meanwhile, hearings were held on the police bribery charges before Magistrate Corrigan. But the record of police brutality during the 1926 strike demolished the charge that the Furriers' leaders had bribed the police to keep them from arresting pickets. Police records put into evidence showed 874 arrests in 3 precincts alone and 477 convictions. In all, about 1,500 strikers had been arrested, hundreds had been brutally beaten by the police, and throughout the strike, protests had been lodged by the Joint Board against the police. The investigation lasted for 2 weeks. Judge Corrigan finally ruled that there was no evidence obtainable to sustain the charges of the AFL officials. Nothing has been brought out during this examination, he declared, which in any way reflects upon the honesty of the police department or any members of the force. He dismissed the entire charge. The press conceded that this action was inevitable, since the police had rendered valuable service to the employers during the strike, and any charge that they had been bribed to be partial towards the strikers was simply too preposterous to hold water. 29. For 3 months, the Fur District was in a turmoil as the workers resisted efforts to force them into the Joint Council. The unionization of the whole New York fur industry was in danger, and the Joint Board called a tactical retreat. At the beginning of May, 1927, the left wing instructed its followers to register with the Joint Council and await further instructions. By May 10, about 6,500 workers, carefully screened to keep out the known militants, had registered with the AFL Joint Council. Actually, the vast majority of these fur workers did not go to register and obtain their union books in person. Their employers registered for them, paid their initiation fees, obtained their books, and paid their dues to the Joint Council. But the workers still continued to pay dues to the Joint Board and to attend shop meetings in the Joint Board office. Thousands who refused to register with the Joint Council wandered from shop to shop, working a day or two in each place, until the boss would order them to either register or get out. 30. In the association shops, the employers lost no time in reaping the benefits of the chaos created by the expulsion of the Joint Board and the AFL reorganization. Working hours were increased to 44 and 46 a week, and many furriers were forced to work in order to work in the shops. A worker was required to show his or her union book revealing that he or she was a paid-up member of the union. 50, 60, and even 70 hours a week without overtime pay. Wages were cut sharply, in many shops as much as 50%. As in the case of the ILGWU, the sweatshop system now returned in full force. Contracting and subcontracting again infested the industry. 31. The 1927 strike. While the new union was now in control of the fur market, it was either unwilling or unable to enforce the agreement won by the Joint Board in 1926. The Joint Board, on the other hand, mobilized the workers to resist the breakdown of working conditions in the shops, and on June 3, 1927, it took the offensive by calling the fur workers out on strike. The demands of the union were reinstatement of the 1926 agreement, enforcement of the agreement in the shops, and recognition of the Joint Board. 32. This was the real showdown, and the strike was the lewdest ever seen in the Fur District, already notorious for its violence. After a hurried consultation, Wall, Frayne, and McGrady decided to prevent the strike from developing. They turned for assistance to Joseph A. Warren, New York City Commissioner of Police. The strike must not take place, they wrote. To this end we venture to suggest, if it is within the propriety of your department, that you call to your office the communistic leaders of the Joint Board. But this maneuver failed. Then in a letter to Police Commissioner Warren, Edward McGrady, the AFL's general organizer, who was managing the crusade against the Joint Board, predicted that a mass demonstration called by the Joint Board for June would be completely successful, unless these groups are awed by the presence and activity of the police assigned to this district. We are confident that your department will adequately handle the situation. The police leapt to do his bidding. From the first day of the strike, numerous squads of police and industrial squad detectives patrolled the fur market and assaulted the pickets. Arrests of strikers increased daily. 33. On the morning of the first great mass demonstration, the entire fur district was flooded with policemen and detectives. No sooner had the thousands of strikers started their march than the fur district was turned into a war zone, as police and detectives, swinging clubs and blackjacks, tried desperately to break up the demonstration. At times the press of strikers was halted only when detectives drew revolvers, wrote one reporter. Ket. Unable to break up the mass demonstration, the industrial squad took bloody revenge on individual strikers, particularly singling out women pickets for beating. 34. Under the protection of the police, gangsters overran the fur market, spreading terror on every block. They rode through the district in big cars filled with weapons. At intervals, they would leap out, slash the pickets with knives and beat them with iron bars and other weapons. Here, again, women pickets were singled out for attack. In a free-for-all fight yesterday afternoon on 6th Avenue and 27th Street, the New York Sun reported on June 25, 1927, 4 left-wing pickets, 3 of them women, were beaten with iron bars and stabbed within sight of police on strike duty. When arrested, the strong-arm men said they were getting $50 a week from the International Fur Workers Union. Aaron Gross was beaten, stabbed, and nearly killed by 2 men. The 10 were arrested but promptly bailed out of jail by the IFWU.35. A cursory examination of newspaper headlines gives a clear picture of the violence against the strikers. Police arrest 11 fur strikers for parading. Arrest 350 fur strikers. 224 fur strikers arrested. 40 fur pickets sent to prison. 131 more pickets sent to prison. The big parade to court. The Jefferson Market Police Court was packed with sympathizers and fellow strikers, and cheers rang through the courtroom when 110 of the strikers announced that because of the excessive bail asked by the judge, they preferred to sit in jail rather than put their union to a great expense. "I have been to war," wrote one New York reporter the following day, "but I have yet to see anything which will compare with the indomitable courage and guts displayed yesterday by the striking furriers, men and women on the picket line." In one day alone, one fur worker was sentenced to 8 months in prison, 4 workers to 6 months in prison, 62 to 15 days in prison, 34 to 10 days, and 8 to 5 days in prison. Among those to whom this justice was meted out were 54 women. 2 women, Ethel Schusterman and Ida Ishman, were among the famous 5 who were sentenced to 8 and 6 months in prison for having disturbed the court when, outraged at the vicious sentences given their fellow pickets, they expressed indignation and horror. 36. In vain the Joint Board pointed out that the penalizing of the workers for picketing peacefully violated a recent decision of the New York Court of Appeals upholding peaceful picketing. The police continued their mass arrests and the magistrates continued to sentence the pickets to jail. But Edward McGrady complained that the authorities were still not dealing severely enough with the fur strikers. And when Magistrate Rosenbluth, who had sentenced scores of pickets to jail, ventured to suggest that the AFL leaders reach some agreement with the Joint Board on the number of pickets to be used, McGrady immediately released a statement criticizing the judge. "There is no strike. There is no legitimate need or right to picket," he declared. 37. After studying the situation as an observer for the American Civil Liberties Union, Norman Thomas, leader of the Socialist Party, who could hardly be accused of being biased in favor of the left-wing leadership of the Joint Board, wrote to Forrest Bailey, "As far as I could judge, the present attitude of the police would make proper picketing of the most peaceful sort a practical impossibility." 38. That attitude was given full meaning by A.C. Sedgwick, a New York Times reporter, when he described the treatment of arrested strikers at the hands of the police and the industrial squad. One detective takes a piece of rubber hose, which is part of the equipment of the detective's bureau and is favored because it leaves no marks. Another takes out his blackjack. Others grab for anything blackjacks and nightsticks. The prisoners fall to the floor. The blood pours from their faces. They spit and cough blood. The detectives, still in a rage, look at them. The door opens. A young policeman in a uniform pokes his head in. "You fellers is easy with him," he says. "Is that so?" roars a detective and kicks a prisoner in the face, pulls him to his feet, props him against the desk, then with the butt end of his revolver makes a gash in his head. If it were asked of any official source what happened to the men, it would be said that they received their injuries, resisting arrest, or perhaps that the sidewalk came up and hit him. 39. The extraordinary heroism of the strikers is shown by the attitude of 40 women pickets who were arrested and sentenced to 5, 10, and in some cases, 30 days and even 6 months imprisonment on Welfare Island. Those given 5 or 10 days could have been freed if they were willing to pay their fines. But when a representative of the Joint Board came with the money for their release, they refused to allow the union's funds to be exhausted by the payment of fines. "We will serve our sentences," they declared, and not even the pleas of anxious relatives could sway them. 40. By the time the strike was ended, after 6 weeks of battle, it was clear that it was the Joint Board that held the loyalty of the fur workers. While the strike ended in only a partial victory, union control and unlawn conditions were re-established in shops employ the majority of the workers. The Joint Board, moreover, was recognized by both independent and trimming association employers, and although it was unable to win formal recognition by the major manufacturers association, the Joint Board did compel many association members to agree not to oblige their workers to register with the Joint Council. Other association employers went through the motions of asking their workers to register but took no reprisals against those who refused. 41. The 1927 International Convention. While thousands of fur workers were battling police clubs, arrests and imprisonment on the picket line in New York, the 8th Biennial Convention of the International Fur Workers Union opened on June 13, 1927, in the AFL building in Washington, D.C. According to the union's constitution, the convention was to have taken place in May, but Wall, Frayne and McGrady instructed the international officers on April 21 that no call be sent out at this time for the holding of a convention. "As you well know," they pointed out, "your international union is today being financed to a great part by the reorganizing activities going on here in New York City, and that without this income your organization would be practically bankrupt." In a private letter to AFL President William Green, the AFL trio gave their reason for postponing the convention. There is an agitation being worked up around the country for the convening of the convention of the International Fur Workers Union. This should have taken place in the month of May. Your committee delayed calling this convention until we had assurances that the international organization would be able to control the situation. 42. Only after they had received assurances from Shachtman that if a convention was called outside of New York City, the international would have 31 favorable delegates and 6 unfavorable delegates, did the AFL reorganizers agree to call the convention to be held on June 20th. The choice of the small council chamber in the AFL building in Washington came after Shachtman pointed out that 3 years before, the Fur Trimming Association had broken its agreement with the left-wing union. It represented employers who manufactured fur trimmings. It would prevent any possible demonstrations on the part of the vast majority of the communists and their followers. 43. The right-wing international leadership made sure they would control the convention. They refused to recognize the delegates from the New York Joint Board even though they represented more than 85% of the total international membership. The General Executive Board had chartered a number of locals in New York and elsewhere in order to pack the convention. When the convention opened, 35 delegates, headed by Ben Gold, elected by the fur workers to represent the New York Joint Board, were present. Although they knew they would be barred from the convention, these delegates were determined to put up a fight for recognition. 44. But the Credentials Committee, composed entirely of right-wingers, presented a report recommending seating the delegates from the New York Joint Council. Together with the out-of-town paper delegates, they made up the convention majority. The legitimate New York delegates were not seated, nor were any anti-administration delegates from Newark, Montreal, Boston, Chicago, Winnipeg and Toronto. After a fruitless attack on the report of the Credentials Committee, the Joint Board delegates were barred from the convention. 45. Meanwhile, a split was developing among the AFL leaders with respect to the situation in the New York Fur Workers Union. William Green and Edward McGrady were fed up with the constant conflict, had lost respect for the right-wing socialist leaders of the International, and felt that purges among fur workers was a waste of effort. Matthew Wall, however, refused to go along, insisting that the AFL must continue its support for the right-wingers. 46. Although it was Wall and not Green and McGrady who prevailed in the end, the AFL president did persuade the right-wing international leaders to permit the Joint Board delegates to present their case against expulsion to the convention before the delegates voted on the issue. In an impassioned speech, Gold branded as false the charges against the Joint Board. While accusing the right-wing leaders of having annihilated the working conditions for which the furriers have fought so long and so hard, he emphasized that neither the issue of officers nor of communism should concern the convention. The problem was to achieve unity and a more effective union to serve the interests of the workers. He was prepared to resign as manager of the Joint Board if that would advance the cause of peace and unity. The real issue, Gold concluded, is whether we shall be sold out to the bosses or whether our union shall fight to win better conditions for the workers. The real issue is majority rule versus gangster and boss control. It is democracy in the union, effective strikes and mass picketing versus surrender to the bosses. Finally, the real issue is the creation of a strong, honest, democratic union in the industry. 47. But the appeal fell on deaf ears. Matthew Wall urged the convention not to be taken in by communist oratory, and appealed for action completing the reorganization of the union. The next morning, the convention voted to approve the expulsions and lifted the charters of the Joint Board locals. 48. Failure of the conspiracy. Although the movement for peace and unity had failed in Washington, it did not end. On May 14, 1928, Local 30 of Boston adopted a resolution calling the GEB's attention to the spread of open shops in the fur manufacturing and fur dressing industries, which was breaking down the power of our local unions, cutting our wages to the bone and generally bringing in worse conditions in the union shops. The resolution went on to point out that because of the internal struggle in the union, the International was spending all the money and energy on the war against the left wing instead of using them for organization purposes and for strengthening the locals. In view of these tragic developments, Local 30 appealed to the GEB to immediately call together a conference of local representatives for the purpose of putting an end to the internal struggle in the union. The resolution was forwarded to every local. Within 2 weeks, 3 locals, Local 53 of Philadelphia, Local 40 of Toronto, and Local 58 of Brooklyn had endorsed Local 30's demand. In addition, several locals were seriously debating the resolution. The answer from the right-wing GEB came swiftly. Local 30 was accused of acting for the communists who have instigated the officers of your local to this in order to get some publicity. It concluded, the International Fur Workers Union as well as the American Federation of Labor have once for all taken the stand that there can be no unity, peace or compromise with the communists. 49. But the AFL leaders were growing weary of the battle, especially as an open split among the right-wing leaders flared in the New York Joint Council over which group should get the best positions. This convinced even the AFL leaders that their entire campaign against the fur workers had disintegrated to the point where it was no longer retrievable. On top of this, the Committee for Preservation of Trade Unions informed the AFL leaders that their treasury was bankrupt and they could no longer carry the burden of financing the Joint Council. The AFL had already indicated that it could not keep pouring money into the Joint Council. On July 6, 1928, Edward McGrady notified Shiplikoff that the AFL had decided to throw in the sponge and withdraw from the fur situation in New York. The committee representing the American Federation of Labor feels very much discouraged over this situation, and as a result of the action of your committee I have conferred with President Green on this situation, and we feel that inasmuch as the Preservation of Trade Unions Committee is not in a position to render any further assistance, the American Federation of Labor will surrender its control of the situation as soon as we can close the various matters up. If there is anything further that you think might be done in the immediate future, I will be very glad to hear from you. Otherwise, the American Federation of Labor will get out of the situation within the next few weeks. 50. 5 days after he had received McGrady's letter, Shiplikoff sent a hurried call for help to the right-wing leaders of the needle trades unions, inviting them to an emergency meeting in the council room of the ILGWU. Calling their attention to McGrady's letter, Shiplikoff reminded the right-wing leaders that we cannot very well afford to have the communists re-entrench themselves in the Furriers Union. Just what can be done I don't know, he fairly wept, but I do know that it would weigh heavily on your conscience and on mine if we did not make a serious attempt to prevent the recapture of the Furriers Union by the communists. In a telegram to the Jewish Daily Forward, William Green announced that not only would the AFL not withdraw from the Furriers situation, but it would continue to give its service in the fight against communism and communist influence in the International Fur Workers Union. The Executive Council again assigned Wall, Frayne and McGrady to the fur workers for an indefinite period. At the same time, Shiplikoff disclosed that the organizations represented at the emergency conference had promised to provide the additional financial resources to enable the AFL to control the situation in the Furriers Union. 51. But statements could not breathe new life into the corpse, as the workers called the Joint Council. All the money poured into the corpse would only pay the salaries of the right-wing clique and their strong-arm squads, and preserve it as a useful instrument of the employers to destroy the Furriers' working conditions. On the other hand, the Joint Board was very much alive. It had just completed a highly successful drive for July raises. It had called and won several shop strikes despite the fact that the employers had new agreements with the Joint Council and did not recognize the Joint Board. These successful strikes enabled thousands of workers in other shops to obtain July raises from their bosses. 52. As the Joint Board re-established control over the New York market and established ties with the out-of-town locals, and as the Joint Council faded away, it found that despite itself, it was operating as a dual union. In the summer of 1928, the fur workers proceeded with a conference with 8 out-of-town locals and the Progressive Bloc, which had split from the Joint Council. This conference issued a call for the formation of a new international union for the fur industry of the United States and Canada. 53*. Unlike the left wing of the ILGWU, the left wing of the Fur Workers Union was able to take most of the members with them into the new union. 54. In 1927, the Trade Union Educational League's National Central Committee already envisaged such development, observing in an outline of policy for Furriers Convention, "We must recognize that we are working in a split situation, and that strengthening of our forces and of the Union necessitates another step in the direction of forming a union independent of the Furriers International or of the forces claiming to be the International Union." Daniel Bell Papers, Tamiment Institute Library, New York University. As in the case of the Ladies' Garment Workers Union, this decision to move towards an independent union was under consideration before the Communist International endorsed dual unionism in the spring of 1928. Chapters: The Men's Clothing and Millinery Workers. During the 1920s, all the needle trades unions underwent a prolonged period of internal struggle between right and left. In most instances, the union leadership was closely identified with the Socialist Party, and its hegemony was challenged by the newborn Communist Party and its ally, the Trade Union Educational League. However, in the case of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, the situation was for several years quite different. As we have seen in our last volume, from 1920 through mid-1924, the Hillman leadership in the Amalgamated was allied with members of the Trade Union Educational League, most of whose members, if not all, were communists, while the socialists in the union fought against the union leadership for a variety of reasons, of which the most important was the enthusiastic support of the Bolshevik Revolution and the young Soviet Union by the Hillman leadership. The Trade Union Educational League did organize branches in the Amalgamated in the years 1920 to 1924, but they were in general support of the administration, but not in critical support. Thus on March 7, 1924, the minutes of the National Committee, T.U.E.L report. Amalgamated Clothing Workers. Foster made the following recommendations regarding the ACWA. criticize freely the policies of the Hillman administration but in careful manner in order to prevent an open break. Ha break comes, it should be left * see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labar Movement in the Unit, ed. States, 9, New York, 1990, 30207. 103. Clearly on the shoulders of the Hillman administration. An effort must he put forth to elect left-wing delegates to this amalgamated convention, but not on the basis of an open struggle with the Hillman group, if this can be avoided. Point 1. It was not long, however, before the open break, which Foster sought to avoid, came to pass. Despite the amalgamated's continued support of the Soviet Union, Foster's advice became more difficult to carry out. Hillman and his supporters believed that the only way the Union could secure itself in the chaotic clothing industry was to promote order and organization in the trade, encourage the development of the larger manufacturers, and cooperate with these employers in applying the principles of scientific management. As part of this strategy, the amalgamated in the 1924 strike refused to deal with individual employers and forced them to form an employers' association. They argued that such agreements were easier to enforce. The left wing vehemently disagreed. Its position was that the weaker the employers were, relative to the Union, the more the workers could win from them in wages, hours, and working conditions. For the Union to foster an employers' association was to engage in one of the worst forms of class collaboration. Point 2. While this conflict over trade union policy played a part in the break between the Hillman leadership and the T.U.E.L, it was a political question that proved to be the occasion for the parting of ways. When the amalgamated leadership chose to support the Lafayette campaign in 1924, and not the efforts of the communists, supported by the T.U.E.L, to establish an independent Labor Party, the die was cast. After this, the T.U.E.L emerged as the center of the left opposition while the socialists abruptly made peace with the Union leadership, sensing a chance for a major assault on the communists. In conducting a purge against the left, the Hillman group called on their former opponents in the Socialist Party for assistance. The report also included, the National Committee should censor comrades in the amalgamated clothing workers who are responsible for alienating the masses in the organization through their opposition to the 5% assessment for unemployment relief. The National Committee of the Needle Trades Section should draft a statement stating its position with reference to the 5% unemployment assessment as a local program for unemployment relief. Daniel Bell Papers, Tamiment Institute Library, New York University. The left-wing members of the amalgamated had opposed the assessment for unemployment relief on the ground that this should have been imposed on the employers rather than on the workers. *** see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labar Movement in the United States, 9, New York, 1990, 306, 346-47. During the next few months, the breach widened as the left wing charged that Hillman's radical phrases were merely a blind used to keep a militant rank and file in line while he pursued a reactionary course of class collaboration. Point 3. While socialists and liberals praised Hillman for his willingness to lend hard-pressed employers money from the Union Treasury, T.U.E.L members in the amalgamated condemned the action as opening the door to widespread wage cutting. When B. Charny Vladik of the Jewish Daily Forward called the amalgamated's bank more valuable than all the writings of Marx and Lenin, the T.U.E.L pointed out that the bank had fired its employees who were union activists. All needle trades workers were urged to attend a protest meeting called by the Office Workers League, to voice objection to this discrimination against union members by a labor bank. 4. In 1924, Hart, Schaffner and Marx of Chicago appealed to the amalgamated to help it reduce the costs of operation in its factories. In response, the union took over numerous functions of the management and planned a reorganization of production to achieve a reduction in costs. Other large establishments in Chicago were similarly reorganized. The policy resulted in fewer workers in the shops, while those who remained had to do more work than ever before at lower piece rates. The T.U.E.L criticized the union leadership for participating in an industry-sponsored speed-up. Leaflets quoted an admiring journalist who wrote, "The amalgamated statisticians, research men, and industrial engineers have supplanted the strike committeemen and picket line leaders to a great extent." 5. In 1983, after a very detailed study of how the amalgamated's cooperation with employers in the production process operated, Stephen Fraser concluded that scientific management was either anti-union or prepared to work with trade union leadership willing to sacrifice the fundamental interests of their workers. 6. As the T.U.E.L intensified its criticism of the Hillman leadership, a sharp battle emerged between that leadership and Local 5 of New York, where the left wing had its leaders as local officers. In August 1924, the local held an open meeting to discuss a plan for the amalgamation of all the New York locals. The members of many of the other locals were there when Sam Lipson, a member of the local executive board and leading member of the T.U.E.L, attacked the GEB's request for a dues increase and accused the administration of employing many more people on its staff than were necessary. 7. By the end of November, the administration decided to move against the T.U.E.L. Mann gave a 2-hour speech attacking factionalism. The JEB set a closed meeting for December 6 to deal with the issue. In the meantime, the December 5, 1924 issue of Advance ran a large banner headline, "Hillman attacks factionalism in Union," and some quotes from Hillman's lengthy speech, such as, "We refuse to be a party to any single group or combinations of groups. We will no longer deal with a good league or a fine council. Our experience has been that neither faction has the interests of the amalgamated at heart. We recognize the impossibility of ing on any constructive organizational work if factionalism continues." Acting in response to the JEB, the New York Joint Board voted to reorganize as of December 20. When the reorganized board met, leading members of the T.U.E.L were present, and the administration made a statement that this was acceptable as long as they ceased acting as representatives of outside forces. There was also some talk of revoking the charters of some unnamed locals, presumably Local 5. But this was opposed by Hillman as an action to be resorted to only when there seemed to be no other choice. 9. The leadership of Local 5 was not cowed by these developments and pressed its attack on the administration. Then, when 2 members were discharged for allegedly either opposing production standards or fighting at work, 10 Local 5's executive board called the workers out on strike. The manager of the joint board stepped in and ordered them back while he negotiated with the employer. However, the local executive board refused to send the workers back, and the joint board manager sent in other workers. At this, the local executive board members marched at the head of the picket line, and Local 2 called its members out in a sympathy walkout. The JEB ruled that since under the Constitution only the joint board could call a strike, the manager was right in sending in other workers, and it ordered the local to send its workers back to the shop. The local ignored the JEB order until the manager of the joint board had negotiated the return of the 2 dismissed workers. 11. With this victory, the left-wingers pressed on with their attack. On January 8, 1925, they called a mass meeting at which they denounced the officers of the Joint Board and the JEB and called on the workers to support them in their fight with the Joint Board. After this meeting and the circulation of leaflets publicizing the action, the Joint Board suspended Local 5's representatives. The JEB then stepped in to investigate. When the leaders of Local 5 openly assumed responsibility for the meeting and the leaflets and said they would continue, the JEB placed the local in receivership, suspended its executive board, barred left-wing leader Sam Lipson and 2 others from all union activities, and began systematically to expel T.U.E.L members. 12. In August 1925, Professor Earl R. Beckner of the University of Chicago observed in a study of the Trade Union Educational League, "The League has members in the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, but a severe struggle has not developed in that union. The League considers the ACWA to be the leading labor union of America, and does not condemn its officials as it does the officials of other unions generally." 13. However, this was no longer an accurate picture of the relationship. In March 1925, negotiations began between the Chicago manufacturers and the officials of the Amalgamated for a new agreement. In a leaflet distributed by the National Committee of the Needle Trades section of the Trade Union Educational League, the policies of the Amalgamated leadership came under sharp attack. The leaflet accused the Amalgamated officials of abandoning a militant policy of fighting the bosses, and of adopting the method of aiding the employers at the expense of the workers. It noted that in its early days, the Amalgamated did not tolerate collaboration with the bosses. However, in recent years, there had grown swiftly an unwillingness on the part of our officials, nationally and locally, to struggle. They look for a peaceful path, instead of class struggle and workers' solidarity. In short, the union officialdom is cooperating with the bosses to enforce wage cuts and to speed up production. As a result, conditions in the shop are becoming intolerable, and it was now impossible to earn a decent living. The leaflet went on. Brothers and sisters, let us not allow the Amalgamated Clothing Workers to disintegrate into a second United Garment Workers. You can prevent that. Don't wait until it is too late. Let your voice be heard at the next meeting of your local union against the policy of collusion with the bosses. The League's proposals for the new agreement urged open wage negotiations instead of the present method of secret diplomacy with the bosses, the 40-hour week, with pay for 44, to help solve the crisis created by the development of machinery, which while bringing bigger profits to the bosses, is throwing hundreds and thousands into the unemployed ranks. Week work, with a maximum standard of production and minimum scale of wages, instead of piece work. A genuine system of unemployment payments and shop committee control of the union with the employers recognizing the shop committees as the union representatives, empowered to conduct all negotiations for the workers. But to gain these needed demands, the expulsion policy must end. The expulsion of the militants, the supporters of the Trade Union Educational League, by the administration serves the interest of the manufacturers and evidences an unhealthy cooperation of the union officials with the bosses. The membership must prevent the attempts of the officials of our union to get rid of the vital elements, the militants and left-wingers in the Amalgamated. Fight against the expulsions of the militants. Fight for the reinstatement of the expelled. 14. It was the Trade Union Educational League which made the 4-hour week an important issue in the Amalgamated. To be sure, Hillman declared that the whole nation was ready for the 40-hour week, but in his own industry, the 44-hour standard remained intact after the negotiations, with only a promise to consider the feasibility of introducing the 40-hour week being granted by the employers. As in other needle trades unions, it was the left wing, mostly the communists, who made the 40-hour week an issue in the amalgamated .15. The League also made sex discrimination in the union a central issue. Noting the small number of women in the leadership of a union where membership was 60 to 70% female, T.U.E.L leaflets called for an instant change in this situation. It was not a new problem. In Chicago's Local 39, a group of women led by Sarah Rosner had run as delegates to the 1920 Amalgamated Convention on this very issue, but they were all defeated. The women were infuriated, especially since Chicago was the center of Hillman's strength, and he had not lifted a finger to help them. As Sarah Rosner recalled, "Up to that time I was mainly class conscious, but when I saw that the union leaders, were so ruthless, so indifferent to the biggest part of the organization, the women, I thought, how can we stand by and ignore it?" As a result, Local 275, the women's local in Chicago, was formed. Through their own local, the women were able to occupy a place of leadership, for within the structure of the ACWA, every local had a representative on the joint board and every local nominated a business agent. Not only did the amalgamated leadership grant Local 275 its charter, but by the middle of the decade, there were women's locals in several cities. In October 1924, moreover, a women's bureau was launched within the ACWA, with Dorothy Jacobs Belanca in charge. 16. Unfortunately, the Women's Bureau was short-lived, and the amalgamated leadership reversed its attitude with respect to meeting the special needs of women members. The T.U.E.L seized upon this change, and issued leaflets which noted that the Constitution of the Union stands for full equality in the rights, privileges, and duties of its membership, regardless of sex, creed, or nationality. The women members pay the same dues and assessments as the men. A special Women's Bureau was established a few years ago to encourage and stimulate activity on the part of women members. But all that appeared to be simply for the sake of appearance. The membership of the union is approximately 50% female with an ever-increasing proportion of women in some of the large markets. Yet there is but one woman member on the General Executive Board. The number of business agents, local secretaries, or union officers of any sort is negligible. The Special Women's Bureau lasted about a year. The rate of wages of women workers in the union shops is less than that of men. And yet in strike after strike, the number of women pickets arrested and beaten up exceeded that of men. In the St. Louis strike of the workers of the Curls Manufacturing Company during the summer of 1925, the great activity of the women workers had aroused widespread comment in the local press, but it had had no effect in altering the second-place status of women members in the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America. 17. The attack on discrimination in the union brought support for the left wing from women members. One woman member wrote to advance praising the T.U.E.L for at least recognizing this problem. Unlike the union leadership, discrimination against women in the union is no joke or invention, she continued. It is a real live issue, insofar as the women are concerned. It is going on constantly. We feel that, if we take our places on the picket line, we are entitled to our place in the shops. 18. Women made up more than half of the left-wing group that organized the Amalgamated Joint Action Committee of New York, modeled on that of the ILGWU. Esther Baroff and Celia Levine, two militant T.U.E.L members, were elected to the committee's governing board. 19. Prodded by the Joint Action Committee, the Amalgamated took on the International Tailoring Company, an open shop company with plants in New York and Chicago, which represented a threat to the biggest markets in the country. The strike began in June and ran until November 1925. Straight that it was no less militant than the left wing. It conducted an extremely militant strike, with mass picketing, violation of injunctions, and other vigorous strike tactics. The left, for its part, fully supported the strike, and members of the Joint Action Committee were among the many pickets who were arrested and beaten during the long strike. 20. The amalgamated leadership, however, viewed the left wing's support of the strike as merely a tactic. Indeed, it now saw an opportunity to eliminate the left completely. By July 1925, the strength of the amalgamated had declined from the 1920 level of 177,000 members to 103,021, and the standing of the leadership had gone down commensurately. But the prestige acquired in the victory over the International Tailoring Company made it possible for the leadership to take on the left wing. The December JEB meeting appointed a committee of 3, headed by Hyman Blumberg, to take over and reorganize the New York organization. The committee merged the men's and boys' clothing joint boards and brought in the notorious Abraham Beckerman to manage the consolidated joint board. The JEB also declared the Amalgamated Joint Action Committee to be a dual union, called for the expulsion of all associated with it, and assigned Beckerman to declare war on the left-wing organization using gangsters and union strong-arm men for this purpose. 22. On December 15, 1925, the Daily Worker carried a poem entitled, The Ghost of Rickert, * dedicated to Sidney Hillman by a tailor. Shop worker, it read. The ghost of Rickert now draws near, with blackjack hand, and ready gun. These highest symbols of his rule are here. Though newly clad, though different name, we know him yet, to be the same. Thomas Rickert was the corrupt and brutal leader of the United Garment Workers of America, from which the clothing workers who formed the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America had seceded. And as his tyranny of yore, we fought until we won. So now, zero brothers, let us fight, all those who rob at us of our right, with blackjack and gun. At this point an angry B. Marcus, a member of Amalgamated's Local 39, criticized the T.U.E.L in a letter to the editor of the Daily. Woe 1*er. He charged that the League's methods in combating the Hillman leadership, which he charged was more brutal and more corrupt than even the bureaucracy of the United Garment Workers Union from which the Amalgamated had split, were totally inadequate. He urged the T.U.E.L to combat the use of a gang of thugs led by the scum of our union, who regularly raided meetings with guns and blackjacks and slugged the men and women present, especially those who were identified as members of the T.U.E.L. To meet this dreadful situation, he recommended that the T.U.E.L start a movement to have the membership refuse to pay dues as long as the brutal practice continued. In addition, he called upon the League's leaders to demand police protection against the hired thugs and gangsters of the Hillman administration. These thugs are known to the police because of the many crimes charged against them. When they attack us, they know that no matter what they do, you of the T.U.E.L will protect them against the police, and in this way give them a free hand to terrorize the membership. 23. Replying for the T.U.E.L, Earl R. Browder informed Marcus that he had made a mistake in tactics which has been committed much too often in America. That mistake is the idea that the progressive and left-wing members can defeat the reactionaries by refusing to pay dues. But the reactionary officials cannot be defeated that way. The blow falls against the Union as a whole, divides the membership into two camps fighting one another, and thus gives a new lease of life to the old officials, who come before the members in the role of angels of peace pleading for unity. The left wing will rally the membership for the support of class struggle policies as against the class collaboration of Hillman and Company, and any attempt to rally the membership only on the destructive platform of non-payment of dues would wreck the left wing and the Union. So the proposal of Brother Marcus cannot be accepted. As for the struggle against thuggery, which is now a burning question in the ACW, Browder made it clear that the left wing was not pacifist, and did not subscribe to the doctrine of Jesus to turn the other cheek. Resistance must be organized to meet and defeat gangsterism. But this must be done by the members themselves. The police will not do it for us. And while we have no interest in protecting the gangsters from the police, neither have we the slightest idea that we can expect any police protection, nor does the left wing solicit it. The left wing depends upon the organized power of the membership. 24. War against the left wing. Beckerman certainly had a free hand to attack the membership, and he hit at the Joint Action Committee with a special flair. Strong-arm men were hired to beat up left-wingers and break up their meetings. Nor did it matter if the victims were women. One woman worker wrote, "The news of my being beaten up on Sunday of last week by officials of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers and Sluggers, and of the previous Friday's sluggings at the membership meeting, reached the shop where I worked before I did. As I walked into the shop, all eyes were turned towards me, and as I went past the other workers I was showered with questions from all sides. How many sluggers were there? Do you know who hit you? Did they beat up other girls, too? How many gats did they have?" While we continued work, pictures of the bandaged workers were passed around in newspapers containing the story. At the noon hour, the workers gathered around me while I answered their questions. One brother remarked, "Is this the result of our many years of struggle and sacrifice to build up the Amalgamated, to have our own brothers and sisters beaten up?" I was told how some of the brothers and sisters had been beaten up the previous Friday evening at a general meeting because they had dared to discuss the proposed $25 assessment. "But what can we do?" asked a girl member. "They have the sluggers and they have the money. And if you say anything, you lose your job." 25. The combination of the strong-arm men and economic threats, such as loss of jobs, destroyed the Amalgamated Joint Action Committee in New York. B. Charney Vladeck gave thanks for this victory in an article in the Forward, exclaiming, "Blessed be Beckerman's knuckles." 26. In most of the other markets, less drastic measures were used to keep the left wing under the administration's control. In Rochester, the left gathered strength in 1926, and the Jeb sent Blumberg to investigate the situation. He reported back that the left's influence was based on very real grievances, and that their leader, Abe Chapman, was a very able young man. The Jeb then took steps to alleviate the causes of unrest in Rochester and to isolate the left wing. Chapman was invited to have a talk with Hillman, and not long thereafter he was made manager of the Rochester Joint Board as a loyal Hillman supporter. 27. Despite the expulsions and reorganizations of the mid-1920s, the progressive element in the amalgamated clothing workers was not completely eliminated. From a Chicago woman member came the following letter to the Advance in 1927. Is it true that our membership consists of more than 50% women? Is it true that the women in our organization help to build the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, and do they pay dues and assessments, or are they exempt from the same? Does the constitution of our organization uphold discrimination against women workers in the industry or within the organization? Is it a fact that the women have become permanent workers in the industry? What means do our leaders employ to combat the idea that women are not temporarily in industry? What methods do our officials use to promote greater activities amongst women workers since they have become a permanent factor in industry? What has become of the Women's Bureau for which the women have so long struggled? 28. The editor of the Advance answered, leadership in a union is a PNZE to those who know how to win it. There is no room for gallantry toward sex in the struggle for leadership. 29. Nor did the editor of the Advance feel that there was any need to answer those women members who indignantly inquired why the Women's Bureau, established in 1924, was so quickly abolished. 30 On behalf of Local 275, the Women's Local in Chicago, Sarah Rosner introduced a resolution at the union's 1928 convention calling for the re-establishment of a Women's Bureau in the ACWA. The Committee on Resolutions recommended non-concurrence, and two prominent amalgamated women, Bessie Abramowitz Hillman and Mamie Santora, both spoke against the resolution, charging that it Sarah Rosner, who came to the United States from Hungary in 1908, was the first business agent of Local 275. A business agent was a full-time union officer, elected or appointed, who handled the union's financial, administrative, and other activities, especially enforcing the union agreement. For the text of a leaflet drawn up by Sarah Rosner sharply criticizing male officials of the amalgamated for discouraging highly intelligent women from being active in the organization, see Rosalind Baxendale, Linda Gordon, and Susan River B. eds. America's Working Women. A Documentary History 1600 to the Present, New York, 1976, pp. 260-63. Was a communist plot to discredit the union. So, too, did President Hillman. The resolution was defeated. 31. On December 9, 1926, the headline in the Daily News Record, Journal of the Garment Trades, read, Left Wing is beaten, says Sidney Hillman. Assures manufacturers of Rochester future peace. Proposals by the left wing that an amnesty be granted to those who had been suspended or expelled for political reasons were rejected, and Hillman had let it be known that if those who sympathized with the T.U.E.L wanted to stay in the amalgamated, they had to keep their mouths shut. N32. In reviewing the defeat of the left wing in the amalgamated, the Jewish Morning Freie GAJ, the Yiddish language organ of the Workers' Party, pointed out that Hillman was much shrewder in dealing with his opposition than were the leaders of the ILGWU. Under his leadership, the amalgamated often took positions on general issues which the left wing could and did support. Hillman was not part of the Jewish Daily Forward group which was in the forefront of the attacks on the left wing in the ILGWU. Nor was this independent union subject to AFL pressure to eliminate left wing entirely from the labor movement. Hence, although there were occasional expulsions and suspensions of officers, Hillman rejected the tactic of expulsions. In its place, he and his allies used violence. The Freiheit therefore attributed the defeat of the left wing to the fact that right-wing officials of the ACWA freely resorted to the use of professional thugs and gangsters. Through alliances with gang leaders, these officials succeeded in establishing themselves as dictators in their local, terrorizing the membership and eliminating the opposition by violence or intimidation. N33. However, William Z. Foster refused to accept the idea that the T.U.E.L had been decisively defeated in the amalgamated. On the contrary, he reported to the Central Executive Committee of the T.U.E.L in 1926 that, in the amalgamated, the situation was now ripe for action. He called for mapping out the program of struggle against the Hillman machine. 34 But there were no members of the T.U.E.L left in the Union to carry on such a struggle, as William F. Dunn observed in that same year in the powerful Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union, the left wing is almost non-existent. 35. 2 years later, the Amalgamated's General Executive Board declared to the assembled delegates at the 1928 convention that factionalism in the Amalgamated has burned itself out. The Trade Union Educational League in the Union was a thing of the past. 36. In his study of Sidney Hillman and unionism in the Amalgamated, Stephen Fraser notes that with this announcement, policies in any way resembling the class struggle were being interred as well. 37 Although still kept out of the AFL, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America now functioned precisely as did the vast majority of the Federation's affiliates. Battle of the Millinery Workers. In 1924, the United Cloth, Hat and Cap Makers International Union was received back into the AFL after a 6-year suspension and was given permission by the Federation to include the millinery workers in its membership. 38 Although its influence in the International General Executive Board was not strong, the left wing in the United Cloth Hat, Cap and Millinery Workers International Union was important in many locals, and it had a substantial following. After the merger, the left wing raised the demand for the organization of the unorganized women millinery workers. A leaflet signed by T.U.E.L members of the United Cloth Hat, Cap and Millinery Workers International Union pointed out the need for the campaign. There are 1,400 people in Chicago engaged in the millinery industry. Of that number, the overwhelming majority is composed of women. The women are unorganized while the men have a union. The man milliner's working conditions are protected by his union agreement. His wages are $40 a week and thereabouts, and he is paid time and a half for overtime. This is very important, as during the rush season he often works 12 hours a day and 7 days a week, and there is a large semi-idle season. The work is mostly piece work. For not being organized, the women milliner pays in the following way. Her wages are $25 a week and thereabouts. There is no limit to her working hours a week and no extra pay for overtime. During the rush season, the woman milliner toils from 8 in the morning till 8 at night. Sunday is included in the week's work with only $1 extra. The boss hires and fires women milliners whenever and whomever he pleases. He fixes the prices for the workers to bring him the largest profits without interference from the girls. He is not responsible to anyone. He knows that the only thing a dissatisfied girl can do is to leave the factory. She has no union to protect her. Now that our union has merged with the Hatters, it is time to begin to provide the woman milliner with a union to protect her. 39. The International did nothing in response to this appeal, but locals with large left-wing memberships did launch organizing drives to unionize women millinery workers. Results in Chicago, Boston and a few other cities were significant, but the outstanding success was in New York, where Millinery Handworkers Union Local 43, composed entirely of women millinery workers, was organized. The members elected a left-wing leadership, with Gladys Schechter, an 18-year-old worker, as president. Schechter, a member of the T.U.E.L, earned the reputation of the Joan of Arc of the Millinery Workers Union, 40. Established with 400 members in November 1924, by November 1926, Local 43 had grown tenfold. It was made up mostly of young women under 25 years of age. It had become the second largest local in the International and, it claimed, the largest local women workers in the United States. With 4 young women as business agents and organizers, the union had established control in many shops, where working hours had been reduced from 50 to 44, wages increased, and general working conditions improved. The local prided itself on the fact that it had established an ed-vocational institution consisting of lectures, courses, and shop educational conferences dealing with the specific problems of women workers in the industry and the problems of the working class generally. 41. But all this had been accomplished under left-wing leadership by members of the Trade Union Educational League. The right-wing international leadership was anything but pleased by this development, and it did not relish the organization of women millinery workers outside of New York under left-wing leadership. International President Max Zaritsky and Samuel Hershkowitz, the right-wing manager of the New York Capmakers Local, determined to follow the pattern set by the right wing and the other needle trades unions by eliminating the left wing. Controlling the General Executive Board through paper locals outside New York created precisely for the purpose of giving such control to the right wing. They began their campaign at the 1927 International Convention. 42. The Jeb report to that convention denounced the T.U.E.L members in the organization and declared that although we have practiced tolerance toward them and even employed them as organis** on February 16, 1929, L'Alexaire referred to Local 105 of the National Federation of Federal Employees, with over 1,500 members in the Bureau of Engraving and Printing in Washington, D.C., as the largest single organization of women workers in the United States and the largest local affiliated with the National Federation of Federal Employees. It had been first organized in 1909 and chartered by the AFL as Federal Labor Union No. 12775. It affiliated with the National Federation of Federal Employees in 1918. We would recommend that the convention should express its condemnation in the strongest possible terms of those elements in our ranks who interfere with and obstruct the constructive work that the general organization is engaged in. The left-wing delegates fought back, led by the delegation representing the Millinery Hand Workers Union, Local 43. Gladys Schechter declared, "We contend that the developments in our union during the past 2 years since our last convention are in complete contradiction to the analysis and conclusion drawn by the General Executive Board's official report with reference to the activities of the left wing in our union. Not only have these elements not been a hindrance to the work in our organization, but on the contrary, they are the very ones who are responsible for and are to be credited with the gains made by our union during the past 2 years. The best example of this is Local 43, which, under a progressive administration, has carried through a successful organization campaign, increasing the membership from 400 to 4,000. Similar results have occurred in Boston, Chicago, and Los Angeles. In all these locals, it was the left wing that constituted the backbone of the organization campaigns and made possible the achievements in which we all take pride. We believe the recommendations of the General Executive Board to express condemnation of the left wing in our organization is in complete contradiction to the policy of tolerance and not conducive towards the preservation of unity in our ranks. Delegate Schechter then concluded, "I am a member of the Trade Union Educational League. You claim the T.U.E.L brings in dissension. As long as there are differences of opinion, there will be dissension. I would not belong to that organization 1/2 hour if I were under the impression that it is there to disrupt our union. 43. Having led the defense of the left wing, Local 43 became the first target of the right-wing attack. Following the convention, the JEB established millenary Local 24 in New York under socialist leadership, then ordered Local 43 to dissolve and its members to join the newly created Local 24. The justification? That Local 43 was created and was functioning as a dual union. When Local 43 rejected the charge as unfounded and refused to dissolve, it was subjected to a veritable reign of terror, climaxed by gangster attacks on Local 43 women strikers outside the shops they were picketing. In one instance, Frieda Freiklas, a Local 43 organizer, was attacked and severely beaten in her own office. In a plea for public support, Local 43 stated, "Hundreds of women milliners, loyal to the union which they had built, were thrown off their jobs by the bosses at the demand of the international officials." Stirs hired by the right-wing officials. Many members were clubbed by the police and imprisoned upon the instigation of the right wing. Moreover, when our local carries on strikes for the enforcement and protection of the workers' economic conditions, the right-wing officials provide scabs for these firms and grant concessions at the expense of the workers. 44. The attack on Local 43 was only the beginning. The charters of the locals of women milliners under left-wing leadership in Boston, Chicago, and other cities were revoked. Demoralization swept through the ranks of the union's membership. Nevertheless, the right-wing offensive continued, and by 1928, the situation was summed up as follows. Zaritsky is determined to smash all the militant locals which stand for the maintenance of union conditions. He is trying to eliminate from the union all progressive and militant workers who distinguish themselves in organizing thousands of unorganized workers. Instead of combating the open shop danger, instead of utilizing the unified strength of the union for organizing the thousands of unorganized workers, instead of protecting the interests of the workers, Zaritsky is pursuing a policy of splitting and smashing locals, thus helping the employers to defeat the workers and destroy the union. 45. The process was completed at the 1929 International Convention. Left-wing leaders, including those of Local 43, were expelled, and the Constitution was amended to ban membership in a dual organization and to authorize the suspension of any local that refused to obey the decisions of the JEB. 46. In opposing this action, Delegate Irving Smoliak of St. Paul, Min. declared, "Despite the policy of terrorism and intimidation practiced by the official leadership, we will continue to fight within the International for improving the conditions of the workers. But if we are expelled, we will not remain unorganized, but will join the industrial union that represents the interests of all the needleworkers." 47. The industrial union was the Needle Trades Workers Industrial Union, whose formation as an independent left-wing union we will examine below. Situation in the needle trades. In describing the left wing in the United Cloth Hat, Cap and Millinery Workers International Union, William Z. Foster noted that while it had developed a strong movement which was influential in the life of the union, it was not able to win control of the organization and wrest power from the class collaboration leadership. 48. With one exception, this was the situation in all of the needle trades unions. By the middle of the decade, the left wing, headed by the Communists and united in the Trade Union Educational League, was leading opposition movements in each of the major needle trades unions. In the ILGWU, the Communists and other insurgents, organized in the T.U.E.L, built a small opposition into a mass movement. During the mid-1920s, they commanded a majority of the national membership's loyalty. By the end of 1925, they had gained control of the joint boards in the most important centers of the industry, winning the support of more than 2/3 of the entire membership. However, the right-wing socialist bloc in the union continued to rule the International, under the leadership of Morris Sigmund and David Dubinsky, a control which rested on a rotten borough system. Nevertheless, throughout the 1924-26 period, the Sigmund Dubinsky administration lost key local union offices in Boston, Chicago, and Philadelphia. In New York City, locals 2, 9, 22, and 35, representing nearly half the ILGWU's national membership, were solidly left-wing. The end of the long and bitter strike of 40,000 cloakmakers in 1926, with little to show for the months of struggle, gave the right wing its long-awaited opportunity. Sigmund removed the officers of the New York Joint Board conducting the strike, settled the strike over the heads of the locals and the joint board, liquidated the existing locals and then invited the members individually to re-register with the International or else lose their jobs in union shops. Great numbers of communists were expelled from the union, after which the same right-wingers denounced those expelled as dual unionists for organizing to protect their very livelihoods. The internecine conflict of the next 2 years left the ILGWU in ruins. As Melich Epstein, an anti-communist labor writer, later summed it up, the right had won the battle, but the union lay wrecked. 49. The left wing, led by communists, made many errors of judgment and policy, but this should not divert attention from the fact that the right-wing socialist and AFL leadership both ignored and suppressed the will of the membership. It was not the bureaucrats, however, but the workers, including those not expelled, who suffered. The left wing in the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America was never able to achieve a degree of success comparable to that accomplished in the other needle trades unions. They were opposed by an administration with a progressive reputation and a pro-Soviet orientation, an administration that was quite flexible in its tactics. Combining strong-arm methods, expulsions, and other undemocratic practices with the adoption of some of the key demands raised by the left wing. Faced with such a complex situation, it seems remarkable that the left wing did as well as it did. Only in the smallest of the needle trades unions, that of the fur workers, was the left wing able to win and keep control. The astute tactics and general ability of the leaders in the Fur Workers Union, headed by Ben Gold, stood in sharp contrast to the too often hesitating and vacillating left-wing leaderships in the ILGWU and the Amalgamated. Militant, brilliant, and resourceful himself, Gold was surrounded by men and women who shared many of these characteristics. It was the combination of this homogeneous leadership, the success of the 1926 strike, in contrast to the outcome of the strike that same year in the ILGWU, the thorough organization of the industry, and the solidarity of the membership that made possible the left-wing victory in fur. Mass expulsions by socialist and AFL officials were ineffective because the left-led joint board and locals had organized the trade so thoroughly that employers could hire workers only through left-led locals. The left leadership in fur defeated the coalition of the socialist and AFL bureaucracy by uniting the workers and dividing the coalition. In vain the employers, the AFL and socialist leaders resorted to gangsters and the aid of the police against the left. They were met and defeated by a united rank and file. The communists in the Fur Union, acknowledges Bert Cochran, displayed a dazzling mastery of tactics to solve complex and varied problems, and ability of a high order to mobilize outside support for their cause. 50 above all, they gained and continued to maintain the unwavering support of a united, militant membership. Asterisk in a comment appended to one of Foster's reports on the Amalgamated Clothing Workers to the National Executive Committee of the T.U.E.L, Daniel Bell cites one reason which he believed helps to explain the relative weakness of the CP in the Amalgamated as compared to the other two unions, that the main strength of the Amalgamated was not concentrated in New York as was that of the ILG and the Furriers, particularly the Furriers, and that the Amalgamated did have strength in other cities, particularly Rochester and Chicago, giving them a more widespread basis of control. He conceded, however, that this was a fairly simple explanation. Daniel Bell Papers, Tamiment Institute Library, New York University.